And welcome to today's continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Ali Najad joined by Henry Kilbane to kick things off here today on the eve, of course, of that wild Luxon Pay Invitational 200K buy-in. And we're about a week into our coverage here in North Cyprus. Henry, kind of hard to believe we've still got another 9 champions left to crown. And the champs that we have crowned thus far, a theme emerges. 5 first-timers, and then, of course, the first 6-time winner in Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, I mean, we were speaking about at the very start of the series about the amount of newcomers. We had it in Vietnam as well. Maybe some online players, maybe people that just didn't really want to venture out and battle with the best, but now have the confidence to come to these series. And it really throws a bit of a spanner in the works in the sense that these players maybe haven't played with the likes of Chidwick, Kuhn, vice versa. These regs haven't played with these newcomers, and yeah, I mean, so far, I mean, they're the ones that have been crushing.
Well, I'll tell you what, the real story, perhaps, not a newcomer, but born again, kind of a new version.
2.0.
Santosh Suvarna 2.0, currently 825 points, player of the series in front of Ding Biao, both of them with a title under their belt. But just look at Santosh's results. Event number 1, the 25K GG Super Millions, he takes it down. 40K, 4th, 2 final tables. 8th then in the 25K Turbo, which I believe wrapped up just last night, if I'm not mistaken, or a couple nights ago.
Night
I mean,
before, yeah.
the guy, it's all a blur. And then let's not forget the countless amount that he's picked up in the cash games after hours. The man never stops.
I mean, look, no rest for the wicked. Like this guy, Santosh Savannah 2.0, we've been saying it. As you said, you know, the title, he's been getting in the mix in like PLO cash games. We're talking ridiculous stakes. Every day that I show up, you know, we speak to Rob Young, Phil Nagy, Paul Poir, some of these guys just like, who won? Santosh. Oh,
yeah.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Surprise.
No, but who else? Was there anyone
No,
else
just
that
Santosh.
managed to win?
No,
just
it's fantastic. And you can really see it as well. Like, you can see confidence in players. And Santosh, always, you know, emotional, fun, happy guy. But when he's in hands, I mean, talk about that 25K GG Super Millions. Dialed in is the only expression that comes to mind. Every spot, every rejam spot, just precision.
Yeah, we got away from some spots that would have been disastrous for him, maybe even deviating a bit from what we would have anticipated. And we've kind of pointed out that, like, if anything's murky for him, he tends to err toward the side of being conservative, and it has served him very, very well. Also serving someone well was the mystery bounty, another one of these highlight stories. How about Mundir Zughari?
Yeah, I mean, the emotion from pulling that bounty, of course, the story behind it as well. Hopefully, that's given him a little taste of, you know, what the Triton Super High Roller Series brings. And also just from, you know, a character perspective, coming back the next day, bouquets of flowers for the girls that have been looking
Wasn't
after
that
him.
something?
It's just such a... And it's something that seems to happen here on the regular. The players really appreciate the team behind the scenes. Obviously, we have it easy at the broadcast booth, but they're working tirelessly around the clock, taking care of, you know, bookings, hotels, etc. So going out of his way to just, pick up the VIP team some flowers, and, love to see it.
I think genuinely showed his character and the amount of gratitude that he had as somebody who had just bumped into Carl Chape-Gatien, who has been absent thus far here at this stop, but sent his delegate over, just barely knew each other, said, hey, here's 100K worth of buy-ins, go. Have fun, do your thing. We'll carve it up on the back end, and I'm sure somewhere KCG is certainly smiling. Now then, let us turn our attention to the heart of the festival, which is the next few days. We've got our biggest buy-ins coming up. Mentioned that we're on the eve of that 200K Luxon Pay Invitational, and then, of course, as they head to their final table, the 100K No Limit Main will be getting underway. Let's not forget the 25K PLO going to be happening kind of a serious little phase here for everybody. You know, fun and games over. Now it's time to batten down the hatches.
Yeah, I mean, like today, a great example, 2 7-figure payouts up top. It's really, and I don't know about you, but I feel like at the table, you can kind of feel that now. You know, we've had the warm-up, we've had the starting events. Not to say that a 50K isn't a big buy-in, of course, or a 25K isn't a big buy-in.
Relatively speaking.
But now that we're at the 75K stage, you're looking at 7-figure payouts up top. And you can really feel it out there. Like the people that have traveled, well, everyone's traveled from all different parts of the world. They're like, okay, this is the part of the series where, you know, a couple of flips don't go my way. all of a sudden I'm going down $1 million on the trip rather than being break even or, incredibly profitable. So.
Yeah, the amuse-bouche behind us, the appetizers as well, the real entree, the meat and the potatoes, if you will. And of course, the implications for the Player of the Year race. We did talk about Santosh being Player of the Series, not in contention for the overall Player of the Year award. That, of course, is being waged, a war, rather, for Jason Kuhn and Stephen Chidwick. Chidwick up at the top right now, trying to stave off a very hungry Jason.
Yeah, I mean, Jason obviously closed the gap considerably with that deep run, followed by another final table. Looking at the points, we've got 9 events left. Needs a deep run today. Needs to secure up some points, and then coming into the 200K and the 100K. Obviously, let's not forget the short deck events as well, but the way the point systems work in terms of the multipliers, the size of the fields, the size of the buy-ins, Jason really wants to perform well in these bigger buy-in events to really narrow that gap, because it's still looking like Stevie.
I'll tell you what, he needs deep runs, but he also needs Chidwick to falter, and that's kind of a tall order because Stevie, as we know, finds himself deep quite often. As we turn our attention then to this 75K, bit of a short day yesterday for both the players and, of course, by extension, us. 10 levels were played, 40 minutes apiece there on day 1. 77 day 1 entries. Still TBD just how many are going to come in and pony up is my understanding here, because Max Late Reg still open to start things off.
You can still exchange $75,000 for 20 big blinds, and we know all too well that the players that have traveled here are more than happy to get that exchange rate.
Doesn't that seem baffling to you, though? Because for me, 20 bigs, we're talking about you're just out of that danger zone of 10 bigs where you're just shipping it in, taking a spin, and yet players just willing to dip their toes in at that point, or perhaps an added bullet if they did play on day 1.
Yeah, I think the way the math works, and don't quote me on this, but the shorter stack, the more the edge is reduced, right? So you do see a lot of these top regs max late regging deliberately, rather than taking it to the streets, 100, 150 big blinds deep. When you get down to 20, 15 big blinds, the edges are a lot smaller. So not surprised to see, a lot of people willing to fire another bullet.
Now, we talked about 77 day 1 entries. Taking a look at the Triton Poker Plus app right now, I am showing a field of 87 entries, which would suggest that we've got at least 10 people who have walked up to the desk and plunked down 75K. Table 1's not going to be among our feature tables. There is our 2 featured tables, officially. Well, Santosh Suvarna, by the way, at the top of the leaderboard. How about it?
Yeah, I mean, coming in an overwhelming chip leader, but just looking at them tables, I mean, just world-class talent.
Yeah, no kidding, as is usually the case. 1.735 million for first as it stands right now. Not certain whether or not somebody's going to come blasting in here last minute. That would leave 1.2 million for second, and a total of 13 places paid as 49 players come in. So we are definitely a ways away from money bubble.
Definitely, but note the re-entries, the people that just bought in at the start of the day, as you mentioned, all being given 20 big blinds for their 75K buy-in. So it wouldn't surprise me if we lose, 10, 15 players pretty early, because those stacks, they don't have much room, rather, to kind of work through flops, turns, and rivers. A lot of it's going to be rejams. A lot of it's going to be big blind defenses where they end up in a bit of murky water sometimes. So wouldn't surprise me.
Well, let's talk about some of those stacks that might be facing that sort of uphill climb. Sean Winter down there to the right of your screen, 7 bigs. Henry, Danny Tang, 9 bigs. Even Adrian Mateos with 13 bigs. Things get easier or more difficult in terms of how we approach the affair at that depth.
I mean, these guys know exactly what to do with 20 big blinds. It's just adjusting to different players. So, for example, if I'm opening, you fold queens because, I just have aces and kings. But if it's someone like Chidwick, these guys that know their ranges in late position, maybe taking a hand like king, queen, queen 10, something like that that's just happy to print going in with 20 bigs.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So you touched on the talent that we've got spread out across our 2 featured tables. Jumping off the page, some of the biggest names in poker, of course, Justin Bonomo, the winningest player of all time, finding himself with 20 big blinds coming into the affair. Petrangelo seated at his table, along with Winter and Davies. That's 4 Americans who play the high rollers quite regularly, so familiarity could be playing into some subtext as we send things down to the arena in just moments. moments where Luca Vivaldi is set and ready to get the boys underway. Green flag action here at the start line on day 2 of our 75K 8 Max, where the blinds will be 5 and 10,000 with the 10K ante. Patrick Antonius presiding over the blue table, while the Russian Artur Martirosyan, 45 bigs, a few more than Patrick, presiding over the red table. In terms of distribution, it would seem the cluster a bit tighter at the blue than at the red, Henry?
Yeah, especially down the bottom. Great Eye, 16 bigs for Holtz, 15 for Kuhn, Mateos. So yeah, as mentioned, all of these guys, they know their re-jam spots, they know their opening jam spots.
And here we go. Largest payout to this point in this North Cyprus stop awaits one of these 49 players.
Now there's good news and bad news for these final 49.
Talk to us.
The good news is, if you're still here in 7 hours, 8 hours time, I think it's safe to assume that you've locked up some money, you're playing for a 7-figure score, but if you're eliminated,
okay,
you're going home empty-handed, but you're going to make it in time for that party.
Ah, the Luxon Pay table draw.
And we know that Rob Young and Paul Poir know how to throw a party.
As I recall, last time around, when it was the Coin Rivet Invitational, that was one that you wouldn't want to miss.
Yeah, thanks. I missed that.
Was,
I was in the booth. I was in the booth.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
You know, duty calls.
That wasn't even a needle.
Some of us have to work for a living.
The heavy lifting,
there
obviously, Kilbane. I'll leave it to you during any and all parties.
By the way, feel free tonight if you want to go for a little tango, throw some moves. I'll be in here.
Yeah, I'll take you up on that.
Sounds good, mate. Jason Kuhn with the
I'll text you some pictures.
Please do. Maybe order a drink or two.
Maybe bring those drinks back for you.
I mean, would love to.
Dvoris in a good way here. Even better way now with top pair, although Kuhn has flopped the open-ender.
Yeah, note the limp off of sub-16, Ali.
Note Patrick chewing, eating, as usual.
You sound surprised.
Not. Just continuous ingestion of fuel in that machine. As Kuhn will fire 10,000.
He's been dubbed the Benjamin Button of the poker world.
He is aging in reverse. It's fair.
Really intricate part of the game tree here. Obviously the limp from the cutoff off of sub-16 due to the nature of being short stacked. Stabbing flop. Dvoris going for the check raise with top pair. Some equity to be denied as well as value to be had.
Just got Kuhn well covered here. Jason with the sub-20 bigs.
And the 3x against this stack size really achieves so much across turns and rivers.
Well, for the time being, it has achieved its goal of getting more money in there as Kuhn invests the extra 20K. Two-tone board as the 3 pairs.
Dvoris unblocking spades and clubs, unblocking ace highs as well. Wants to get value from his top pair. Some concern, Ali, that Jason's limped a monster, of course, but first one's never a trap, that's what I say.
Dvoris prepared to overbet as they play 112 effective. Banana. Yeah, no, Patrick, that's not the way. But okay.
Releasing a course on how to eat a banana, Ali? I feel like something that you could pull off.
Too. Every single time you do this to me, you always have like a fucking backdoor clubs that turn that I just have dead. Or not dead, but I...
You have backdoor clubs dead.
I'm not dead, but I have in the price to call, I mean.
Well, not quite a banana, but a pickle for Jason Kuhn. And
More like Queen 7 now.
Didn't like the taste of the brine as he puts it into the muck. And we swing over to our other feature table where one is in progress between Martirosian and Petrangelo, who's got the pre-flop bazooka. 2 aces still in front of Artur.
Nicky P, another one of the 10 players that re-entered in exchange for 20 big blinds. They ponied up to 75,000 and check mark. Although Artur seems to be one of these guys that just has no other gear than 6th gear. So aggressive, so tough to play against. Can he find the follow through here? SPR 0.6. Sicko.
Asking for all of it. 10 Jack got there. Not sure how much of that can be assigned to this line. And obviously Queen X has us destroyed.
This is quite literally Nicky's first hand of the day. Check out the Triton Poker Plus app. Maybe thinking why he didn't just stay poolside. Have I really come here to bust first hand with aces? You've got the goods. Needs to make the call.
Yeah, far from bust. The man's going to double. But first, he's got to look up that guy.
So it looks like this went check raise flop, bet turn, jam river. Unblocking hearts, obviously blocking Jack 10. See if Nicky P. I mean, it's so easy for us, Ali. We're here in the booth. We see the 2 black aces. You're up against an aggressive opponent, but you're out there under the bright lights.
Is it busted hearts that we're really just considering as the range that we beat?
Busted hearts. 7-5 gets there, 10-7 gets there. Some of the potential check raises.
10 Jack, Queen X. 6 is full. Not sure whether or not that approaches the matter in this fashion, but sure feels like there's a lot more on the we're beat side of the spreadsheet than things we do beat.
No heart in hand. Not often you see one of the world's best, Nick Petrangelo, put deep in the tank. Hand 1 of day 2.
How much do you think that just this is my first hand? It shouldn't be a consideration at all, right? That's an irrelevant thing. But subconsciously, you're kind of like, man, I just got here.
Exactly. It shouldn't be, but we're all human. As much as we like to look at these elites as, you know, not emotional, robotic sometimes. They've got emotions, and yeah, you know, you've just strolled in. Sit down. Aces first hand. And potentially going to be showered. We can see he's got the goods this time, but Nick, that is, of course. If we fold, we're down to 12 bigs.
Show the 7-8.
Oh, that was a real exchange between Petrangelo and the dealer there, as it almost felt like he was maybe not sure he wanted to put the aces in the bin, but Martirosian
7 with a heart.
bullying Nikki P.
Wow.
Put that one in your highlight reel.
7, 8.
For Artur
You know
Martirosian.
You
this.
think Nick would ever fold kings?
Cold brew?
Gonna make me wait.
Hmm?
Good fold or bad fold?
I think that's what he had.
I don't know your hand, so I can see.
If he's taking that long, you know it's better than King High, Artur. That's how. Cheeky reply.
King of hearts, yeah. Or kings. That's ours.
I think we
Well.
can safely remove Jack High from Nick's range
Well,
on
well,
the
well.
river.
How about it?
Still kind of dumb.
Demoralizing start to the day.
Yeah, especially
Nicky
when he
P.
sees that one back. You been there before, Ali, where you're deep in the tank and your opponent just tornadoes a bluff into your face? Obviously not the case this time. Martirosian, classy, just mucking his hand, but...
I'll tell you what, last night, for the first time, I went over and got with some of the Merit staff who, in between Triton festivals, I come out and do some work for, and they always, during their festivals, they're running a cash game festival right now, side by side with our Triton Super High Roller Series. They have a little, you know, staff game that they play. Oh, 5-5, no limit. I'm not a no limit player. On a double paired board, I backdoored an ace high flush. Flop and turn were both checked multi-way, and then when I barreled, thinking nobody's got a full house, I got raised on the river. And it was exactly what you described, that moment where I was in the tank and I was like, did you really check 2 streets on the button in a 4-way pot with, you know,
The
trips
goods.
or,
Yeah.
you know, or did you really check even the turn with whatever that undercard was to the tens? And eventually I decided, no, you weren't. I called and the guy said ace high. Took the pot. Felt good. But on this occasion, obviously, a different decision for Pietrangelo as we turn our attention back to one developing here. 82,000 in the middle. Martirosian back at it. Ace 5 suited, nut flush draw up against Brian Kim. The opener under the gun. Backdoor diamonds and an open ender. Following through for 22K, which Artur is going to flat.
Yeah, don't like using the word always, but feels like just a clear call from the small blind against an under the gun open.
Clear improvement for Brian Kim on the turn as he picks up that diamond draw. Still just queen high, though. Artur making 5s.
Betting lead for Brian. It's a sizable range advantage and nut advantage on this board. Maybe one that he now wants to check back, given that he's picked up the backdoor diamonds. But again, shouldn't really be raised that often on this board, and also deep enough
70.
to withstand heat. So a lot of good things can happen when we continue here.
As he has for 70K.
Fold out 6s through 9s, maybe some 10x. Couple of really dangerous cards. The river ace of diamonds would be giving Artur 2 pair. 9 of hearts would obviously give Brian the straight that he's looking for, but Artur the nut flush. What a sizable pot, Ali.
244 after the call. Did you just do what I think you did? I almost wanted to say, don't you do it. But then I thought, what's the likelihood that one of those 2 exact cards rolls off? And there is the disastrous 9 of hearts, which gives Kim the king high straight, as you mentioned. But of course, Artur with the nuts.
Brutal.
You checking or betting if you're in that seat now?
Well, this is where it gets really interesting, right? Because Brian betting flop and turn, I don't think he has as many flush draws as Artur, and you can see Artur just going to go for the jugular, take control of the betting lead, doesn't want Brian to check back on this perceived scare card. Comes with close to pot.
None of that lost on Brian. Much like the arrival of a third heart. Not off his radar here. He made this nut straight. Makes the call and gets shown the flush.
Oh, what a start to the day for that man. Gets aces to fold, holding just king high, then gets paid on the river, holding the goods. You know, that kind of sums up tournament poker.
Arthur's nice, Henry. He's nasty out there. Meanwhile, back over to our other feature where we've got, again, fireworks. This time, 10s and 9s on an ace-high flop for Ding Biao, who is in position against the talented Fedor Holes, who has got himself a flush draw.
5 seconds.
45.
Bet 45,000.
$45K, deemed too much by Fedor. We know Holes likes to get creative, likes to put people to the test, even likes to be a little sticky from time to time. Thought maybe we were going to find our way to a river.
Yeah, just preserving that 13 big blind stack. It's kind of what we expected, you know, in the pre-show. Coming in, we mentioned the 20 big blind stacks. You know, you defend big, play a single raise pot, all of a sudden going to the turn, your stack's at risk. Potential stack at risk here, are they?
Pocket 9s for Jason.
Play all in.
Let's go sailing.
Fold.
Good luck all in.
Fold.
Will the seas be rough or kind? Well, Dvoris certainly
112,000.
rates to be of the kind variety. If he were to be a customer here.
These guys are fresh today, courtesy of the early night last night. Prepared for the long day ahead as
Double D going to issue protection to the 2 9s by jamming. Oh, no.
this really has been the tournament, Ali. I mean, case in point yesterday, aces against kings twice, aces against jacks. We were playing 200, 300 big blind pots. Obviously not possible now, given the average stack, but just insane setups.
Muchi muchi.
Look at Elton. He's going to hardly believe his eyes.
Oh shit! Can you both have ace king? That'd be awesome.
I cannot.
Uh,
Muchi muchi, I always get it.
Can you both have aces?
I always start doing that when I'm peeling from the big.
Mochi mochi?
Muchi muchi.
Oh, actually, I feel so much better about now.
I was thinking you had 8s. I was like, oh my god, this is so good. And then Elton said, okay.
So Dvoris
Maybe lucky. Flush win
Has
for you
the
guys.
field
Maybe
covered.
I'll get lucky.
going to play for 148 on the side, 6s against aces, and then Kuhn in for that 351K main. Are the set miners going to come up with any rare minerals? No.
Not even backdoors or straight draws. Or
If that's working, I don't know.
Have you ever seen Caddyshack? Probably not. It's a very funny American golf movie, like an old one. It's really good.
Well, nothing funny about this spot here for Kuhn, as he's got just 2 outs to stay alive. And that's...
I'm
not
good,
it.
I helped. Holy cow. Holy.
You have 200.
I won it all.
So an
in.
early finish
I should have just
for Jason Kuhn, who
Swap squad, like,
2-1 there.
isn't going to be picking up Ivan Leal Player of the Year award points.
ace
Flush.
10 suited or something.
Queen should have.
First casualty
Queen, yeah, definitely.
that we've seen at our feature tables on the day.
well, the good news
Still think.
GG.
for Jason, if there's any, for bowing out on bullet 3, is that Stephen Chidwick has also been eliminated early doors. So in terms of that Ivan Leal Player of the Year, leaderboard.
Yeah, we started the day with 49 runners, and Chidwick was the first man out, followed by Mike Watson and now Jason Kuhn. Big pickup there for Elton. Meaningful ascent up the leaderboard. That pot's got him in 13th place overall. Martirosian in second. Don't need to tell you why. First timer. Nikolai Vaska-Boynikou. Boynikou?
Yeah, I was playing around with it yesterday. Give me a bit of time. I'll come up with a final answer.
That was... I might have to go with MV.
MV. I like it.
On the topic of liking it, Ace Queen, cut off, Buldigan, already a title under his belt.
20? Oh, sorry? 20? Raise to 20,000. Oh.
Makes it 20 to go. King Jack suited for Elton will be of interest.
Muchi Muchi. He is 40 bigs effective against Patrick.
Elton,
70.
2.3 million in career Triton earnings, 10 cashes. Just one here in North Cyprus so far. 9th in that 25K turbo. That took place a day or two ago as the 3-bet to 70,000 from Elton. Draws a jam from Buldigan, and suddenly we're playing for 350 with this King Jack suited, Henry.
Yeah, ISOing from the small, getting Patrick out of the way. Happy to stack off against Vyacheslav for 16 bigs. Also happy to just take the pot down pre. Has some raise folds. Russian, of course, was our runaway chip leader after cracking aces in a 350 big blind pot.
Ace 9-7, and King Jack needs real help here.
10 of diamonds for a sweat.
Goodbye.
No sweat whatsoever. King Jack draws dead.
Wow.
And Buldigan,
Easy come, easy go.
who just has some of the greatest facial expressions
5,000.
on tour, is going to double.
Yeah.
So those chips didn't spend much time in front of Elton Sang, as they are passed along to Vyacheslav.
Still up on the day, of course.
Raise to 20,000. Fold.
Repeat.
Fold. Fold.
Vyacheslav always so animated. Whether he gets it in ahead or gets it in behind.
He's a funny character. I mean, you know, you pointed it out during my interview with him,
It's the monkey
if
in
we
the
can
brain.
call it that,
Yeah.
with the symbols.
What show is that? Is that like the Warner Bros? There was like some big...
The Shining, Stephen King. That's where the symbol monkey comes from, isn't it? I don't know if it predates that. Yes. Ding Biao has this ace queen in a considerably worse spot than it was all in a hand to go against King Jack. Top pair, checking it over to the opener After defending the big. 2 first-time title winners locking horns here. Ding Bia, of course, won the mystery bounty. That one was a 30K, where he just about doubled his first place payout, courtesy of envelope run good.
Yeah, certainly ran above EV in that one.
Raised to 50,000.
Taking it upstairs to 50K.
Annoying stab from Vyacheslav, of course, to get check raise, but 2 overs. So many gut shots out there. Actually unblocking almost every potential backdoor as well, in terms of flush cards, and
Binky.
we can just do that, Ali.
Queenberger on the turn. Giving Buldigan top pair, top kicker. 155 in the middle. More importantly, giving him cause to continue to put chips into this one.
Just 165 behind. Top pair is going to be good here also often. Flop top pair, that is.
Bet 55,000.
Biao will barrel. Following through on that check raise. Buldigan just going to call. Playing it safe. That river rates to be safe.
Yeah, this could certainly be showers. There's just so much in there, 265. Although saying that, flashbacks to the bounty event that he won, where he made the massive fold with 7 left, to then come back and win it. He's going to need to do the same here. He's going to need to start off with the check.
Do you see that in his future?
You check raise flop, you're up against a hijack open.
Wow, he does knuckle though, Henry.
Bottom off of Vyacheslav, now beating 10-6, of course. I think Ding is certainly good enough to make these kind of folds. Doesn't seem to get emotionally attached to hands.
Time will tell, and time has been extended as Buldigan tries to piece together exactly what is going on across the felt in front of Ding Biao.
All of it.
Yep.
All you can eat. And now Ding gonna need to find the same mojo that helped him find the fold against Nacho Barbera on that FT.
We know he's got it in him. We've seen it. It's been proven. But can he do it on this occasion?
5 seconds.
Doesn't feel like there are a lot of bluffs in Buldigan as played. Would you agree or no?
I agree. I mean, you're hoping that he has ace-king, ace-jack, and you block ace-king. Some backdoors. Ace-X of spades, ace-X of hearts that goes barreling on this queen turn. Brick diamonds, but again, has a diamond in hand. But also, how often do people bluff against this line. Ding, check, raise flop, barrel turn. Is now checked. When he can still retain all of the value hands.
5 seconds. Time. Seconds. Call. Shut down.
Well, Biao did all he could.
Queens.
In the end, could not resist the temptation. And that call will see him joining a handful of others already here in the locker room.
Yeah, 7 eliminations already thus far, looking likely to be 8. These current holdings.
Yeah, Petrangelo's pocket fives jamming. Davies a flat caller with the snowmen. No other patrons. And Nicky P, who was poised to be in such a better spot, had he found the call against Martirosyan with the 2 aces not long ago. Now, in a bad way against Davies. King, queen, jack flop. No chops available. As 2 outs once fail to materialize.
GG's, Nicky.
Yeah.
King Jack. What? King Jack?
One of the best to ever do it.
Sorry.
Oh, and Artur telling him.
Yeah, Nicky asking before leaving.
Aces is bad. Bad hand. GG.
So the dry spell here in North Cyprus continues as Petrangelo 0 for 7 after such a hot Vietnam series. He had 2 FTs and 4 cashes in 8 attempts. And he, along with Davies, of course, Henry, we've alluded to it on so many occasions, had a couple of the longest dry runs in Triton history.
Oh, I thought translated aces.
No, I thought he had aces kings pretty, but I figured he would have called aces.
I thought you just
So I assumed he had kings.
translated aces.
Nicky P was 0
Or
for
18 on
22 across 5 festivals before he finally broke the seal in Vietnam. And obviously, you think you've got the wind at your back, and now here you are
I thought he was
with an
bluffing.
awful start in North Cyprus. Far from awful.
King Jack.
It's Ireland's Steve O'Dwyer with 2 kings in the hijack off of 130K. He's going to open to 20.
One of the greatest who've ever played the game in recent times is Nick Petrangelo.
What was the race, 20?
Martirosyan, not the greatest spot. Usually we love ace-king. Not against 2 kings, though. On the button here. 3-bet, presumably incoming.
Dropping like flies, Ali, by
47.
the way. Down to 39. We've lost 20% of the field in the first couple of orbits.
Yeah, shorties have not really fared well in their spin-up bids. 47K for Martirosyan. I suspect that O'Dwyer can just comfortably send the rest in. As he does, gets called, and Artur had higher hopes, but he is not the man at risk and won't be feeling too much of this impact if it doesn't work out for the ace-king. I'm a bit fearful for O'Dwyer, just given the stat that you gave us moments ago, Henry. But the 8-high board doing much to assuage those fears, unlike the ace of spades on the turn.
work again, sorry.
Spooky things. are afoot
Few games, Steve.
here today. O'Dwyer. A merciless showering.
You gotta get rid of that
It
thing.
really doesn't work
These
against
two are the
Artur.
ones that really,
Art's got the counter magic.
Talking about the little jingle thing that he has. It's twice he's done that against Artur whilst ahead on the flop. And then a cross turn and river, Artur's just...
What are we jingling?
Louis Vuitton
He's got like a little bell.
clothing. Tire.
You know Stevie, he's always mixing it up, whether it be owls,
Can I trade you 5?
bells.
He does lie on the more superstitious side of the spectrum.
Whoa,
In fact, got
hence-
into a bit of a debate on Twitter about
Right, the
the-
bounty pool.
manner in which he
Maybe
pulled
I
about. Some
would
people
be-
were getting
I don't
after him.
know.
I, for one, had already had a conversation with him the night before,
Yeah.
which was wildly entertaining, and he said, no,
think
rip
you
it off
pull
like a bandage. That's the way to go. Tried and true, came up to the
I'm
box,
gonna go shopping when I get back.
did exactly that, and then got some heat, which I thought was wildly unwarranted.
I agree. I mean, firstly,
Stack is yours.
they're his bounties.
Both.
And secondly, I'm the same.
Is
Rip
this
it off
right?
like a band-aid.
What am I? Okay.
And players were on a dinner break. Faster you get to business, faster you
Yeah.
can go on and grab a bite.
I probably gave you like 2K in EV, to be honest.
I think everyone that was waiting behind him was
The buyout.
At least.
appreciative
Yeah.
of the clip.
Trying to shower Steve O'Dwyer, not
I
my
knew
watch.
I
I
was
gave you
giving
more.
up. I didn't think I was giving up that much at the time, but
I'll tell you what,
it probably ended up being.
Steve doesn't need our help.
It would've been
He can
close
hold
if I
his
was
own
in
out there in those
structure,
Twitter
if it
streets.
Yeah, how you
not
doing,
available.
Lufthansa?
Still like my side.
Stock price still down 30%.
Like, think about it. How many people entered today, and how many, like, all those would have had to rebuy, which they would have, likely,
Now,
but
I certainly hope
you
that
would
no
have
one
needed a
from
quarter of the field to
the
bust,
Securities and Exchange Commission is listening.
you know?
I mean, a lot of
But as
people
I hear
lost
you
during 5
say
turns,
that, Henry,
during-
I think to myself,
Market's
perhaps we can
open.
take a highly leveraged short position next time Steve loses luggage. He's just got to let us know that he's going to have this coordinated social media attack.
I think we'll know. He made it very vocal.
Right, but in advance of vocalizing is when we take our position, and then we print
You head
as
to
we
Twitter
trade in an insider way.
and you click the turn on notifications button for Steve O'Dwyer.
Oh. Yeah, but by then it's too late, man.
No,
You
it's
need
not.
the info before it's coming out. I need Steve to just send me that WhatsApp message. Be like, hey, FYI, I'm getting after Lufthansa if you want to load up short.
Sick brag that you have Steve O'Dwyer's number, Ollie.
I don't. But I would get it in order to perform insider trading. He, of course, would not be one to be involved in such things.
Neither
Above
would I.
board character. All right, fine. You guys don't get an invite to my yacht,
Is
the
that-
SS Short Sell.
Actually, that's
But I
not-
will wave to all of you
So?
on shore
Said it was safe from the big one, but I might have to pay the 12K.
as I
fine.
belch marine diesel.
We can
Toward
play
you?
fast.
Yeah, let's do it.
I would make a great yacht owner.
I could see it. I could see it.
I would be like a villainous wealthy person
Going.
with just shamelessly distasteful habits,
Just copious amounts of caviar on board.
among other things. Indentured servants.
Can you give me the
Supermodels.
website?
Foie gras that I just toss overboard to chum the water.
You're a dangerous man.
Tasting courses of ortolan. Familiar with what that is, Henry?
Can't say I am.
You're not
but
going to be
also-
alone.
I'm also not sure I want to know.
I, too, didn't know what it was until, of course, I watched the most recent season of Billions on Showtime, where I learned that it is a dish cooked in France whereby a live bird is drowned
Nah, come
in
on, man.
the juices,
Ace 5.
aspirates it, makes for like a nice marinade. Really gross, for the
Nah,
record.
no,
I know.
that's
It's
not-
awful. I love
In
it.
that
any
time
case,
period.
winter.
But just to play the role, I would do like one course of it on the
No.
boat.
I'd throw you overboard.
You're not on the boat, Henry.
I would hold your head underwater, see how you like it.
I know. I wouldn't really do
Fast
it.
for you,
But I
or
might.
just
But I
not?
don't know.
Well, that was
But
fast.
first I
Took
got to
more
say.
than the
Yeah.
maximum amount of
Did a
time.
hand
Okay,
just happen?
please. You used one the other day, and I didn't call you. Okay, so
I'm not calling on the tie bank. I'm just saying you
Okay,
did speed
okay,
things
okay.
up for me.
You did in 2017, and I threw a time bank at you. It's a big pot. And I just,
Some history there about time banks maybe bleeding into the 30 seconds, but not throwing in a time bank.
Shame on me, by the way, for ever covering up a moment where we could have been listening to Sean Winter instead of me spout off about yacht ownership.
It's all right. I'm sure the HR department will look forward to all the emails that will be coming in over the next 12 hours or so.
I would like to personally answer those emails.
I mean, you've got access, pal.
I would send people photos of me eating ortolan. No, I wouldn't do that. Maybe Photoshop it, just to rile them up. Who even thinks of that dish? Ugh. All right, A7 suited, a considerably more delectable bit of kit on the button. The Spaniard choosing to limp. A function of Fedor with sub 100 in the big.
Fedor was sub 100. Also Mateo sub 25. Definitely wants to have a limping range. Incredibly difficult to construct the correct and most balanced one. As Vyacheslav throws 4-time extensions in the middle for this pre-flop spot.
What are the considerations for the ace-10 on the heels of the button limp by Mateos?
Sizing, the main one. Everything's on the table. Jamming, limping, 4x.
Do we ever put in enough to cover Fedor?
To ISO to like 10 bigs, you mean, and just
Yeah.
put Fedor in?
Is that an idea?
Maybe, yeah.
Looks like Vyacheslav going to be content to just limp, however, and he's got Mateos in a rough spot. Less so on the King-Jack-9 board, of course, where Mateos has a gutter and the nut flush draw. Fedor, top pair. Forgive me, the gutter belongs to Boldigan. It's the nut flush draw alone for Mateos. Signals crossed.
Well, a real fun one here. Something for everyone. A hand that Fedor shouldn't really have even been seeing a flop with. Has now flopped top pair through no fault of his own. Potentially disaster ahead, given that he only has 47% of the equity three ways.
Bet 20,000.
Look at Adrian. Eyes fixed on the opposition, which is paired in half after the fold from Boldigan.
Really fun spot for Fedor. I know he'll be enjoying this. Intricate part of the game tree. Button limp. B50 into 3 players. Sorry, into 2 players. He's going to try and keep Mateos' bluffs in.
Flats. On the turn, Mateos does pick up a gutter.
Double
Bad
bet
end.
shot at that.
Oh, yeah.
Check.
As a collective, these two have pretty much achieved everything you can achieve in tournament poker, both online and live.
Bet 40,000.
Look at Mateos just cobble away. Betting 40, but not the full 74. Four-liner on board, by the way. Queen X would leave this King Deuce drawing dead. And I suspect that Fedor could find some Queen X combos that would limp the button in this spot.
Definitely. We saw Jason limp the Jack 10 earlier. We saw a Queen 10 suited limped. The types of hands that Adrian would want to try and see a flop with. Due to Vyacheslav in the small, of course.
Can Fedor find a fold?
It's a really difficult spot for Fedor. Half pot on the flop, half pot on the turn. I mean, you mentioned the four-liner, the two pairs that are available, even a stronger king. The fact that he's taken this long is just so sick. The level these guys are thinking on. I mean, these are two that have played dozens, if not hundreds of thousands of hours against each other online and live.
Just trying to construct what Adrian would limp, bet flop, bet turn in these amounts with. Finds the muck. Kings were good, but obviously plenty vulnerable. And one might expect that last 34K was going to be on request regardless.
Yeah, Fedor down to what, 7.5 bigs?
Credit to Mateos, by the way. Semi-bluffing his way through that one. That really turned out to be a lot more interesting pot than on the surface.
That's typically what happens when, I mean, this is my opinion, maybe not everyone's, but I think the two most accomplished players of my generation share the same year with Mateos. I think Fedor's got a year on us. But over the last decade, of course, we've seen them both just dominate.
Bossman Paul Fua quietly joining the mix in the one seat as he and Patrick folded over to Dvoris, still hunting his first Triton title.
24,000.
The Ox just keeps running.
Blinds up to 6 and 12,000, 12K ante, 24K open, and suited and connected kit for Mateos as well on the heels of the pickup.
5 seconds. Oh.
Bins it.
Note the fold, ladies and gentlemen. 25 bigs.
Very much noting the fold.
Savannah extending his lead over the field, by the way. Jack's holding against Anson, who's ace-7. Played a sizable pot, up to 1.75 million.
10-9 offsuit edition. Defends from the big. Different proposition, of course, for Elton. Flopping the two-way straight draw up against bottom pair and backdoor diamonds. Check from Elton.
Similar stack depths, kicking this hand off.
Bet 20,000.
Morris. Sub 1/3 pot.
Haven't seen much of Elton so far this trip. Looking to make a deep run here in event number 8.
Spade number 6. Pulls off on this turn of no assistance to either holding. Maybe Elton's doing some cash game things late at night. Did catch him playing some PLO.
Yeah, for me personally, the most entertaining player that we have in the cash game streets.
I just love his laugh.
It just gets me every time, even to this day.
It's more infectious than COVID. I don't even want a vaccine for it.
For his laughter.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Go ahead.
Would like to return you home. Don't want you kicked out of your own country.
Divorce, by the way, checking back and allowing the queen to present itself in an oh-so-welcome manner to this 10-9. Backdoor spades getting there. But Elton presumably going to feel pretty good about this one. 106 in the middle.
10 of spades in hand, yeah. Unblocking all of the pairs. Goes for a sizable river probe.
I suspect it's not long before 7-8 ends up in the muck, given this board.
One would think that this particular holding would hit the muck, but that river card. I'm struggling to think of bluffs. So yeah. 8-7 in the bin.
Intense glance over at Elton from Daniel, by the way, on the back end of that fold.
Because everyone thinks Elton's always at it. Sometimes he has a hand.
That's fair. And by the way, decent amount of the time he is at it.
Muchi muchi.
Do we have a direct translation for mochi mochi?
I'm assuming it means ace is in the big blind, please, dealer.
Ace-5 suited now for the Finn, Patrick Antonius.
24.
Raised to 24,000.
Shoots it up to 24K.
Fold.
Off of
Fold.
north of 30 bigs. King, queen on the button for Fedor, 68K.
Currently the shortest stack in the field. 5.5 bigs. It's an under the gun open. Suited, obviously, we're just fist bump getting it in. Fedor really thinking this one through.
5 seconds. Player all in.
Well, seldom does Fedor do anything at a poker table, if ever, without thorough thought. As his 68 does eventually make its way into the middle with 40% equity. A 3-2 dog in 166,000 chip pot, where his event 8 life hangs in the balance against Patrick. Ace-10-6, top pair for Antonius, the gutter and backdoor diamonds for Fedor.
Seems amused.
King adding outs to the 4 jacks. That would give him the straight. And there is the jack, as any paint would have done the trick.
16.
see it.
And Fedor doubles through. Just what you don't want to see if you're anybody but Fedor at this table.
13.5 bigs.
It's our
Honestly,
tournament.
Fedor
Huh?
It's our tournament.
with a
Our
deep
first
stack.
cash.
Oh yeah.
7 figures up
elevator.
top.
We're gonna make it.
Feel like you can take Fedor on 13.5 bigs over a handful of players.
Me, just say me.
No,
100
at like
bigs.
27 bigs. You know what I mean? Just
Or just me at 100 bigs. It's
Maybe
fine.
I should start it against Adrian.
wouldn't go so far as to say that.
You will know in a few minutes.
Mateus going to make Fedor wait. Find out about that King Deuce hand.
Yeah, squeeze every last ounce of anxiety out of
Didn't have a good feeling.
that spot for Fedor.
Raise.
Raise to 25,000.
Ace King here for Adrian.
Oh,
And pretty looking one on the button for Elton.
Short deck La.
Oh, yeah.
5 seconds.
Right, he's reaching for 3 betting chips.
70,000.
On the puck,
button. Yeah.
benefit.
Playing the rest of the hand in position. I don't know, man. I feel like I'd rather just see a flop with this one, Ali. So pretty. Plays well multi-way.
What are you paying for?
Is it going to be allowed to play at all? Here's the question. As Mateos jams, wagging his finger.
Not today.
Mm-hmm. Elton, of course,
Big man.
recognizing with the lights all the way on that Jack-10 suited. Not quite as cute.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to potentially seeing a flop there. Did take it upstairs. Obviously, results oriented on my part.
Look at Buldigan.
Thank you.
Did he just bow his head and thank the dealer on the push?
I would love, you know, let's get Elon Musk over here. Plant the chip. See what's going on in that brain.
Well, we are planting things of our own. A whole new world, in fact. It's coming, and your chance to get in on the action is right now. It's Triton Play, the new social poker game that's looking to revolutionize the way the world plays poker. And it's open for pre-registrations right now. Simply scan that QR code and start your journey. Triton Play. There's some really exciting things coming up. A stealth demo, a London giveaway, so much more. You don't want to miss out. Scan that code and reg today. I really would like for us to consider just having in the app Buldigan Cam. Winter Cam, just an isolated, perpetual opportunity to observe whether they're in a hand or not, what's going on in their world. That might be premium content. You might have to pay for that. We give you everything else for free. I think that's the stuff we can charge for. Put it behind the paywall.
Probably a blend of Oscar Wilde, Picasso, and Jim Carrey. It's kind of just really, you know what I mean.
Top pair queen kicker in both seats here as Vyacheslav kicked this one off pre.
45.
Sizable c-bet. 3/4 pot. Making things incredibly uncomfortable for Dvoris. With 2 cards to come. Note the SPR going to the turn would be around 1.
Dvoris mulling over how he would like to proceed from this point forward, as you mentioned. Little meteor on the sizing here. Some texture in the form of the 4 and the 6 of spades.
All in.
Dvoris going to check jam, and Buldigan makes the call.
Oh.
It's going to be a free roll for Dan.
Flush.
That's one way to avoid discomfort on the turn or river.
No more decisions. I think Dan just deciding a good enough portion of Buldigan's range could be dispensed with the check jam. Protect that queen 10. No spade on the turn meant no free roll realized, and to the carving station we go. You celebrate Thanksgiving, Henry?
I've celebrated it before. Byproduct of just being invited while stateside.
So you've more borne witness to others celebrating it and indulged in their celebration rather than actually embrace the spirit of the holiday.
No, I mean, I had to take part in
Were you thankful?
the traditions. Yeah, I was incredibly thankful, especially for the food.
I knew it.
The food was, yeah, it's good.
Fault.
The reason, by the way, I bring that up is you must be wondering.
Well, Black Friday the next day.
Once I said carving station, I suddenly thought about a nice turkey. I'm a bit hungry, if I'm being honest, right now.
Did you manage to grab food? You didn't, did you?
I did,
Okay.
but I'm still hungry.
Race.
Elton sang with an appetite for action. King 8 suited. Patrick still eating. Hasn't stopped since he arrived. If this poker thing doesn't work out, Patrick could create one of those South Korean YouTube channels where, you know, people just eat.
You would absolutely print money.
He would
I mean,
destroy
they're
the
huge.
industry.
They're absolutely insane how much money that some of those YouTubers make just by eating pho and fish cakes in front of a camera.
Is it like a weird,
ASMR fetish?
is it a little fetishy? Like, are people maybe in their skivvies when they watch that stuff?
You've always got to plant the seed, man.
I'm just saying, how can you possibly
but
be
you
that
know,
into that?
Just enjoy the fact that people enjoy food, okay?
They're enjoying a lot more than the food. It's always like some really attractive young person. I don't see any 70-year-olds in the mukbang streets.
Yeah, you do.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, you're in those streets.
No, I'm not
You
in those
dirt,
streets, dude. But
you dirt merchant.
come on, man.
2 checks here on the 10-9 deuce board. Elton, the peddler on this occasion, as his 25K open was defended against in both blinds. Knuckling back with dust, which suddenly becomes a gut shot straight draw on the turn. Gutter was always available to Mateos.
Yeah, I
At
think
6-7.
Forrest just has the clear give up here. It's interesting with Adri in the big. Now drawing to that gut shot where it would put a 4-liner on board. Maybe less inclined to bet, but 7 of hearts in hand. You never know with Mateos. Always capable of finding creative lines and bluffs. I love watching Elton play.
Oh, thank God that's what you said. I thought you were going to say mukbang. Is that where our paychecks are going? Right down the YouTube mukbang rabbit hole?
They're definitely not. They're going into real estate.
Considerably better investment.
Thank you.
Elton
There it is.
checks back, and the trouble card shows up.
The 6 card straight. Love to see it. Fedor did just say to Elton that it's their tournament. Apparently she had an elevator ride on the way down.
Oh. Look who's got ambitions here. The 6 high of divorce, not convinced that anyone's got a king, let alone an 8. And these soldiers won't be returning home.
I think it makes sense if you look at what the small blind flatting range looks like. It's going to contain a bunch of Broadway holdings. King 10, King Jack, King Queen.
Raise. Take it.
Down to 35.
King 9 suited.
Karim
King 9
Rebe.
Good read. That's why you're the best, huh? Which suit? Close, close.
Ah.
It was King 8, not King 9, but Elton indulging.
Same thing.
What was that about Kareem Rebbe?
Eliminated.
Ah.
Showered.
To be fair, the approach that Kareem takes is one that is bath heavy. Queen 8 suited for Fedor, who is fighting, trying to leverage his position and modesty of his stack to maybe look a lot stronger than he is here, as the true strength lies in front of Elton in terms of these two hands.
So that's 33 bigs. 13 effective against Fedor. Looks like he's going to click it, kind of. 2.5x. Allows him to isolate Fedor and then fold to aggression behind.
166.
Boss wants the landscape here with this ace-10 suited.
Yeah, would have loved to have gotten involved had it remained a single raise pot.
Yeah, avoids trouble by mucking off the 244,000. When you get under the gun and under the gun +1 open 3-bet, you know one of the two of those guys is supposed to have the goods.
Yeah, Fedor trying to get a cheeky one through. We've all been there.
Smile suggests that he's not afraid to own it as he folded to Elton. Wears a smile of his own.
Was out with the team playing basketball last night.
Didn't know
Loves
there
it.
was night ball that got played. I thought it was just a daytime exercise out here.
Yeah, well, it was the first time we had a bit of an early night. Everyone
it
was running over there around 9 p.m. Some tennis, some prop betting going on, as well as a couple of basketball matches.
Note Patrick's meal somehow never ends. You think he's bringing it up and re-chewing? Like, I know cows do that.
Is it just cows?
Perhaps there are other instances of this in the animal kingdom, but
I feel like there are several, especially with young cubs.
specifically bovine. Got multiple stomachs. I mean, when you're in a hurry, imagine just being able to sock it away, store it,
Call
bring
it
it
a
back
day.
up, chew, taste, send it back, ready for processing. Just saying, convenient, efficient. Divorce. An inefficient 9-7 suited. Cannot take the weight of the Boldigan jam here. Vyacheslav will pick one up.
I'm starting to think that maybe we just need an inside camera of your mind.
That's
the
a scary
stuff-
place.
The stuff that comes out of your mouth. And I know that it's tamed. You have learnt to tame the beast as best you can over the past, what, 25 years in the industry.
Not great at it.
Maybe not off air.
I don't understand how Patrick can always be eating.
I mean, do you think that he's just born with a physique like that? He's got a lot of maintenance.
Well, the man's a machine. Obviously, you got to put gas in a Ferrari. But
There we go.
at some point, the tank does reach capacity, does it
He
not?
just reminds me of Arnie so much. Arnie / Benjamin Button.
Boldigan on the button. Jack 10 offsuit and two-time Triton title winner on this short stack. Fedor Holtz will jam the ace-5 suited. Always felt like that might be the case. As Holtz yet to cash here in North Cyprus. 7 attempts. Had just 1 cash in Vietnam in 8 attempts. Here in his 16th
No chopping?
across the 2 stops, trying to notch just his 2nd cash.
He saved you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. Me saved you.
Yeah.
I saved you. Maybe I would have doubled.
Maybe, yeah.
Elton suggesting that Vyacheslav
Yeah.
opening the button and letting Fedor jam over the top is what sent him packing.
What did you have?
He would have given him a spin.
I have queen high.
Queen high. I thought king high maybe.
He's still chewing, Henry. How? Do you think he's trolling us because he's just watched the stream and so there's not actually
Jack
any
and
food
ten.
in there?
I don't think Patrick's ever
Queen 10 suited.
had the stream unmuted whilst we've been in the booth. If you were to ever watch a stream back.
24.
How many pieces of salmon did he house in Vietnam? I mean, just put a personal dent in the South China Sea. I don't think there's salmon out there.
No, you're looking more what? Norway?
Oh, Pacific Northwest, I thought. Is there salmon in Norway? Maybe there is.
Google some friend.
Fedor
54.
fishing for more pickups as Divorce. Again, opening and folding. Frustrating downturn for him. It's like a min-raise martingale. Just keep at it. Eventually, maybe it'll get through. Henry feverishly searching for evidence of salmon
Yeah, it's
in the
quite a
waters
lot.
of Scandinavia. Well,
The largest watercourse that holds Atlantic salmon is the Tanner River in Finnmark with over 372 miles.
did you say Finnmark?
Finnmark, yeah.
Is that like the combination of Finland and Denmark?
Maybe it is, I don't know.
But you said it as though you knew what it was.
No, I was just reading. It's a place in Norway.
Okay,
called
so it's called
Finnmark.
Finnmark, but it's in Norway?
Yeah, they're just messing with you, you know.
They are, that's true.
All three of them
Are
got
you sure
together.
that's even... Is that The Onion? What was your source for that?
www.visitnorway.com. It actually was. I'm not even trolling.
Oh. Visit Fedor.net here in the cutoff as he min raises. And Paul just might be booking a trip here with ace-8 suited.
A bit over 200.
This could be trouble, Ali. Late position open. In it goes.
Yep.
Oh, no.
The instant oh no issued as when you get snapped, the ace-8 starts to feel very weak in the knees. Good news for Paul is he does have the overcard to the 210s as they'll play for 440.
Yeah, 32% of the equity. Fedor on quite the spin, by the way. Not to jinx it.
Boss, by the way, has him covered ever so slightly. As slight is the way one can describe the equity for the ace-8 on this Jack-7 deuce board.
Yeah.
Oh! The broom riding from the booth continues as an ace of hearts on the turn leaves Fedor hunting one of two outs. And instead, it's a second ace on the river as Boss makes trips and sends Fedor's spin up careening back down to earth.
Yeah, that ace on the turn may be a theme developing here today against the big pocket pairs.
Yeah, it's been quite the savage concept. As we won't leave time
Nice hand, Sean.
to eulogize the departure of the young German.
What, the 8-9?
No,
I
no,
got trapped, man.
not that one.
I got trapped by my stack.
Not the other one.
I got punished. Punished for having.
Yeah, you did get punished.
You know what
Let's talk
Sean
about the other
Winter
one.
should
That was
do?
a good shove.
You know the site Cameo?
The
Where
site?
celebrities get on. It's like an app or something. And
Okay.
they'll sell like little video blurbs. You can pay such and such amount, and
I've never heard
Mr.
of
Wonderful
it.
from Shark Tank will say "Happy Birthday, Henry," things like that. You can actually get like a personalized
It's like
message.
AI generated?
No,
or-
no, no. It's the actual people.
So it's not deep fake or anything
No,
like that? Wow, okay.
Sean should get on there and just offer personalized messages to people. Initially, I was going to say he should deliver eulogies, and there might be some unfortunate futures for this ace-jack suited as Punsry wakes up to 2 jacks and 3 bets it. I wouldn't mind Sean Winter delivering my eulogy. We don't even know each other that well, but I'm in.
He's very quickly become one of my favorite players to call the action on. Seems like a very fun, down-to-earth kind of guy.
I don't even need to call the action. I just want to watch and listen. Forget talking. Let him do it. As Artur, action folded back around to him. The under-the-gun razor and the man directly to his left. We talked about this exact scenario. Generally being tethered to 2 real hands, as it is on this occasion with Martirosian defending. 170K in the middle. Punsry with 259 back. Oh my
What
word.
is going on
Mike,
today?
did I pick the wrong person to underbluff?
Nuts you very much on the king high all heart board. True romance for Artur.
I might have. He might be an overfolder.
Artur has just come out swinging today. The aces of Nicky P to fold
I don't know, I haven't played
incorrectly.
with him much.
And rivered the nut flush against Brian Kim, and now 3-bet pot.
I'm usually over
+1
calling
for
versus
UTG. I mean,
incorrectly.
Fourth in chips overall coming into this hand.
That's different than choosing the bluff or not, though.
monotone board, Panat continuing small and wide.
He did a very sick thing versus me. I knew I had a fold, but he had this pulse thing going on. And I hate pulses, because like, you can have the nuts or nothing, it doesn't mean shit. But I know he doesn't drink coffee, so I called.
To the turn we go.
And he had it.
It could still be the nuts or nothing, by your logic.
Yeah,
Coffee
but
or
it's
no coffee.
usually because you had caffeine, it starts going.
Once we're gonna double check. Jack of Hearts is currently
Are you
busy.
Yeah.
And tethered to the Ace of Hearts in Artur's hand for the nuts.
He didn't have nuts though. In his mind, he had nuts.
Yeah.
140K
All
barrel.
relative, right? Doesn't have to be the absolute nuts. As long as you
It
make
was just
Already
basically
shot at
the
this
dumbest
one.
way to bust a tournament. And the buy-in happened to be 300K.
Oops.
It's a pretty dumb way to bust.
Maybe if that was the only logic that you use.
No follow-up act on the turn as his check back brings the 9 of spades. Not the kind of card that's going to allow the jacks to see the exit if they sense that they were good prior to this street.
Yeah, undercard to the jacks. Obviously, the hands like 7s, 8s with a heart. Bricking shouldn't be too much offsuit Broadway stuff for Artur. So we can eliminate hands like King Jack, King Queen with a heart. Even hands like Ace 10, Ace Jack, O with the Ace of Hearts, which we block pretty heavily. Maybe Ace Queen.
Yeah, you never win.
All you can eat.
Could have just gone for it.
Sub 1 SPR 219, and Punsry did not want to see that. Click, call, go home. Fold and live to fight.
I mean, it's Artur, man.
He's got that big stack. There's going to be a little bit of bullying perceived to be going on with some frequency.
There's been a lot of it today already. That first hand of the day. Getting Nicky P to lay down aces now. Again, is he turning a hand like 7s, 8s into a bluff with one heart? I don't know. Doesn't feel like a spot where he has too much offsuit stuff, but he has polarized, obviously, by going for all of it. Would he jam a hand like King Queen suited? Top pair Queen kicker? Maybe.
All of that going to be taken into consideration as
You got me to
Not-
fold my ace high. I'm
looking to gain
There you
anything
go.
he can off of
I
that
had equity.
stoic
Not
affect
just in there with the
on the Russian.
cornet.
That's, yeah.
This is a really grim spot.
5 seconds.
All those
That
3 low
just
cards
says
are scary
sixes.
against jam. Probably just has...
Especially when he opens under the gun
Exactly.
in a WPT.
Exactly.
Doesn't bode well for his future to be speculating. Weighting those speculations toward hands the Jacks beat more so than the ones that beat them.
Yeah, I've definitely found myself in that spot before. Start counting out combos that I can beat, but ultimately, Ali finding the fold.
Just once I'd love to see someone reach right over, grab the hand that's been mucked that we just folded to, and just flip it face up or just look at it and then just put it down into the muck. See how we approach that situation. Luca might have his hands full with that one.
Well, if I ever flick in a Triton, I promise, for your sake, I'll do it.
They all heard it, Henry. What if it's like a one-round penalty?
Do you think, like, if someone just clips this, and then I show it to Luca, compliment him on his shoes?
Yeah, you think he's just going to give you a pass? That's not how it works. Blinds up to 10 and 15,000 here as the Artur Martirosyan show rages on. A 2-1 chip lead over the arrival of Michael Adamo at 42
We have
bigs.
to call it off if you do.
Have you had a dessert today?
The only thing I've eaten today is a banana.
Okay, so it's a medium feeling then.
Had some Turkish tea as well. It was a good fold.
I got scared.
Bonomo running on Turkish tea and an anner.
Fasting in the morning, GTO.
I've got a different theory.
Well, that's why they're out there.
Yeah, no kidding. And on the topic of out there is where
7, 8
Bonomo
off.
stack
I didn't say it was going to be a big hand. I said I had good feeling that like winning.
was delivered.
You don't need a big hand. to
Cool.
win.
Check the tape.
I think Justin's taken a liking to Sean as well.
I mean, does it surprise you? You know, this guy is just...
It was a very playable.
Thank you.
Thanks.
But I don't think Bonomo's got a reputation for being a guy who indulges in, you know, a lot of banter when he's out there operating. You know, I'm not saying that he's, you know, mute.
I
But-
can agree with you inside of you on that one, and it's interesting because I had similar thoughts the other day. I wasn't sure whether it was just like a one-off kind of engaging in a single conversation, but certainly seems much more chatty here at Triton Super High Roller Series, and maybe that just being a byproduct of the environment he finds himself in.
Sure, but just add winter. And, you know, it boils over a little bit in a good way. As we find action at the other feature. King, Jack, 7. Top pair for boss. Mateos will check fold to the 30K follow through.
Difficult. Yeah, good.
So we've got Soiser now over here. And Linus Love for the fans.
I mean, the man's closet is just going to be a dizzying array of designer button-downs.
Well, you say designer button-downs. In Vietnam, they kept a couple of local tailors busy for the week. I mean, the whole crew, all of the boys, stocked up on silk shirts,
They're good for me.
Yeah?
custom, yeah, like 50, 60 bucks a piece. They just couldn't miss out on the value. The quality is still fantastic. And
Wow. Think about the number of villages that these guys supported just on shirt purchases alone. I'm just saying. 60 bucks.
I thought you were going to go the other way.
Wasn't that like 9 billion dong? I
was
can't remember the
thinking
exchange
more-
rate.
Think of all the Versace boutiques that had to close down due to the lack of Linus and the boys.
Listen, people are lining up outside of those boutiques these days for a chance to get in and punt. They're going to be doing just fine. Just look at that. You think this is a Vietnam special?
You know what? It gives me Vietnamese special vibes.
It looks like if you put a tiger and a poppy flower into a food processor with some buttons and a collar.
I feel like I'm going to bump into him in Monaco trying to sell and pass off fake watches. That's the vibe he's giving me.
I'd buy one.
Jacks. Patrick obviously priced in.
One overcard, two, the jacks, the 10 of hearts, and the ace of hearts coming together to form the flush draw as Antonius has plenty of equity against Dvoris's last stand. Turn card dwindles that figure. 3-1 favorite with one to come is Dvoris. Can he hold on and stick around? No. And the short stacks continue to perform so poorly when all in here.
Yeah, I mean, we've lost almost 20 players just 2 levels into the day. Losing the Ox. We'll take the day off. I'm sure the boys will be playing some tennis, basketball later on. Getting in some sunlight before the 200k Lux on Pay Invitational. They'll obviously be there at the party tonight for the seat drawing. GG's for us. I've got it. I've got the Lucali.
Yeah, yeah.
I go to the well with arms dealer so often that I can't do it this time.
What's that?
They squash.
Moroccan camel dealer.
Before that?
Comes up to you in a coffee shop. You see it. Look at the
Stolen
bracelet.
camels, though, right?
Of
Like,
course.
this isn't like a legitimate operation.
Of course.
My friend, come here.
Wow, you guys
You want to buy a yacht?
Listen, you look like man who needs camel. Huh?
You are like walking cops.
I love Linus.
How many camel you need?
The problem is after session,
I would buy a camel from Linus. Just saying.
maybe they sleep 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning.
Back to the action. Linus always sidetracking us.
Why Moroccan?
Well, I was thinking, like, what is close to the shoreline of, like, you know.
Ah, like a beachy.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
giving me, like, the beachy vibes.
Well, it's giving him.
You're at a
Little-
resort, drinking coffee, and Linus pops up.
So is it with middle pair vibes here on the King Queen 6 board. Defended as big against Patrick. Hijack opener with the ace-8 suited, following through for 25.
Yeah, as expected from Patrick. A lot of good things can happen across turn and river. One of the great things can be just picking up the pot right here, right now. Should very rarely get check raised and picks up equity, of course, on a Jack 10 club. Overcard to the board. 1-3-5 out there. 3-6-6 behind.
Third queen. A welcome development for Soiza.
This is a kind of fun one now for Patrick, should he ultimately face the probe, which, given that it went check-check, you'd expect to see Soy's a barrel. It's a meaty one.
When there's a pair on board, these ace-highs can be considerably more curious than in other scenarios, but Patrick
Not
felt
today.
like he knew exactly where he wanted to go with that one.
He's had enough protein, didn't need more meat.
I'll take the under on enough. You think that's the last time we're going to pan over and
No,
find that
no,
man
no.
chewing
I'm
in
saying for the
afternoon?
next 90 minutes. Try that again in an hour and a half's time. Get snapped off.
You know intermittent fasting, right? What's the inverse of that? I feel like Patrick does intermittent eating. There's like 2 hours of the day where he refuses. Basically during the hours of sleep. And then the rest of the time, fair game. Continuously. You know how people who play the trumpet will breathe and like inhale, exhale, circular at the same time? I feel like Patrick might have one of those, like he's eating, he's also processing, evacuating, like it's all happening in like a continuous loop. No?
No. No, don't see it.
Linus, 2 humps, 30,000. So is it going to call? $15 for a shot at 90. But is Jack 5 offsuit enough?
I feel like if it was Jack 6 for the memes, Elton would do it. See the bounty game from
You stop it.
Short deck.
the short deck.
Yep.
Cash games they play.
Jack 4, also a recent hand of choice. Ace, Queen, Deuce, Rainbow. Second pair for Lolliger. Don't sleep on the pearl bracelet, in case you had. Pinky ring as well. Max flavor.
Honestly, the guy is just, I mean,
Pimpin'.
yeah. Straight pimpin'.
Owns it too, man, as he takes this one down. You know, like, if you put me in that getup, I would just look so desperate, like Night at the Roxbury, you know, just a thirsty.
We would show you the door immediately. We'd send you back to your room.
I would look like I smelled bad.
What does that look like?
Me in that outfit. But Linus, that's a man you can get close to and take a sniff. Like that, he just looks fresh to death. How does he pull it? What is it? What are we missing?
I don't know, man. It's just Linus.
The swaggiest.
I mean, there's so many titles. Could be an expensive watch salesman, a beach club owner,
This is kind of a
a yacht rental.
no, not in the rental game.
What, renting out like
Sales.
super yachts?
Yeah, I could see that.
Insider trading, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see some white collar crime. All of it fits. Over the top of the lenses. Goes Boss with the 10-9 off.
Yeah, the two teammates. The Luxon Pay Invitational. Of course, Bossman Paul. Invited Soiser.
No team play in these streets. As Soiza so fortunate to hit the 8. Dominated. Boss checks it over to him. 31 runners left here in event number 8, the 75K 8 max. Halfway point of this Triton Super High Roller Series in North Cyprus. As Soiza barrels should bring fairly abrupt close to this one, barring shenanigans.
Definitely
No
expecting
more
the
Mali.
pace.
Normally float like a butterfly.
Wanted to do the old backdoor Bangkok with the 10-9 wrapped around the 8.
I'm sorry, Henry, the backdoor Bangkok?
The backdoor Bangkok, yeah.
This is a poker move.
When you get home, give Joey Ingram a call. He'll fill you in. I'll let you experience it through him.
I'll let you call Joe.
We're definitely getting down to the slower part of the tournament now. Obviously, with the 18 or so eliminations that we've had so far today, the average stack now 37 bigs. UK's Ben Heath, pole position as things stand. Savannah still playing around the same amount of chips that he started the day with. Arthur and Makita, the only other two with north of 1 million. Darth Vader's in the mix.
Ace tray. Not piquing Arthur's interests. Hard 8 for Punsri. Who's had a hard day at the office, had to bin the 2 jacks. Kept himself alive as a result, though.
12 bigs from the hijack.
Shortest stack in the room.
Finds the all-in.
No takers. Punsri's so stylish, Henry. I know we're going to the wardrobe well a bit, but it does look like he is kind of wearing incarceration chic there a little bit. What is, what was Winter? Was that just channeling the sun god Ra? What is happening out here?
What's happening in the booth, mate? I mean, I feel like whatever we had this morning, that pre-show warm-up, really sparked something.
I can actually tell you what it is.
Well, let's see what Adamo tells us.
We already know. Raise it up. Vogelsang. Good night. Into the hoodie he goes. Ace 10 suited.
Yeah, 20 big blinds rejam spot against Adamo. I mean, feels like good night. Maybe an on all-in 3-bet to like 5 bigs. Could also work. How about cool?
Sparing himself potential issues courtesy of the flat call as another ace pops up for Winter in the small blind. And could a cold wind be blown across this pot?
Oh, 3 premium aces. I mean, strong aces here.
Merit to the squeeze with Vogel's flat?
Certainly opens the door for it. Given the additional dead money. There's 100K out there. If we get it through, we increase our stack by more than 25%.
5 seconds. 140.
As we suspected might be the case, Sean Winter understandably 3-betting to 140,000. This Queen Jack suited becoming a much easier decision for Dylan Lindy.
Such a disappointing development for the Queen Jack suited in the Ace 10.
And a good development for Vogelsang in terms of the ability to get away.
Well.
5 seconds. All in.
There's the jam. Now Christoph avoids an awful spot. We can't say the same for Sean Winter, whose whole stack
Or ace jack.
King.
is in there.
Already marked. Yeah, I mean, Vogelsang avoiding it. Sean unable to from the small. See if that Sun God Ra you were talking about could make an appearance here.
For now, it feels like a frosty spot for the ace-queen. And on the all-spade ace-king board.
2 game shot.
The nastiness is complete. Draw's dead. Will be missed.
He really will. I've loved
400, right?
calling the action on Sean this past week. How about the Dominator, though?
Just thinking the same thing.
Someone who arrived to the party late. Now playing a very healthy 900k stack, thereabouts. What's that, 60 bigs? It's been a while since Madrid. Bang on a year since those 2 titles. Looking to add a third in this 75k.
With that,
Everything's turning out set.
we are down to 29 runners. Henry, Seth Davies, shortest stack in the room, Bonomo. Couple clicks in front of him, level with Punat Punsri. As Ben Heath currently sits on the chip lead, shy of 1.5 million, and Santosh Suvarna, chip leader coming in on the day, vacated the spot for a good bit. Currently in second, just 2 bigs behind Heath. Artur, third overall, King Jack suited up front. Min raise and take it, sir. Little spasiba for the field there.
About 10, 15 minutes left on the clock for this level. 3 levels into the day. Lost 20 of the 49.
In short order, Henry.
Yeah.
I mean, every time the shorty was all in, it felt like showers.
I mean, it wasn't just the shorties as well. I mean, I was looking at
Right.
the outer tables very early on. I want to say level 1 of the day. Ben Heath and Dan Smith played like a 1.3 million chip pot. 4-bet jam from Smith with ace-5 suited, cut off the button, I believe. Again, you can check out all the hand histories over on the Triton Poker Plus app. So yeah, even looking, you know, average stack of 40 big blinds, we're looking at 29 players left. It wouldn't surprise me to see us lose more. Something in the air. Maybe it's that 200k seat draw. Some aggression. And aggressive lines. There's also just been some coolers.
Davies jamming over the top of Adamo's open. And the ace-5 suited. Can't take that heat. Every one of those pots, such a welcome development for Davies. Just shy of 5 million in career Triton earnings across 13 caches, only one of which have come so far in 7 attempts here in North Cyprus. That was a 12th place finish in the 30K mystery bounty. We discussed the sort of corner turning Nick Petrangelo stop out in Vietnam. Davies, a man who knows that feeling. Turned his corner back in Madrid after a big dry spell and has had a robust run for the most part since then. Fairly lean thus far, halfway through here. Bonomo taking his time before deciding. In it mostly goes.
We're just running things through in his mind. 11.5 bigs. Feels close, but
Queen 9 off.
Close enough for him to think. I think it is a fold. Seems to agree.
Well, Davies and Bonomo both need every bit of help that they can get, given their current plights at the bottom of the leaderboard, which is 29 strong. 13 will be paid. Min cash, 131,000. Up top, 1.735 million. If you're joining us on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch or YouTube, pleased to have you with us. Go ahead and click that like button. Click subscribe. It's just one mouse move, one button click, but it does oh so much in terms of allowing us to continue to bring you the best in streaming poker entertainment. Now Dylan Lindy, who's fresh off of a motion capture session rather, it would appear.
Yeah, of course, to the viewers at home, would like to reach out to the HR department, tritonpokerhr@gmail.com. Ali will be responding personally.
Not in a sympathetic manner, mind you,
To
so
all of those.
don't expect those grievances are going to be met with much
Yeah, these are stacked.
compassion.
So I started
Certainly
with,
rustled some jimmies
like
today.
470.
I respect it. It's the only way for us to stay sane. Talking at each other for 16 days straight. I mean,
A dominator gonna defend. And he's going to outflop Lindy in a major way here. Second pair and the nut flush draw for dessert. All well ahead of these two fours. Obviously, as the pre-flop raiser, we feel compelled to represent this range from time to time, Henry, but the fours are just going nowhere. Maybe this is the one swing we take.
yeah, I mean, pocket fours. Okay, underpair to the board, right? But against the big blind range and the hijack open, Dylan just has such a massive nut advantage and range advantage on this board texture. Interesting to see how it develops on non-diamond turns. As Dylan does have a hand that might want to go blasting.
Well, it would be poorly served to do so, as Adamo called the 50K. Now has trip kings.
And what a field this is lining up to be. Return of the Dominator, Ben Heath, Linus, Makita playing a very healthy stack as well. 185 in the middle. I like a... Yeah, he's going to check behind once he gets called on that board. Board pairing
Counterfeited.
turn card.
Kind of a pesky river because you could see Lindy have some ace-x and play it this way. Which, of course, would leave kings full in a bad way.
Yeah, definitely going to have some ace-x that pot control turn. Well, Damo then. Opting to go into check call mode. Invite the bluffs from hands like 4s through 9s.
Will the
10x.
invitation be accepted, though, is what remains to be seen. As Lindy in a precarious spot.
Yeah, the question is what sizing as well. Turn goes check, check. You'll check 2 on all 3 streets if you had an ace. What size would you go for?
$95,000.
Half pot seems to be the size he wants to come with.
Hard swallow there from Adamo as Lindy dressed for a robbery. Currently trying to pull one off. A little heist in progress.
Daylight. In broad daylight.
Are there worlds in which King's Fold can find the muck?
Don't think
Got our
he's
answer.
played.
You think maybe a little bit bigger sizing? Is there a world in which Dylan Lindy can get a fold out of Adamo is my question with the chips that he had back?
I don't think so. I mean, what, you're going to go for all of it? Why would you go for all of it?
Good
2x
question.
pot jam.
So then
Like,
maybe most of it? I
but
don't know.
even still, like, you're trying to extract value, right?
Yeah, fair. So an unfortunate spot there for Lindy, but good fortunes can be found on Poker Stake. Today's event brought to you by them, the official staking partner of Triton, an ultimate platform for staking and professional poker players around the globe. No fees on purchases. They're the go-to spot for anybody looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. Check them out at pokerstake.com now and stake your champion. Personally, my favorite thing about Poker Stake is the fact that all winnings are guaranteed. Not every staking platform can say that, as we send it over to our other feature table where we find Malaysia's Michael Soiza, APT co-owner with Victor Chong, who joined us in Vietnam.
What a run he had.
Henry services that tour, as well as Triton with his talents. Recently heading up to Taipei.
That's a strong word choice there, Ali. Talent, but, you know, I'm in the mix.
How do you think we felt about the hire?
Well, I mean, looking at the roster that they had in place,
90.
didn't really question it at all.
Shots fired. And you're not the only one, Henry, as boss ace-10 offsuit, 3 scooping. You touched on the fact that they are partners in the Luxor Pay Invitational, and they really have played a tremendous amount with one another. So every time they get involved in these clashes, there's a lot of context to be considered.
There's just so much respect for each other's game. And, yeah, like we've mentioned before, no friends in poker, of course.
And the development on this Queen-Queen 10 board after Soiza chose to come along is boss with queens and 10s ace kicker. Soiza with the open ender and backdoor clubs.
I should add, at the table. Definitely friends in poker. Back to the action. It's like a small bet. 15% pot.
What do these sizings do in terms of your perception?
Honestly, it's something that I'm seeing for like the first time this series. I think there was some of it in Vietnam. And I think it just gives us more space to navigate. But certainly not something that I've spoken, you know, in detail with greater minds than mine about, but certainly something I'm keen to learn more about, because more often than not I feel like it just leads to really dicey situations where people are peeling because of the price they're being laid in position, and all of a sudden these kind of medium strength hands allow the door to be opened in terms of being outplayed. As Switzer picks up additional equity on the turn.
Yeah, a turn in which Paul does not barrel again.
Might be one that wants to mix here. King High doesn't really have much showdown, can fold out better. I mean, it has some showdown, but Paul shouldn't really be 3-betting much with worse. Has the nice suits to do it with as well, blocking Queen Jack, King Jack suited. Sorry, Queen Jack, King Queen suited. Words, Henry.
So the 90 does get called as another 180 slides into the middle. Soiza with the semi-bluff. Now he hits the king on the river to make the best hand.
Well, it does have the check mark, but
Scary. I think maybe I get
yeah, felt like it. It's like river showdown. Obviously losing to Ace Queen, Ace King, Aces.
I got super flush draw. Open-ended flush draw on the turn. Yeah.
So a laugh shared by the two friends as Paul ends up on the wrong end of that one. Slipping down to 21 big blinds as Soiza presides over the chip lead.
Came in second in chips, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Had a bit of a rough start, big pot against Nacho Barbero, but back up to 740.
Yeah, not the overall chip leader. Of course, as mentioned moments ago, Benjamin Heath, who is now up to 1.7 plus. Santosh Suvarna, chip leader coming into the day, currently sitting in second. 5 total 7-figure stacks. Mikita Badziakuski, guy who is yet to notch a cash here in North Cyprus in the hunt. Well, Henry, just getting our feet wet here on day 2, it feels like, but a lot of the shorties gone.
Yeah, they're gone, and we may be gone, believe. Maybe getting deported after this break, but who knows? Yeah, action-packed day in the booth and on the felt. It's been a ton of fun, and closing in on the big payouts here.
I wouldn't go booking any flights. There's still work to do as we are halfway home here in this Triton 2023 Super High Roller Series. As we go to the break, we'll leave you with yet another one of our GTO Wizard quizzes. Stay close.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You're playing a heads-up pot as the low jack against the big blind. You put in a small c-bet and face a check raise. What are your pot odds facing this raise? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
crushed a whole market.
So many players. This is a crazy.
It's a dude.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record. Welcome to the World Series of Poker.
The biggest poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump. No way!
I'm blocking hearts, obviously blocking Jack 10. See if Nicky P. I mean, it's so easy for us, Ali. We're here in the booth. We see the two black aces. You're up against an aggressive opponent, but you're out there under the bright lights.
Is it busted hearts that we're really just considering as the range that we beat?
Busted hearts. 7-5 gets there, 10-7 gets there. Some of the potential check raises.
10 Jack Queen X. 6 is full. Not sure whether or not that approaches the matter in this fashion, but sure feels like there's a lot more on the we're beat side of the spreadsheet than things we do beat.
No heart in hand. Not often you see one of the world's best, Nick Pietrangelo, put deep in the tank. Hand 1 of day 2.
How much do you think that just this is my first hand? It shouldn't be a consideration at all, right? That's an irrelevant thing. But subconsciously, you're kind of like, man, I just got here.
Exactly. It shouldn't be, but we're all human. As much as we like to look at these elites as, you know, not emotional, robotic sometimes. They've got emotions, and yeah, you know, you've just strolled in, sit down, aces first hand, and potentially going to be showered. We can see he's got the goods this time, but Nick, that is, of course. If we fold, we're down to 12 bigs.
Show the 7-8.
Oh, that was a real exchange between Pietrangelo and the dealer there, as it almost felt like he was maybe not sure he wanted to put the aces in the bin, but Martirosyan
7 with a heart.
bullying Nicky P.
Wow. Put that one in your highlight. How about it?
Still kind of dumb.
Demoralizing start to the day.
Yeah, especially when he sees that one back. You been there before, Ali, where you're deep in the tank and your opponent just tornadoes a bluff into your face? Obviously not the case this time. Martirosyan, classy, just mucking his hand, but...
I'll tell you what, last night, for the first time, I went over and got with some of the Merit staff who, in between Triton festivals, I come out and do some work for, and they always, during their festivals, they're running a cash game festival right now, side by side with our Triton Super High Roller Series. A little, you know, staff game that they play. Oh, 5-5, no limit. I'm not a no limit player. On a double paired board, I backdoored an ace high flush. Flop and turn were both checked multi-way, and then when I barreled, thinking nobody's got a full house, I got raised on the river. And it was exactly what you described, that moment where I was in the tank and I was like, did you really check 2 streets on the button in a 4-way pot with, you know, trips, or,
yeah,
you know, or did you really check even the turn with whatever that undercard was to the tens? And eventually I decided, no, you weren't. I called and the guy said ace high. Took the pot. Felt good. But on this occasion, obviously, a different decision for Pietrangelo as we turn our attention back to one developing here. 82,000 in the middle. Martirosyan back at it. Ace 5 suited, nut flush draw up against Brian Kim. The opener under the gun. Backdoor diamonds and an open ender. Following through for 22K, which Artur is going to flat.
Yeah, don't like using the word always, but feels like just a clear call from the small blind against an undergun open.
Clear improvement for Brian Kim on the turn as he picks up that diamond draw. Still just queen high, though. Artur making 5s.
Betting lead for Brian. It's a sizable range advantage and nut advantage on this board. Maybe one that he now wants to check back, given that he's picked up the backdoor diamonds. But again, shouldn't really be raised that often on this board, and also deep enough
70
to withstand heat. So a lot of good things can happen when we continue here.
As he has for 70K.
Fold Got out 6s through 9s. Maybe some 10x. A couple of really dangerous cards. The river Ace of Diamonds would be giving Artur 2 pair. 9 of Hearts would obviously give Brian the straight that he's looking for, but Artur the nut flush. What a sizable pot, Ali.
244 after the call. Did you just do what I think you did? I almost wanted to say, don't you do it. But then I thought, what's the likelihood that one of those 2 exact cards rolls off? And there is the disastrous 9 of Hearts, which gives Kim the king high straight, as you mentioned. But of course, Artur with the nuts.
Brutal.
You checking or betting if you're in that seat now?
Well, this is where it gets really interesting, right? Because Brian betting flop and turn, I don't think he has as many flush draws as Artur, and you can see Artur just going to go for the jugular, take control of the betting lead, doesn't want Brian to check back on this perceived scare card. Comes with close to pot.
None of that lost on Brian. Much like the arrival of a 3rd heart. Not off his radar here. As he made this nut straight. Makes the call and gets shown the flush.
Oh, what a start to the day for that man. Gets aces to fold. Holding just king high. You know, you defend big, play a single raise pot, all of a sudden going to the turn. Your stack's at risk. Potential stack at risk here, Ali.
Pocket 9s for Jason. Let's go sailing.
Good luck all in.
Will the seas be rough or kind? Well, Devoris certainly rates to be of the kind variety. If he were to be a customer here.
These guys are fresh today, courtesy of the early night last night. Prepared for the long day ahead as
Double D going to issue protection to the 2 9s by jamming. Oh, no.
this really has been the tournament, Ali. I mean, case in point yesterday, aces against kings twice, aces against jacks. We were playing 200, 300 big blind pots. Obviously not possible now, given the average stack, but just insane setups.
Mochi mochi.
Look at Elton. He's going to hardly believe his eyes.
Oh, shit. Can you both have ace king? That'd be awesome.
I cannot. Mochi mochi, I always get it.
Can you both have aces?
I always start doing that when I'm peeling from the big.
Mochi mochi?
Mochi mochi.
Oh, actually, I feel so much better about now.
I was thinking you had 8s. I was like, oh my god, this is so good. And then Elton said, okay.
So Devoris
Maybe lucky. Splash wound
has
for
the
you
field
guys. Maybe I'll
covered.
get lucky.
Going to play for 148 on the side, 6s against aces, and then Kuhn in for that 351K main. Are the set miners going to come up with any rare minerals? No.
Not even back doors or straight draws. Or
If that's working, I don't know.
Have you ever seen Caddyshack? Probably not. It's a very funny American golf movie, like an old one. It's really good.
Well, nothing funny about this spot here for Kuhn, as he's got just 2 outs to stay alive, and that's.
I'm good. I held. Holy cow. Holy.
You have 200.
I won it all.
So an early finish
I should have just
for Jason Kuhn, who
2-1 there.
isn't going to be picking up Ivan Leal Player of the Year award points.
Ace
Flush.
10 suited or something.
First casualty that we've seen.
yeah, I was playing around.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 8, our 75,000 No Limit Hold'em. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series rolling on. Randy, not sure what you got up to this morning, but if it didn't involve soaking up the stream, then you didn't see a lot of the violence. All of the short stacks virtually, and some of the medium stacks being cut out of the field. As we started with 49, currently we sit with 29 runners, 13 of whom will be paid. The payouts, 1.735 up top, and at the bottom we've got 131,000. Quick peek there at the Triton Poker Plus app. Couple of new feature tables on our hands, Randy, and as you look out at that blue table and that red table, the year of the Nacho showing up, such an entertaining presence out there. Laszlo Boitas, a late comer to the festival, also in the mix. Anything else jumping off the page at you?
You know, on the featured blue table, it's just that I see that Makita got a 1.1 million chip stack. You know, he's been talking about how Jason's got that edge on him on the most trophies, and surely he would want to take down a title here in this prestigious 75K event. Yeah, let's not sleep on Dan Smith, of course, who's got 1.2 million himself. Turning our attention then to the red table, where we find Santosh 2.0, Suvarna, who came in as the chip leader on the day, currently sitting second. Going to be our first chance to watch him operate. But how about Ferdinand Putra suddenly coming out of left field out there right now? Just 15 bigs, 305,000 for him. Well, you know, the larger buy-ins, you expect to see Putra show up, and he's playing these games. And, you know, 75K definitely in his comfort zone, you know, small enough for him to play. You know, and it's good to see some of these VIPs come out, but I think he's definitely can hold his own against these players. It's almost like a bit of a warm-up for the VIPs that have shown up to play the Luxon Pay Invitational, which will get underway tomorrow. Going to be the draw party later on tonight as this one wraps up. Shake the cobwebs off, get the rust out of there, and then focus up as that 200K buy-in is the most serious on the docket. Lines at 10 and 20,000. Dan Smith, as mentioned, the big stack, blue table. Badziakuski not far behind. Then Ben Heath, overall chip leader, will be the mayor on the red table. There is Nacho Barbero. Folded around to the small blind of Orpin Kisichkolu, two-time Triton title winner. Ace Deuce is always pretty tricky with 21 big blinds, BVB. Gonna just come out opening. Pretty hand, 8-7 of hearts in the big blind. It's been a bit of a dry spell here for Orpin since finishing 10th in event 1.
4-4 testing.
1 for 7 in total. This is 8th event. Greenwood, suited connector, going to defend from the big blind. Deeper of the two stacks. Bottom pair backdoor clubs for Orpin. Well in front of Greenwood. Should be a simple bet and takedown unless Orpin wants to slow down. Lot to fight for. It's important for him, this 140K in the middle. Bet, take it. As the ice mochas have arrived in the booth, Randy. They brought the coasters this time too. They know your orders now. Yeah. The glass a little bit different this time. Yeah, I feel like we got the kids menu. Where's the big block of chocolate that was sticking out of it? It might be in there. I'm just saying, I wasn't gonna leave you caffeine free. Plastic on the straw still. Coming in here. Well, you don't want the plastic off the straw, Randy. Then you gotta have some real weird questions. Matthias Eibinger. Not going to miss him. In that bright orange hoodie. Dan Smith hooded up.
Tricky stack sizes, 20 big blinds to start things off. A lot of flatting with this type of hand in position. There are some 3-bet all-ins occasionally. Reasonable candidate to do so with. Yeah, we'll push it into aces, unfortunately.
Yeah. Orpin maybe sensing that Nacho was in the hijack, up to some funny business. And there's not going to be any laughter on the back end of being shown these two aces. The good news for Orpin, of course, is that he has Nacho covered. The bad news is he's got just 20% equity. 4-1 dog. And it's looking good for Nacho. King 6 board. Wait a minute. Gutter for Orpin. Gotta fade the queen. Chris Brewer nodding his head as if to say, I know. It's never easy. But on this occasion,
you have more.
Yeah, you have
it
more.
isn't hard.
Yeah.
I have 425.
Okay.
Open.
405.
Oh, sorry. 405. 100 more.
Yep.
Count it down, and this is going to be a devastating blow.
It was not like,
Ready to Orpin stack.
I'm sorry you had to sweat it, man.
115K he's got. What do we got over here? 30? 2 sevens?
Indeed. Member of the Indonesian delegation. Putra. Min-raise open.
Ooh, a pair of tens.
I started with 300.
Thanks.
305.
Not just any tens. Tens in front of the overall tournament chip leader who can well afford to collide with you.
Yeah, and 2 tens willing to put it in against a 15 big blind open.
110.
3 bets. Santosh, by the way, kind of in a good spot in terms of being directly to the left of Ben Heath as the second overall in chips right now.
Of course. Just a really tricky spot here for 2 sevens. 15 blinds. It's a hand capable of getting it in. Sometimes you'll lay this down. It sucks because you're the big blind next. Big blind ante and small blind incoming. Perhaps maybe occasionally we come in for call and just look for some non-ace king boards and willing to commit. Looks like we'll come in for call.
Yeah, Putra tends to agree here as a quarter of his remaining stack, roughly, invested in a peak at 9-5 tray. I don't know if this is the one that's going to let Putra get away.
No, if you call a 3-bet here of 2 sevens, you're looking to commit on these type of boards, and he slides them all in, and it's just disaster.
Jam, call, pray. 660 in the middle. As Putra tries to avoid elimination. Just 2 outs for the time being, and it stays that way as he's unable to pick up outs to a straight. And unable to pick up a 7. GG's issued. And that's going to be all she wrote for Putra. The first casualty on the back end of the break. And Ben Heath continues to compile chips.
So the warm-up is now complete for Putra.
You better hope he's warm now, huh? Heath, by the way, still hunting his first Triton title, $3.5 million in earnings across 9 caches for the Brit. who has come up empty thus far here in North Cyprus, Randy. 0 for 5. 0 for his last 8, extending back to the final 3 events he played in Vietnam, where he had a couple of cashes. Putting some real runway between himself and Suvarna. Obviously, stage is somewhat set for him to work his way to a final table, but plenty of time between now and then, as Platonov will be the shorty.
Hello.
King for Henrik Hecklin. HH opens 40,000.
HH, okay.
See what I did there?
Mm-hmm. How about this? JJ with AK. Did that get you to chuckle, Ollie?
It worked out nicely. But unfortunately for Jaffe, it is not set up to work out that nicely. For him, as he jams into Hecklin. Snap call inbound. Bad news delivered. Almost 1.1 million chip pot. As Jaffe finds his hopes of a cash riding on the back of this ace king, which is ace hunting for the time being. And there is the ace.
Hunted successfully.
Now, suddenly, it is Hecklin who will be left with vapors. If he can't find that case king on this river, which he can't. Jaffe, so fortunate, not just to avoid elimination, but to get the full double. Deflating development there for the former Triton main event champ from back in Madrid.
You know, always annoying to not be able to convert 2 kings into a big scoop. See, Sam Greenwood, is he stacking? Reordering chips?
This is a very serious day where we need to say something for the audience.
Nacho can't take it.
You go first.
I go first. Okay. Tell me something about you that we don't know from
me.
He's a savage. Oh, we do know that.
It's a fake savage.
You're a savage. You're a fucking savage.
My
40.
Was that a necessary adjective to use?
The businessman that is a super pro.
Brewer opens the ace-6 suited. It's Barbero.
So when
Needles open a little.
Going to Salzburg.
If I'm in this one, I'll take you there.
Okay, thank you.
Deal.
You find out the one?
Sure.
If not, we talk about it. Yeah, but you've been running so bad. You need to win something. I think it's been a really bad year for you.
It's been a while, yeah.
The trolling is incessant.
It's second round, but on 28.
Oh, 28.
On 80?
Right, 180?
Patsy Kuski activating with these 2 8s after Dan Smith elected to flat the Queen 9 suited from the small. Squeezing.
Yeah, it's pretty good awareness because Dan Smith is likely to 3-bet from the small blind against the early position 20 big blind stack of a hand he's willing to commit. Makita realizing that Dan Smith just flatting there is going to be a lot of hands that will just have to fold to a large size.
I always do.
I always say I do,
so then I possibly not have it once.
Got a question for you, Ollie. Looking at Makita's hoodie, do you think he bought 2 sweaters and stitched them together similar to Linus's shirt?
It's a possibility, but my money's on no. That just feels like a more natural factory spec garment there.
Well, from the back, it's like symmetrical right in the middle.
Maybe he too went down into Hoi An and put the tailors to work.
It's incredible to get aces against Jack 10 and be complaining that you didn't win a different hole.
You know what they say, no?
Theo Nacho?
Which place you finished in the biggest 25K ever? Fourth?
Second biggest 25K.
Second? Okay.
But I should have finished first.
Yeah, damn.
Ran so bad. How much is it?
It's 115.
So 6 lines almost. I really want to go to Salzburg. So. A good play by me.
Barbero. The man who left Orpin.
You have 2 times the
Short
second
stack.
and 4 left, and you finish 4. You are not very happy about it.
Yeah. It's hard to be satisfied in this life.
I'm very
Really
satisfied.
I'm not really mean it.
Ah.
It's incredible how
Yeah, I know.
how
Like
easy to be unsatisfied with things.
Yeah, like when you run good, you feel entitled, and then like, how am I not winning all?
Your mind is always finding a reason.
I'll say that that's one thing I don't. When I run good, I think it's absurd. Like I'm just like, oh, this is stupid. And then when I run bad, I feel entitled that like I don't deserve to run bad. But when I run good, I'm always just like, oh yeah, this is dumb. I don't deserve this.
I feel like I skew more towards Brewer's response. When I run really bad, I feel like, what have I done
doesn't know what
to
he's
deserve
talking about.
this
He always
many bad beats? And then
Yeah,
when I
but
run
what
good,
about
I'm
the
like,
flip side?
it's not just me.
Makita's
This
probably
is
played
the
more
deck
games
slapping
than
me in the
anyone.
face.
He probably knows it more than anyone.
Don't
Well,
take credit for it.
Doesn't at all.
A slap in the face
No, I know.
could be delivered here by Greenwood's 2 10s to these 2 9s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was losing like 35 tournaments in a row this year, so.
Really?
Yeah.
35 in a row? You were playing great though.
Start with 600.
He's lost 35 tournaments in a row. What a needle.
Nacho.
25 to 7.
You were playing great, though. What's wrong with this guy?
Good lay down. Dan Smith, H Jack.
110 into the muck, 1-9 as well. As the prospects of a set
Four side? No way.
diminished for Orpin.
So many 4 sides.
Trying to give me the change now.
It's 165. Yeah, change 35.
Queen 5-4, 2 diamonds. Backdoor flushes won't work. And it's going to take a 9 for Orpin Kisachikoglu to avoid elimination here. It is an actual 1-outer.
Always a 10 on the river. Always.
The
Always.
1-outer actually hits Greenwood, who didn't need the help.
GG.
As Sam will haul in 380,000 chips and leave Orpin
Not a
on
year,
the
I mean,
outside
more of the natural when you hit
looking
10s
in.
on the river, I mean, it's not-
Sam, of course, Randy, hunting points toward the overall
That's right.
Ivan Liao Player of the Year award, currently sitting in 3rd behind Jason Kuhn and Stephen Chidwick.
Okay,
Neither of whom are going to cash in this one, so Sam could really close the gap.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Sam also plays all the short deck events too, so definitely
Yeah.
capable of getting in there.
To be fair, so do Chidwick and
To be fair.
Kuhn.
I wish. I'm just fucking raging that I flew all the way to Cyprus and I can't even play the big tournament.
Why?
because I didn't get invited.
You should play better on TV so people will invite you.
Thank you for the input.
I might have somebody for you.
Read the room, Nacho.
It would be wonderful.
Dan, what you need to do, this was kind of my plan with event 1, but it didn't work out at the final table, is you win the tournament, and then in your winner speech, you give a big, like, full-on, like, heel speech, like, I'm winning tournaments, these fuckers won't invite me, and then, you know.
Do they know who you are and they still don't invite you? I think it's because you're not wearing the cowboy hats. Because they don't recognize you, they don't put it.
All in, 320.
Brewer. Gonna jam.
Sam, are you playing?
7-6, not the one.
At the moment, no. It's in the ale. I have an offer, but I don't like it.
Must be nice.
At least he got invited.
Yeah, Smith would take that.
That's why I have a rich boss that he offers the other people to pay the
This one I'm okay with because I'm...
What's the offer? What's the offer? Tell us.
I would need to give the person a free roll, and it's a bigger number than I want.
How much?
Bad business discussed on camera.
Yes.
Yeah, but how much?
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, let's talk about something else.
I think we should go back to discussing how lucky various people at the table are.
Oh.
Wow, we were talking about our lucky people who were at the table, and Laszlo just completely...
Doesn't say a word.
Dan steaming a little bit?
Did
Seems
it?
a little chippier than
If you just flat summed up, then
Well,
I've ever
he
seen
might
him.
be steaming when he sees two queens behind him. Deep stacks.
the ace.
Yeah,
King 5 suited.
King Jack
Laszlo
open.
the maddest about the ace-5 suited. You shove ace-5 suited, Laszlo
Yeah,
folds
fold
the
that
jack.
also.
Flat call.
You fold, right?
Sneaky.
You fold till you don't fold. I mean, I had 33 bigs. I could have easily shoved ace-5 suited there. I did it against Chris, and it worked out. And then
Ace-king for the 2.5 bigs.
Yeah, he's
back.
so short he can't reopen the action, right?
That was pretty brutal.
Should be impossible.
Action open.
The ace is on the river boat.
Please.
No. 7. Yeah, but
That's
I can't
exactly
show
the
it on
question that
the
Dan
river.
Smith is posing, Randy.
It's good for Dan Smith the action's not open.
Because he doesn't have to worry about Makita coming back over the top of him, and that is absolutely a consideration.
Full raise? Is that what the... I thought it was if the rule is half, no?
Yeah, but big blind is 20, you raising 30.
I thought if it was more than half, it's a raise.
For sure not.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't think it's raised. I thought it had to
You
be
can
overly-
just fold.
Here,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
has to be like at least 30,000 more here to go.
PLO guy would know. There's one guy who would know about reopening.
He's actually really lucky that he made it 50k pre-flop rather than 40 because the action would be reopened
Right.
and he may re-raise and Makita just blast it in there and just waste like 200,000 chips.
I say I play one more run and there's a 400k pot.
So to the flop they go, and it's king high as Dan Smith hops in front of Badziakuski on a dry side, which is active. Boitas with the best hand, playing for the 240 in the main.
Yeah, the dry side is important as players tend to fight for it a little bit less, given that you have to show down against the all-in player. Sneaky. That was a lot of tapping on that rail.
I mean, the expectation obviously is that you're not really looking to put money into a dry side pot all that often.
Correct.
Note that Badziakuski checking back. Also note it would appear that Boitas has paid a visit to the RM boutique and picked up the same piece as Boss.
It's not a cheap one, is it?
No, it's like 300 dimes.
1 p.m. if
Just multiple bullets in this event. On your wrist.
Love it.
And like you said earlier, no side pot, so maybe we still just keep checking. River, we try to extract a little bit of value. 2 queens on this board texture. Obviously not too great, but still queens and 10s.
Side pot remains dry. Hearts come in on the end.
Because there's no side pot, I feel like the value bet size might go a little bit smaller, hoping for some crying calls, as you're not expected to just bluff with some random high card hand, given you won't be able to scoop the pot against the big blind all in.
65.
Now all of a sudden, Dan Smith comes out swinging. Just 65,000.
Makita's often against the value bet, of course, right? Like I mentioned earlier. It's just that the price is too good to lay down 2 queens.
And the bet sizing is just too good to not get paid off is the other way to look at it, as Dan Smith earns himself a rebate on the pre-flop investment, which will be headed toward Laszlo Boitas.
Just give me 10 back.
I have service. Wow.
One day on the life of Laszlo. People laughs.
It has to be 50% because of the other rate, it has more chips. So let's say you have like
double espresso, please.
You take it.
Can I have a Turkish tea, please?
Bring it to the race. Thank you.
No, but it's okay.
No, but he
If I,
still
like,
did.
said
No, but he still
zero
did.
40,000,
He's not playing it
it's a
100K.
raise. That's what you're saying. Like pre-flop here, if I went like that, it's a raise, even though it's incomplete.
I'm saying that if he would have had,
Yeah.
if he has more chips behind and he puts 70,
Yeah,
yeah.
to bring it to 80.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's considered a raise. But in this case,
Still some deliberation.
By the way,
about that.
my partner for tomorrow is the guy that beat me on the 400K pot when I was splitting the
That's
table.
good.
I
Action.
was so
Open
tilted.
or
He
not?
played it so bad too.
Who's your partner tomorrow? Is it Phil?
No,
Phil's with Antonius.
it's a guy that never played tournaments in his life. I mean, yeah, he has won cash in 2013. He has 33K won on tournaments in his life.
raise 40.
But I have faith on him. Runs like a god.
How much you playing, Chris?
400.
How much are you playing, Laszlo?
240.
Jack 10 suited for Greenwood.
150?
Getting his bearings before 3-betting to 150,000.
Yeah, we've seen these Jack 10 suitors go pretty aggressive pre-flop against short stacks.
Proceedings promptly ended.
This is guy that was heads up and Biao Ding he decided who he's playing with. Is that the guy that you have said? Because he wanted to find a partner, but yeah, he was asking too much. It's probably him. You say that to me.
Well, Nacho having a tough time getting the conversations going. Deep here into a 75K, where we are exactly half the field away from a bubble with 26 runners remaining. Last player out the door was Orpin Kisachikolu. And Paul Pua, just 5 bigs. Shortest stack in the room. Davies, 6 bigs.
Paul must have lost a
Justin
lot of
Bonomo.
chips. Looks like he lost a king-queen against king-10, unfortunately. to get down to 5 blinds, Mr. Paul.
45.
45. Ready? 45,000.
Some solver stuff, ace 5 of clubs. A lot of aggressive action with this type of hand. Especially from the small blind. The small blind tends to 3-bet more heavily than flat call.
170.
There is that 3-bet.
Ace 9 is not a good candidate to take a flop with, but you know, Jaffe, he's a bit resilient, and he will put in the 4-bet from time to time with a hand like this. So he's going to pitch it. Here we go.
Yeah. Relatively straightforward stuff there. Jaffe at his 3rd ever Triton stop. Began his Triton career right here in North Cyprus, where he had the 9th in exactly this event, 75K 8 max. Then he finished 2nd in a 50K turbo. Had 2 final tables in Vietnam, 8th in the 25K GG Super Millions, 3rd in the 30K 8 max, still hunting his first title here, 0 for 6 thus far at this festival. You know, when you look at the results at any given festival when we're at this point, this halfway point, let's call it.
Sure.
And you kind of observe how things are going for a player, it does create context in terms of maybe any level of emotion that you might be seeing in response to a bad beat or whatever. When you look and you see, wow, the man's 0 for 6, obviously tough to avoid a sense of frustration.
Yeah,
and
we see
I'm
that.
not suggesting, though, Randy, that people are playing any differently, but, you know, it's tough to kind of get in that right winning mindset when you're not winning.
Of course. 2 kings here probably will be coming with 3-bet.
155.
Hand should be over. But yes, you're completely right about that. And we've seen situations where people put in multiple bullets in the same event, and you know, maybe they get a little bit more loose and call down a little bit more, be more aggressive on that 2nd, 3rd, 4th bullet here and there.
Well, 2nd straight open for Jaffe. 2nd straight time he's been 3-bet.
Hold on. I was going to say, I'd imagine this hand is over, but he's doing a time card, maybe thinking that Henrik's range is a bit polarized from the big one. A lot of people do 3-bet a polarizing range, given they usually get a good price to see a flop. So some ace X, king X offsuits, and then the big ones. And he's ripped it in. Guess what I have?
And it doesn't want to see that?
I have the ace Magnus again.
Bad timing.
Yeah, I did.
For Jaffe. And Henrik ended up with this shorter stack, courtesy of running kings into the ace-king of Jaffe.
I'm not a fair person.
Hate that.
Can they hold this time? So far, so good. In an almost 1.1 million chip pot. I think it was exactly this size pot last time, as well as the club draw shows up for Jaffe. And now he hunts puppy feet and aces, but instead it is the 4 of hearts as Henrik reclaims some of that which was lost in the last exchange.
Yeah, and you just said earlier that Jaffe's kind of hasn't made a cash share and converted in this Northern Cyprus trip. But, you know, it's kind of his style. He's kind of one of those guys that just kind of pushes chips in there. And when things go well and timing's perfect, he just really runs away with the tournament, gets a really nice score here. As you can see, ace-6 of clubs. Not a mandatory jam by no means, but one he felt compelled to do against a player like Henrik.
So 1-1
You have not to be short.
are Jaffe and Hecklin in collisions.
That was an eventful orbit.
Roller coaster has been ridden by the Dane. Eklund recently surpassed his idol growing up in poker, Gus Hansen, fellow countryman on the all-time Danish money list.
So is he the new Great Dane? Is that what you're saying to me?
He has forbidden us from referring to him as the Great Dane. Says that will always be Gus's nickname, no one else's.
The second Great Dane. We can go with that. Great Dane the second.
Jinx. Ace King suited.
Ooh, this is trouble. Big blind versus button. 13 big blinds effective. Lots of fold equity with the Ace X. Flush draw added equity.
Yeah, could certainly foresee a world in which Platonov wants to ship. And indeed, all in is muttered. And it will be followed promptly by a call and a peek at a poor situation. As Alexei Platonov dominated. Heads to this flop. Chop outs are available as Platonov is on his feet, doing everything he can to avoid an elimination, and that is a dynamite turn card. Just look at the sheer volume of outs, wheels, flushes, chops, a clean 4, and instead it's the Jack of Diamonds, which is of no use to him. And Suvarna claims himself a pelt.
Got real fair there for a minute.
All she wrote for Alexei, who has 2 cashes and 5 attempts thus far, an 18th and a 12th in the 30K and 40K respectively.
How much?
Swinging it back over now to a Greenwood Barbero situation.
I don't know if I defend actually, but it's fine.
Not sure how exactly we ended up at that stage in the hand.
You owe me 25, Sam. Give it to me.
Try to reconstruct. Looks, Randy, like it was a Greenwood open to 45K. Barbero defended from the big blind. Check, check, flop, and turn. And that's when it was a barrel that ended things for Greenwood. Things are just beginning for the folks over at Secret Lab, whose game-winning comfort is available for all of you at home. The same kit that we seat ourselves in for a full day of streaming. secretlab.co, the website to head to get a chance to rest your bones in the way that we do. And it looks like a brief rest here for the players, as that elimination seems to have warranted a little bit of rebalancing out in the field. So we'll bring it in to the desk. Ali and Randy alongside you here, as we're just a little bit a ways from heading to a commercial. I'm tinkering around with the Triton Poker Plus app as always, just to get the lay of the land. New feature tables will be redrawn here. Heath, Suvarna, Martirosyan, top 3 stacks in the room. Just 24 runners remaining, 13 places paid, Randy. And Shorty's just kind of slamming it in there, I guess was the theme of that brief frame.
Yeah, and that's going to happen, of course. And, you know, we're approaching the money, and that's the key important part of this tournament.
Yeah, going to be a bit of a grind fest potentially here in this 75K as we get down toward that bubble. But for the time being, got ourselves a little bit of runway. Some short stacks still remaining in the room. Their fates hanging in the balance. We're going to step aside for just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of the 75K 8 Max comes your way from North Cyprus after this.
GG Poker. It's the best poker, the biggest poker site. This is a crazy.
No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Back at the Event 8 75K Day 2 coverage here from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Ali and Randy back with you now. Mentioned 24 runners prior to the break. Looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, looks like it's actually 23 runners with the blinds at 10 and 20,000. Rebalancing efforts are underway by Luca Vivaldi and the team. Seat draws look like they are complete as we take a look at our 2 new featured tables there, Randy. Not sure anything's jumping out. Just a quick opportunity to look. Martirosian, of course, big deep stack in front of him on the blue table. The year of the nachos, sitting currently with 900K. How about this newcomer? What do we know about Mikolai Vaskaboynikau? Have you seen him play yet?
No, I mean, I've seen him play a little bit, but nothing stood out to me. All I know is that he's from, Belarus, and mandatory good player for me. Just going to make that good assumption.
Mandatory shout out to Mikita Badziakuski, 4-time Triton title holder from that neck of the woods. Perhaps something in the water in terms of the talents available in that corner of the world. As we've touched on, 13 places will be paid, and we are just 10 away from the money. $6.5 million prize pool here, 1.7 million and 1.2 million, the two seven-figure payouts up at the top, and then, of course, that 131,000 down there for 13th, and multi-bullet situations often the case. So imagine min cashing and still being 20K in the red if you're on 2 bullets, even more so if you're on 3. But it's kind of like a rebate if you're in that situation.
Are you going to
not.
just turn down the money even if you are still down? No, of course not. It's important to squeeze into the money, of course, that little rebate, and of course, you know, the top prize is very important.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, just seconds away from getting back to the action, which will be underway as Linus Lolliger.
That's the shirt.
Looks like he's laying one down. I believe he was in the big blind there against a Seth Davies. All in.
Short. Just 2 blinds.
King 6 suited. Gonna take a whirl against A7. First hand back from our break. And the King 6 has some promise here. Any deuce 7 or king will suit Davies just fine in this 130K pot. Queen instead on the turn as Artur's A7 holds on. And the 7 delivered on the river as Davies manages to avoid elimination, obviously still severely short-stacked. But all hope not lost.
A small little dent to our Russian player, Martirosyan. Another deep run impending so far. Currently still top 5 stack.
Davies 4.8 million plus in career Triton earnings, 13 cashes, just 1 so far.
Quite different. We were
here
playing some deep stack poker at the other table.
in North Cyprus.
Like 3 or 4 people above a million. I was like 600.
Yeah, we were so short.
We were so short.
Yeah,
I was like,
I was wondering where all the chips were.
it's like when I opened, like, okay, I can call off against anyone, but like I access and then he shove, and I'm like, anytime.
Reports from Vogelsang and Heath about a bit of a different climate at their prior tables before this rebalancing effort. Hecklin now, ace-queen. Shoots it up.
Dangerous player in the small blind, Linus. Ace 10. Gonna get busy here, and we'll see the bad news.
Jack 5, an easy release for Puntry as it's back over to Hecklin, a customer off of 1 million. And unfortunately for Linus, he's on the wrong end of this one for the time being, but does have 23% equity with 8-10 in the middle. Little shot of espresso. See if he can caffeinate this flop. Unsuccessful bid as he leans in.
I'll give you Jack a space. How about that?
Queens and 5s. And now the ace-10 draws dead. End of the road, disappointingly, for all of the Linus Love fans, as the field has gotten considerably less stylish.
Less stylish. Still tough. Obviously one of the greats.
Less difficult as well when you lose the likes of Linus Love. One of those tricky players.
Very tricky players, and
never know what to expect out of that scene.
No, you're like, well, it's just always that chance that he's just going to come in for raise at a weird situation. Complex lines. Always a delight to watch, but unfortunately no more Linus in this tournament. Hecklin on the spin up.
Very much so. Remember, he was downed. Kings into ace-king. Then he picked them up again, managed to hold against the ace-6. Both exchanges against Jonathan Jaffe. And now he sits third in chips overall. Davies pausing. And Vogel goes into the hoodie. Under the gun +1 with this Queen 9 suited, Randy.
It's a hand where you want to be in a dark place.
It's a hand that can leave you in a dark place. Dark and uncomfortable one. Murky, if you will. As the preference for Vogelsang will certainly be to just end the affair here and now.
Interesting hand here, ace-9 suited. Some sort of mix. Black call. This is usually the play you'll see. Little Punat tank, that means something. King what? Some kind of paint at least.
Gonna use a time extension here.
I'm thinking it's like another Broadway type hand. Something with playability, wondering if he should take one out of position with this shallow stack. Looks like he's, well, debating.
In the end, Punsri not going to be a participant as this Queen 9 suited is dominated. Heading to the flop. How did Christoph do? Not well. 8-8-7. As we step away from that hand to bring you Bonomo against Soiza. Queens against ace-10, which is turned into a gut shot. Bonomo's got the queens here. He is the all-in player. Safe on the turn, and it would appear safe on the river as well, as Soiza will issue payment. Bonomo able to double up there. Nice pickup. 60 million plus in career earnings across his poker career. Can you believe that? How much
No.
in buy-ins, you think?
I mean, look, he's a highly profitable player.
I'm not alleging that the man's in the red.
Like,
I'm
no,
just
he's
saying the
how
staggering.
deep is he? Is he like 100 million buy-ins? Is that what you're saying, Ollie?
He's in makeup. Meanwhile, back over here where the board is double paired and delivered a hard draw to Christoph Vogelsang.
Yeah, it was a pre-flop raise, check on the flop, given the amount of chips in the middle. I imagine the hands. Good spot to fire away, I imagine, for Queen 9. But I suppose on 8-8-7-7, you're wondering what hand checks through on the flop and bets. Kind of a tricky one, actually, for Vogelsang, knowing that he can't represent the 8 or 7 very well. Would ace-high bet right now? Well, with this equity, he is going to find some chips, and quite a bit, actually. Multiple whites.
110K. And consider how awkward this is.
It's very awkward,
for
Ollie.
Henrik. I mean, you know, listen, obviously there's going to be some spots where you think it's a counterfeited underpair, maybe?
It could be, very well. You know, ace high is really good on these double paired boards. The thing is, we're on the turn. There's still one more street to go. He is going to make the call. Well done so far.
Does the ace high bother to bet this turn?
That's what I'm thinking. That, you know, like it's awkward. Flush gets there.
A lot less awkward now for Vogel as the 6 of hearts gives him the flush. And is he going to target value out of this ace high? What kind of size would you come with? 350 in the middle. You've only got 430 back.
I feel like we go for a smaller sizing, targeting the ace highs. 8x and 7x is kind of unlikely in Henrik's range. Dealer button versus undergun +1. They don't really flat too often. You know, maybe a third pot bet might be ideal. Of course, the idea of some big bet to represent a bluff is possible. But most of the time, the hands that will call you down that you beat is the ace-x.
Well, Vogel, not known for being a sprinter in terms of pace of play.
Check. Surprising.
Flush.
Henrik, quick check back. Obviously a bit frustrated to see that he was up against Queen High prior to that card.
Yeah, perhaps some misvalue there from Vogel saying, but maybe had trouble finding some hands he beats.
Well, remember, there are a few concerns about the fact that once we do bet, especially if we get cutesy, we can open up the action to a guy like Henrik.
Yeah, and I feel like the alternative betting large might be overdoing it, so maybe checking just to see what happens is the lower variant route.
$10,000 and $25,000 the blinds now. Brought to you by Poker Stake. Has a bit of a weighted blanket. Feels like it has been wrapped around this remaining field. And our biggest buy-in thus far.
The blind increase is definitely going to apply a lot of pressure on these shorter medium stacks. Still a bit of a ways to the money. We are approaching it, but still got to fight for pots and maintain. Can't really fold your way there. Henrik currently in second place, putting that ace-6 offsuit to work against these shorter stacks. Penat's been very patient, but king 7, no chance.
Unsri agrees. A little bit better king and a far deeper stack for Ben Heath.
You do see these like king X suited broadways get a, not broadways, but king X suited get a little active with the deeper stacks, looking to take some post-flop spots. So just gonna lay it down. Respect that, Henrik in position. These are always the tricky spots, is when you're so shallow. You feel mandatory defend given how short you are. Hopefully realize your equity. Just 45K back, mind you, 25K big blind.
All diamond board as Davies' defense yields the only flush draw in this exchange. Henrik improving to second pair.
Perhaps we see a stop and go, but 45K probably doesn't really get anything to fold, but just in case it does.
As you suspected, Davies jams the last 45,000. We've already seen him double once. Can he make it happen again? Gonna take a jack 7 or a diamond for the time being up against the ace 6 in a $250,000 chip pot. King on the turn of no use. One to come. And that's not it, as Hecklin makes aces up and Davies is showered. It's always frustrating, Randy, not to get yourself deep enough to be able to play some poker.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he was nursing that short stack for quite a bit, and fortunate for him, we'll have to move on to the next one. GG.
Two mucks in front of Barbero. Not interested in the ace-deuce. Aggressive work being put into that trap.
Elton just taking a beating.
Yeah. I think he's into it. I'm not sure that this qualifies as a relaxing massage. This is medical. Smith. 50 to skate off of King 6 suited, and Nikolai, pocket nines, asks for a count. 1.1 million in front of him. Has Dan covered, but also has some
50.
issues behind him
850
in terms of the ace-queen suited.
Yeah, very real hand for Chris Brewer, right? Sitting on 11 blinds. Whatever the action, I just don't see a case where he's going to hold this. A lot of considerations here of 2-9s, flat call, 3-bet, small blind versus hijack. Pretty deep stacks, actually. It looks like he's going to cut out re-raising chips.
Sure does, and Chris Brewer, I think, will be just fine with it.
He's not. You're never in love with it when there's a 3-bet in front of you of ace-queen, but when you're this short, it's just the best opportunity. We know people 3-bet light.
Especially when they've got those bigger stacks.
Yeah.
Some pressure can be applied to Dan, who isn't going to be interested in the King 6 any longer. Bids adieu.
200.
Couple of clubs into the muck. Not pleasant for Brewer, who's hunting help here. 665 in the middle. Chris awaiting clarity as he has shown those 2 9s and shown an ace-high flop. A delight for the American. Things stay that way on the turn as Nikolai does not pick up any help in the form of a heart, and instead the 9 of clubs leaves Brewer just slamming his stack in there.
You can feel the frustration. I believe this is his 3rd bullet in this event. It just feels like a dagger in the heart when it just drops on the river card.
Well, might have something to do.
I can coach him for winning all-ins. I'm a kind of expensive, but maybe you can try it.
Nacho, by the way, showing minimal sympathy as he offers his services for coaching all-in situations. Not sure Brewer was in the mood here, as it looks like it's the end of the road for Bonomo. He had a couple of jacks up against what looked to be a7, and a shrug there from Vyacheslav Buldigan, Randy, who won the last event.
These are the same mannerisms during his winner's interview.
Oh, yeah. I was there for it.
If he just claps his hand like a monkey, it'll be just perfect.
That's the way he described it. Casualties abound. It's a merciless departure for Brewer, and an equally cold-hearted exit for Bonomo as he falls to trips with the big pocket pair, which is exactly what Ben Heath has got himself here on the button. Facing the open from Hecklin.
Queen's a little flat collie today.
Yeah.
Deep stack versus deep stack, you tend to see that a bit more. You figure there's more value in just inviting these squeezes from the shorter medium stacks, and 2 7s is certainly a candidate to do so with.
We obviously invite the squeezes, but we don't like so much the calls accepting invitations because the hand doesn't play as well multi-way as it does heads up in position.
Yeah, well said. Just call for Vogelsang, 2 7s. That's not what you want to see.
Christoph flatting as well. 60 a man. 230 in the middle. Boy toss. Great price. King 3. Not interested. Comes Jack 8 deuce here. Over pair for Heath. Nobody with a club.
Yeah, great board texture, obviously, for Benjamin Heath. And in position. Won't be letting this one check through if it does check to him. Heckling no heart on board.
Checks in front of Ben. Feels like we can get busy at this point.
Yeah, it's multi-way pot in position. 2 queens, obviously vulnerable, but can extract a lot of value from straight draws. Pairs, of course. Just south of 1/3 pot. 2 7s doesn't really look too good on this board. 2 over is wrong color.
Feels like Christoph might agree with you, Randy. So the rich get richer as your overall tournament chip leader, Ben Heath, who has yet to cash thus far here in North Cyprus, could be poised to do so in a very real way.
Thank you.
Quick peek at the chip counts. Eklund trailing Heath by a decent margin of 32 big blinds. On his heels is Martirosian, one of those guys who seems to so consistently work his way into a big stack, event after event. He in turn has over twice as many chips as Christoph Vogelsang. 2 sub-10 big blind stacks. Really does present a golden opportunity for Heath to accumulate chips.
Yeah, this is Archer's 4th deep run. He's got a 6, a 4th, and a 10th already this trip. Impressive, of course, but expected from a player of his caliber. Ace-Jack, Punat's been pretty interested in, of course, in going with Ace-Jack. He's been quiet, looking for a spot, patient.
Jamming in his last 145.
145?
Yes. 145.
Priced in here.
Yeah, King 10 offsuit for Artur can well afford to give one of Thailand's finest a spin. Punat hasn't had his crew with him here. KT and P-Dub, Kanapong and Pachata. But his Ace-Jack is holding as their support comes from afar. And the deck delivering some support in the form of the 8-high rainbow board with 325 in the middle. Turn is clean.
It's a clean run out.
Yep. River safe as well.
One too many, Arthur.
Bunsri. Nice little pickup for him, Randy.
325K. More than 10 blinds, always nice. But still the short stack of the tournament.
Flesh wound for Artur. Slips to 5th in chips overall. Doesn't look too phased.
Gucci hat is ready to go.
At all times. Onwards. Another playable one for Punsri potentially off of a deeper stack.
So he's playing 13 big blinds. Actually kind of an awkward stack size for this type of hand.
All in. All in.
We're playing, what, 6 or 7-handed? Understandable for a jam. Pretty much praying for folds all around.
How much?
300 exactly.
Sorry?
King, queen, the big blind.
300. Sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
This will be
No
trouble
problem.
if Henrik finds the call.
325. Alright, I'll give you a spin.
Oh, not what Punat wants to see.
No, not at all, as Henrik is taking away the best of it. Not sure anyone expected King Queen to be rolled over on the heels of "I'll give you a spin."
Yeah, and you heard Punsri say maybe I should have min-raised folded that. We'll get a chance to... Oh, that's a bad flop for him, isn't it?
Yeah, diamonds are covered.
Maybe you could back throw it straight.
Okay.
Black jack. Ooh, that's good.
Yeah.
Board pairs. Chop outs available. Clean
Just
ones
sad
to a
that
win
Rhoda's
in
gonna
the
do
form
free
of a
spin.
jack. And after doubling once already, can Punsri avoid elimination? He cannot. Deuce on the river as yet another casualty here in the early going of this frame. And we close in on that bubble.
Someone's got to go down, Ollie. GG Punsri, one of Thailand's finest, as you mentioned. We'll see him. We know he's playing at Luxembourg.
Hecklin. Going to be leapfrogging
We should,
Nikolai.
Because we're 18, right?
Yeah.
after that pickup, I believe.
So it should be 666.
Yeah.
So someone's going to
Put him into second
Yeah.
behind Heath.
Maybe just check with the floor before we play a hand. Floor.
Yeah. No.
Sounds like they're looking for another player. 18 remaining, 666.
Is there a list?
List. Yeah, we would like to
Cash
not
game.
draw this table.
Mentalities. Boitas. 7 bigs. The next man looking for spins after Punsri's departure. As stage is set for Ben Heath. 89 bigs. How much cobbling will he be doing with 2.2 million and the overall chip lead? Time will tell as you look at those counts, brought to you by Merit Poker.
It's top 13 at cash, Ollie, so Laszlo needs to find a double soon. Won't be able to kind of fold his way there.
Oh,
We're close.
I see.
5 away.
Well, it can still change, no?
Well, I think very uneven is possible. But I am not an optimist.
Looks like we get Dan Smith at the table.
You know, Dan
F
felt
900.
a little chippy, a little steamy, a little
Roughly.
irritated.
It's about he's not invited yet. Ever since we just last saw him at that featured table,
Yeah.
nothing's changed.
Said he was tilted about the idea that he came all the way to North Cyprus and doesn't have a date to the dance as yet. Though in the 11th hour, who knows what sorts of arrangements are being made behind the scenes. VIPs operate in the shadows sometimes.
Nacho says he needs to play better on stream, so
That was hilarious.
maybe this 9-4 suited he's going to show.
You know,
Advertise.
Nacho's just trolling him, obviously.
Is he? You never know.
Yeah, I know Nacho. This is max troll factor. As Hecklin limps the Jack 7 offsuit into the new arrival. Sits with 770.
Suited hands tend to check in these BVB spots just because of the playability increase dramatically.
Neither player connecting with the Queen 10 tray board.
You tend to see these bigger stacks just apply pressure BVB when we're approaching the money. The blinds, the short stacks, they can't really get out of hand. Their chips are so valuable for just maintaining, surviving. But you know what? I just saw him stacks. I thought Dan Smith was going to put some chips in, but
well,
it'd be ill-advised. Yeah. You never know with this guy. Lots of creativity in his game.
Oh, he doesn't lack the heart to float and do something funny.
But maybe if he did something funny, he might not get invited to the 200K. He was like...
You think Nacho's in his head with that whole idea? Dan's like, no, I better just play straightforward, nutted.
Like, if I'd make a play here and I'm wrong, I might as well just fly home after this event.
You know, I've heard rumors of players who are really, really good playing on stream loosely in order to have a little marketing budget. Win, lose, or draw, everyone goes, I want that guy in my private game. Then they get invited and wreck people.
It makes sense, right? You invest a little bit and maybe you splash up in chips. If you lose, get that rake back in the form of a nice cash game.
Could be expensive to make those sorts of investments. In an ideal world, you play loose, get lucky, win money, and then still get the invite. And then
it doesn't always work like that, I'll tell you.
Crack skulls. No, of course not. Martirosian raising the chip leader's big blind. That's always hazardous for your health.
Dan.
And if you think Martirosian raising from the cutoff into Heath's big blind is a bit scary, consider Dan Smith 3-betting with Queen-9 suited from the small. How strong does that hand look as he puts the other Queen-9 into the bin?
Full 20 every hand to try to not pay the big blind, and that is just it's dumb that we have to do this.
I think he got some points there. The Queen-9 suited. Aggressive. Successfully.
Style points, you mean?
Style points.
Okay.
I'm just very cranky. Not even macaroons can fix this situation.
Ooh, Dan, so cranky that not even the fresh-baked macaroons in the tea lounge here would break him out of this funk. He must be in a really bad mood because those are good macaroons.
They are.
And I don't even like macaroons.
That is the third least tilting thing someone said to me during the
But Boitas likes the taste of ace-5 suited enough to jam, and Hecklin's got an ace-5 suited of his own as he asks for a count.
Kind of a tricky spot for Henrik, as usually you want to be the aggressor of ace-5 suited rather than the caller. It is a good price, but does have 3 people behind him. Looks like he is going to find the call here.
You surprised to see him flat as opposed to...
No, I actually think flat is standard here with this stack size. I'd be surprised if we were facing a smaller raise, say 4 big blinds or so.
You're able to flat and look very strong. It's scary, right? Because everybody aware that you're inviting a squeeze when you flat in this way.
Yeah. Flatting, you basically flat your whole range against this size. You know, your aces as well. People can't just attack it just because you flatted. There we go.
Henrik getting the laugh after they're on their backs.
That is fair.
400K in the middle.
I like your hand better. Broccoli is way luckier than diamonds.
Broccoli, have you heard of that for clubs?
Just the other day, I think I heard it for the first time by
in 4-color deck, they're green.
Free roll for Boitas here.
Broccoli.
I get it.
No.
Apparently it's the 4-color deck where
Gosh.
Eklund advises they're green. Wait a
Broccoli.
minute.
At least make it steel wheel.
For now, it's broccolini.
You can do it.
And there is the broccoli. Runner clubs. Boitas able to double.
Puppy feet, I've heard.
Grinning.
He said it. I like your hand better.
Clover.
I know why.
Clover. Yeah.
How good is Boitas running that he's sporting the RM?
Also level 1.
Your bankroll can absorb that kind of punt.
Similarly tilted.
It's not a punt, though. He's probably going to get more for it when he sells it.
Basically, tell me how fucking
Nine.
tennis.
He doesn't need to sell it.
I'll tell you what, it's not personal. But I'm rooting for a big boy toss downswing where he needs to offload the piece for a buy-in, and that's when I'm going to come in and be like, well,
You're going to get a discount on it, resell it for more later.
20K with your name on it, Laszlo. If the situation's that bad, break bread, send it this way. Suited one gapper out of Cranky Pants.
Cranky Pants. I think he will really appreciate that nickname we gave him. Oh, you gave him, sorry. I don't want to do we.
I don't think he will, but he did acknowledge that he's a bit cranky. Generally not the case, by the way. Dan, oh so affable.
Man, the shadow, I can't even see his face this time.
Most of the time. I think under there lies Christoph Vogelsang.
Okay, you're right.
Fairly certain. There he is.
Revealed. Laszlo, ace-3 of diamonds. He had a decision on whether he wants to 3-bet jam or just call. Pressure situation, 18 remaining, 13 pay. All in is the play. Good timing, Laszlo.
Yeah, that's not going to do anything to relieve Dan of his crankiness. So annoying. When it feels like you can't really get any momentum, but to be fair, Smith.
He's definitely more cranky after that hand. Just a little bit. It adds up.
Dan's on the upswing. For the most part.
Any cashes for Dan this trip? Do we know?
I was talking about his stack in the event, but he's got 2 cashes in 6 attempts. The answer is yes, indeed.
I did get a text from my mom congratulating me on winning this tournament. He saw that I had 30 chips, and he's like, this is a cause for celebration.
Quackers for Heath.
Only time
Not interested in taking flight. I feel like we should be able to motorize
That's what I was
Vogel's
saying.
hoodie, you know, where he could just press a button on the rail and it would just come up and over, kind of like a Iron Man situation. I think he'd appreciate that.
If he wins this tournament, he can definitely invest some of that into R&D.
Boy toss, ace jack, no R&D needed. Spot that's been researched and developed. Off of 450. Facing a button open. He'll go sailing.
Quite the spin up for him, right? He was sitting on about 170K. We'll be picking up these chips up to 560.
Yeah, cobbling away.
Dangerous man to have chips.
I did get a text this morning that one of my best chances to enter the tournament is Laszlo is bad diarrhea. So I hope you really go to town on this.
Someone said it?
Yeah.
Probably not. I would still play. Somehow.
Not sure exactly what the exchange was, but it's nice to see it put Dan in a little bit better mood. And to add to the better mood effort, 2 tens have been delivered to his under the gun doorstep. Shoots it up.
Ooh, Laszlo's been on the spin up. 2 sixes now, 22 big blinds just north. Could be trouble if he wants to be aggressive. He has been lately.
Might have to be flipping his switch from extract to dispense.
Can he avoid disaster? Oh, he's in trouble. Gonna get snapped off when he gets back to Dan Smith.
A double check.
I hope I win this hand, and then you get diarrhea.
What the?
Listen, I've heard a lot of things through our years in the booth. I don't think I've ever heard someone wish diarrhea on someone. Especially when they got the best of it. Like, if I was getting coolered, I might do it.
Mm-hmm. There we go. 3 cards to come for now.
The 10s are safe. And they stay that way on the turn. Can they hold?
10 high.
Yes, they can. Aces and kings, both pocket pairs get counterfeited, but of course, Smith plays a 10 and sends the Hungarian to the rail and perhaps in search of some Metamucil.
Yeah. It's just the guy in a hoodie falling for diarrhea.
Boytas walking like a man who doesn't have any concerns in that department right now. You know there's a different gate when you're faced with.
I'm surprised Dan Smith didn't retract his statement after stacking those chips.
No, once you wish diarrhea on someone,
You can't
Randy, you
do
really
it.
can't rescind. You can't just kidding, you know.
I win this hand, and then you get that.
Give him a toilet roll or something.
I, for one, hope that Laszlo doesn't end up with any sort of food poisoning or.
Can we follow up on
strange-
that later?
Yeah, I certainly am not going to send the text, Randy. Feel free if you want. Hey, just
You okay there, buddy?
quick stool status check there, Laszlo. How we doing? You know, usually I'm the one responsible for that sort of absurdity. Nice to see Dan Smith carry the torch.
Well, with that elimination down to 17, remember top 13 payout, so just 4 now for that big one.
Courtesy of Boytas's departure here in the first event played for him thus far at this festival.
Dan's sitting on 3rd place chips now at the start of this hand.
Presume that's going to put him in a better mood. And this 8-high flop, where he was dominated pre, might be putting him in a better mood as well. 2 overs, open-ender, checking over to Artur, who attacked from the button.
Artur with some lovely backdoors in his hand, ace of spades, 9 will check. Turns quite interesting 5, as, you know, you got the little gut shot for Artur, open-ended, Dan Smith.
Note that that would be a disastrous 6 if it did roll off.
Yeah, that would obviously be a big trouble. Dan Smith, of course, should be betting this 10-9 for high frequency. Seeing the check back. Lots of folds. Might he find a large sizing, actually, with 10-9?
135.
Almost pot, just south.
Well, put a pin in that one, as it looks like Jonathan Jaffe is on his feet. Jack 9 against Ace 10. Bold again with the Jack 9. Jaffe hunting a king or an ace. Instead, it is the deuce of clubs. And JJ out of there as we take one step closer toward the money. Buldigan's run good, continuing. Was 12th in chips overall. Coming into that one after already having won the 50K 7 max for 1.3 million. Has his sights set on a cash here. Meanwhile,
Check.
Wow,
Back
nice
to the
call
pot
from
between
Artur on the
Smith
turn.
and Martirosyan. Yeah, Artur hung tight on the turn, and Smith decides to abandon the plan on the river. Might be regretting it instantly there, Randy, after he gets shown an ace-9. So it looks like we're going to do a little bit of housekeeping here. So we'll give you a quick peek at the counts there at that table, where Dan Smith just slipped down below 50 bigs. Martirosyan to 51 as they trade spots. Back at the desk here, Ali and Randy. Just time for one quick thought, Randy. Anything coming to mind?
Close to the money. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a grind fest potentially, but so far they are dropping like flies. We'll see if that trend continues. Don't go anywhere. In just a few minutes' time, we'll come back with continuing coverage from event number 8, our 75K 8 Max, and we'll leave you with another GTO Wizard quiz.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You're playing a heads-up pot as the low jack against the big blind. You put in a small c-bet and face a check raise. What are your pot odds facing this raise? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
And welcome back to the desk here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Randy Lou, Ali Najad back with you on the flip side of the break, where Event 8 coverage, the 75K, rolling on, working our way toward the money, as you alluded to, Randy, just short of the break. 13 players will be paid. 16 players remain in the field of 87 total entries. Blinds will be 10 and 25,000, as we'll have a couple of new featured tables on our hands. Santosh 2.0 going to be on display. He was the chip leader overall coming in, appears to be off the pace considerably. 11th right now, below the average stack of 1.1 million, which is good for 44 big blinds. Lindy Mikolai over at that blue table joining him. Buldigan, of course, 1.4 million. Really the story of the last couple events is the Russian. Then take a look over at that red table. Randy, what do you see?
You know, I see a bunch of big players here, of course, like Hecklin, Martirosian, Ben Heath, our current chip leader. And, of course, the Dominator. He's got 38 big blinds. We know he's willing to put work on his opponents. And it's just a star-studded cast, really, at this featured red table.
At this stage in one of our larger buy-in events, that's generally the case. I mean, in terms of VIPs, hard-pressed to look out at this remaining field and find them. And do you think it's kind of a product of the fact that our regs have had enough reps against these regular VIPs at this point to have done the homework and no longer be left guessing as to what they're up to?
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, when you're in the dark, they do have that bit of advantage. But the more tournaments you play, the closer, or the more the gap applies. But we know these players are willing to adapt and get better, just like Santosh 1.0 into 2.0.
Yeah, the VIPs are also putting in work. We have definitely borne witness to that, and the results have been good. 5 first-time title winners thus far. As Jason Kuhn, of course, picked up his 6th. Sam Greenwood looking for points toward the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award, courtesy of a cashier, to try to narrow the gap between himself, Kuhn, and Chidwick. There is Nikolai Vaskaboynikov.
I thought there's some odds this tournament.
3 off suit, not going to tickle his fancy, of course. Can't say the same for Ace King for Elton Zhang. Second floor.
A little bit of a tank here for Suvarna.
5 seconds.
Possibly. 3rd floor incoming. Ace-Jack suited.
I have like 500, I think.
So Elton Singh is playing 22 big blinds to start this hand. Tricky spot for Santosh.
Yeah, 490 behind.
In position is early position open, which should be perceived as tighter. I like the call here.
Yeah, respectful of that position, and also maybe of the wiliness of an opponent like Elton Sang. You start inflating pots against Elton. He's stickier than average, maybe
Yep.
playing a wider range, and all of a sudden you're left playing a guessing game against him. The benefit of position, of course, for Suvarna here as the flat caller. Now Dylan Lindy, 7-8 offsuit. Just finished a scuba diving session off the shores of the pier.
Okay.
Hunting abalone, maybe?
This is your assumption, right?
I mean, frogman chic.
Still
with
got
that
the gear on.
Hoodie, yeah. Mask and snorkel.
He's
not
got he's got the fins on still.
That would be amazing if he got showered and he walked out and it was just... Joins the party, by the way, and flops a gutter and 2 overs on the 6-4 deuce board.
Yeah,
Decent
most
equity.
connection here, and definitely the type of board that hits that big blind. It's also a board that's hard to continuation bet for Sang, or even bet in position for Santosh Suvarna.
Seconds. Check.
Sang doesn't want to follow through. Suvarna not going to bet in position, and that allows Lindy to bink the 8.
A great card for him, especially with a check around on the flop. Very likely the best hand. You don't tend to see traps on these connected flops.
Does he want to bet into the boys? I think we've got our answer, as he suspects that some Broadway combos and ace X's that haven't interacted with this board texture.
Yeah, definitely want to do some equity denial against two opponents, perceived weak ranges. I know Elton's got a little bit of stickiness in him, he's king, but would be a nice discipline laydown. He does.
Got a player behind him too, in Suvarna.
Okay, he's going to take this price in position. Just the fact that he thinks ace-jack is good.
Now it's 8s and 7s for Dylan. Not sure he's going to be too worried about 5x combos or any 9-10 as played.
I agree. The top two is still quite a strong hand, looking for value usually. Checking to induce from spades is not as good because of the check through on the flop. You expect spades to, at a decent frequency, bet.
$70,000.
70,000.
70 into 305.
Seems a little milky. Suvarna might be tempted by the price, but just ace-jack high on a four-liner.
We gotta ask ourselves, would the bluffs be willing to come with this size?
I don't think so. Not too often.
One would imagine they would hunt something a little bit larger.
Yeah, closer to half pot plus. Induce the bluff raise. Ace-jack. Now we've got a pot.
We sure do, and we have the 8 and the 7. What we don't have is any 5x combo or any 9-10 combo. Now, the both of us suspected that Suvarna wouldn't have that kind of kit, but to be fair, Randy, pocket fives could very well have played this one this way as a flat caller of Elton's open, checking back on the 6-4 deuce board, maybe a little bit suspect. You would expect chips to go into the middle, but then flat calling on the turn. It's all a little strange.
It is definitely possible for Suvarna to have a 5, also ace-5. And wow, Dylan Lindy folds 8-7 top 2 pair. Santos 3.0 maybe?
What a gangster. Even Elton pointing out that it was professional, as he suspects that maybe Santos was up to no good. Well, far from up to no good. They are up to some of the finest work in all of watchmaking at our official timekeeping partner of the Triton Poker Series. It is Jacob & Co., responsible for some of the incredible kit that you see on your screen right there. Of course, we'll be awarding a special collaboration timepiece to be worn by our Triton No Limit and Short Deck main event winners. Look for that shortly. Love that Bugatti piece, by the way, with that working W16 engine inside it. Of course, you got the Astronomia Casino piece with the roulette wheel on the left. Who was it that was wearing the roulette wheel and they were actually using
KT.
It was Ken Pong.
Ken Pong.
Love
kind of
that.
cool.
Haven't seen him, by the way, here.
No, it doesn't.
Not sure what's going on.
Too far for him? Who knows?
Oh, come on. KT was here before.
Good point. Okay, I don't know. Shall we ask the Thai contingent, this lone player, Punat Punsari?
I'll handle the broadcast duties if you'd like to take a minute to get us an answer. Where are Pachata and Kanapong? Would appreciate that. Randy, do some investigative journalism, if you will.
Okay. I'm going to stay here, actually.
Or don't. Greenwood, investigating the merits of ace-7 suited under the gun +1. 60K open.
Call.
9-3 suited going to work here. In the big blind. Bit loose.
Queen-5 deuce board. See whether or not Greenwood feels like sprinkling something out there. Feels like decent texture.
It's dry. Like, sure, you don't got connection, but there's a lot of check folds from the big blind on Queen-5 deuce, and it's over. You always like to hear you win.
You win is definitely music to your ears. Anytime you have dust.
You like massages, right? You into the head massage thing?
You know what? I actually am.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Soothing?
Absolutely. Got to make sure the fingernails are short. The hands aren't cold. But I can take max pressure into the temples. Just dig right in. Try to connect your fingers through my skull is actually kind of the theme for me. But no, it's, get a little bit of that, like, not pull your hair. You ever get to pull your hair? That's awkward. Don't pull my hair. I'll do the hair pulling around here. But then just kind of, maybe a TMI. Randy?
Yeah, a little bit.
Glimpse into the bedroom.
Okay, now
completely
extra
unsolicited.
I don't know why I asked. Never mind.
Don't live life with regrets, Randy. It's okay.
I regret being here a little bit. 2 9s. Great hand.
Suvarna really has been showing off incredible progress and improvement here at this stop. Saw it with the ace-jack suited that put Lindy's top 2 into the muck. Moments ago, here he is, ace-10 offsuit facing the jam from the 2 9s of Ibinger. And as we get toward this money bubble, Randy, we can expect that these sorts of decisions won't be undertaken lightly. Ace-6 suited for Elton. Gave it a beat. But
he doesn't like folding those hands, but you got to understand it's a tournament. Ace-10. It's by no means an easy call of these positions, undergun +2 versus cutoff. The cutoff has to be pretty tight, given that we're 3 from the money. Good laydown. Discipline.
Sure.
It's actually quite impressive Santosh has done so far this trip. It's 3 final tables. His only 3 cashes, but a 1st, 4th, and 8th. And obviously great position in this 75K right now.
There is Boldigan. Winner of the 50K. Henry thoroughly entertained by that interview I had to endure with Boldigan. Maybe not a fair verb. It was a pleasure. Guy's got a great sense of humor, you can tell. And a sense of under the gun King 10 suited raziness. So he makes it 60. You know Blue Man Group?
Yes, I do know. You think he looks like him right now? But
Black
just Black
Man
Man
Group,
Group?
maybe.
Yeah. Gosh, it's bad that we're kind of jinxing each other a bit.
You
We're on the
see
same wavelength.
You see it.
And that's just not to my advantage. Ace Queen.
Yeah, Lindy sees that and thinks 3 bets the right way to go. Don't think there'll be any arguments.
Strong positions here. It's undergun versus cutoff. Dylan Lindy's 3-bet range should be rather strong. Although maybe concerning that he did not go all in. Good price, of course, given the hand. But situation implies he's up against strength. There's the laydown.
Fold again, just...
By the way, you've called this man a scuba diver, and now
Frogman.
the Black Man Group.
Yep.
What's next?
I did allude to the idea that his buy-in was secured courtesy of a local bank robbery. Dressed for the task, for sure.
I don't think he'd be successful at it.
He did steal a pot.
He did.
Not sure if you were here for that one, but Barbaro here. No theft. King Jack suited, legit, up front.
Can you just...
It's at 15 and 30.
Thanks.
Ben Heath suited connector.
Might he apply pressure? Maybe take one in position? Definitely got the chips to do so. And the stack size you can attack as they try to hang in there.
Heath gonna flat. Soiza, nice spot here.
Yeah, connected. Lots of playability.
Yeah, just another 30K. Take a peek.
Big stack.
7s and 8s rate to be thoroughly unintrusive.
Okay, so 225 in the middle.
Gut shot for Soiza on the King 9-5 board as Barbaro hits top pair up against the second pair of chip leader Ben Heath.
It is 3 ways. Feels like one of the players may give him action if he opts to bet on the flop. One-third pot.
No, kind of the... We know we want to bet with top pair, get some chips in, backdoor hearts, backdoor straightiness, but we tread lightly. In a spot like this, 3 away from the money, out of position against the chip leader.
I don't think Barbaro is looking to get all of his stack in right now on this flop. It just depends on how it develops, but feels compelled to bet when it's 2 opponents out there. You can see all the little types of straight draws that exist. So is it? He comes along. Draw to a clean nuts.
Able to close the action. Backdoor spades working for him as well. Dusty turn.
Barbaro usually didn't mind 1 caller on the flop, but when you get 2, you start to question things a little bit. Is it, do we protect our hand against these straight draws, these middling pairs, but open the action to get blown off of it, or do we perhaps check, take 1 off? Uncomfortable, right? 3 from the money.
Absolutely.
Looks like he's going to find a value bet here. Define his hand.
250K as things get serious. Into 450. Barbaro, it's a big chunk of his 650, Randy.
Yeah, he's making a statement here, right? Betting 250 of the 650 that existed on the turn. No flush draws out there. Pretty hard for Ben Heath to make a call. Gotta remember, Barbaro is betting into 2 opponents. Gut shots don't really want a 2-barrel on this type of board texture, as their opponents usually have something worthy. Nicely picked up. 1.1 million in chips is no stack to slouch at.
I think he did well with that sizing. Obviously, Ben mindful of the fact that SPR-wise, you might expect that 3rd barrel to come in, so the call here.
Yeah.
Not going to allow him to get the showdown with those 9s unimproved. Barbero's been tidy, and, you know, he keeps talking about the year of the Nacho, but truly has compiled a whole host of results and spends a lot of time in the cash game streets playing mixed games, playing big bet. You know, a lot of guys specialize in tournaments, specifically no limit, let's say. Some specialize in cash, PLO, short deck. This guy plays it all.
I feel like the players who do play it all really just have that advantage in the sense that they can play any situation, especially in tournaments, right? We got deep stack portions, small stack, lots of understanding of post flop, and a lot of experience just playing live poker. That helps a lot in these situations.
No doubt about it. Heath in the saddle once more, this time as an opener with Jack-10 suited, and he's going to hear from the Dominator as the Aussie has picked up 2 ladies in the cutoff.
We know Adamo is one of those players who have built that image. They get paid. He gets paid off way more often than other players when he picks up a premium.
180.
Let's see if it pays off for him in this spot. He would love action with 2 queens. Ace-Jack is out. Curious to see if Ben Heath gives him a spin. Not ideal out of position, but he does recognize his opponent is quite aggressive, and I think there's a little bit of 4-bet jam, not a lot, but definitely a candidate to do so with these stack sizes.
Well, obviously, if it were to come in, it would be a function of both the reputation for Adamo, who truly should have a very strong hand.
Yes.
But also a function of his ability to leverage pressure here as we close in on the bubble. Heath going to keep it clean, though. Into the bin it goes. Tidy pickup there for Adamo.
Ben Heath, our chip leader, hasn't been able to press with it. Has been getting resistance and has seemed to lose these small pots over and over again so far. You almost burned a time bank there. All right, Heath, King 7 clubs. Might he win one this time?
We'll have our answer momentarily. Starts with him opening. Ace 9.
He's got a sinister look, doesn't he, Adamo? He's just like, just 3-bet him.
A man of mischief.
He's out.
Barbaro now. King 7 offsuit variety.
Yeah, interesting actually. 33 big blinds. A playable hand, but situation not ideal.
The thing is, he knows that Ben Heath should be opening a wide variety of hands right now.
But even if you know that your opponent will apply a lot of post-flop pressure. You know Nacho's not shy of action, though. Is undergun +2. He's out.
Yep.
Just stay out of the way. And, you know, that's one of the great things about being the chip leader, covering players. People just want to stay out of your way, chip up slowly.
Sure. Flipping it back over to our other feature now, where we find Matthias Eibinger, the Austrian, 2 black 10s off of 705K. Call it 23-ish blinds.
Raise 65,000.
Makes it 65K, just north of the min.
Trouble, Relton. You know he's been waiting for a spot, sees an opportunity for a rejam, hoping to maintain that stack, increase it a little bit.
Started with 14 bigs in this one.
Can he get some read and possibly save his tournament life?
TBD.
Cannot.
Can't blame him, Randy. Feels obviously like he could just go racing against a wide variety of what Eibinger would be opening up front with, but on this occasion, he is absolutely crushed as it comes back over to Eibinger. 210's just too much.
It's way too strong here. Of course, Eibinger recognizes the ICM situation, but it feels like he's dominating way too many hands. Especially against Elton, one of the splashier players remaining in the field. Here we go.
Call gets made. Elton looks on with great interest. Yes. The 2 overs he might have suspected he would be up against are in the form of a pair. Bad news, as Elton needs help. Heading to this flop, Queen 5 tray. Could see some backdoor straight developments. Those thoughts vanquished as Tsang draws to 2 outs once. And instead, the 2 outs connect with Eibinger, who didn't need them. 10's full, 905K pot. And the end of the road for Hong Kong's Elton Tsang, who still hunts his second cash out of 8 attempts. 9th in the 25K turbo. Batting average not profitable as yet. As we flip it back over to the other feature where Soiza opened to 60,000, Hecklin defending with the King Jack, and now check raising on the Queen 10-4 board with an open ender where Soiza has himself top pair. These guys roughly level in stacks. Advantage Hecklin.
Yeah, but it's obviously very scary here of top pair queen kicker with this deep stacks. Just 2 from the money now, mind you. 7's clean. And we could see Henrik fire again. You know, Soiza does have bet calls, of course, with top pair, but these inside straight draws like ace king, ace jacks that will have to fold to a turn bet at a high frequency. Henrik, of course, clean outs. Sometimes the king is a good one against some top pairs.
$275.
Follow through of 275,000 after Soiza made the call. A lot of hand for Mike here, but
yeah,
again, it's a spot where you don't want to be playing big pots that could leave you decimated or maybe on your way out the door.
It's uncomfortable, but just a mandatory call given the strength of his hand. You know, of course, we try to avoid disaster too from the money, but cannot fold a hand like this.
all in.
Wow.
Look at that.
Look at this. Soiza.
Big statement.
Jamming, and Henrik does not make a meal of it whatsoever as he puts it into the bin promptly. Professional courtesy. No Hollywooding.
Wow.
What a relief, by the way, for Soiza
like
once
that
you
play.
do say all in, not to have to sweat some sort of tank and
Yeah.
wonder.
Like that play.
Nacho saying, I like that play.
Second place chips for Soiza now, 1.75 million. Right behind Ben Heath, 66 big blinds, and a very key pot for Soiza. Nicely done, and rounding out Martirosian, Hecklin, Barbero. All these guys at this table have a lot of chips to play with as we approach.
Over 20 bigs for everybody there. Same story at this other feature where 2 tables in total remain at the 15 and 30K level. Brought to you by GG Poker, turning our attention elsewhere.
790 behind, so 820 including that.
It could be slow right now. You know, the shortest stack has 21 big blinds and then 26 big blinds, so they got a lot of room for waiting around. We'll see people fight. Big min cash incoming.
Also tend to see the soft hand for hand once we're 2 away
Right.
from the bubble, Randy.
Yeah, we've been seeing that at these Triton events, and you know we don't want to give anyone an unfair advantage.
Tournament director Luca Vivaldi keeping an eye on the number of hands played at each table. If one gets too far out ahead of another, he will pause play at that table.
Correct.
Force the other one to catch up, and then we'll resume play. I think the players appreciate that, as direct hand for hand can be a bit tedious.
Yeah, I haven't heard anyone complain about this kind of ruling.
Dan Smith not complaining about an ace on the button, especially a Broadway combo, as he makes it 70,000 to go.
We got a mystery card here with 7 of diamonds working. I'm going to guess a pocket 7s or an 8-7 suited most likely. Regardless, a bad flop for either of those hands for the 7x.
Doesn't feel like King 7, Queen 7 is part of the equation for Ibinger as a customer out of the small. As he checks over to Dan Smith, Broadway gutty.
You'll see a lot of C-bets here from the dealer button, especially against a small blind flat. You know the big cards like Ace King, Ace Queen like the 3-bet. Oh, actually checks through and just binks it. Okay.
Easy game. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Ibinger's going to have the sort of stuff that is going to be able to pass chips Dan's way, but maybe with the check back, Matthias wants to get after it. TBD.
Maybe, but quite unlikely.
Agreed.
But he is kind of looking at his chips, and he has bled into a time. Okay, no, he does check. Can't really just imagine a scenario where this doesn't bet, fold on the turn.
Second check from Matthias as Dan barrels half pot with the nuts. This one should be over, and indeed it is.
How does running a fake out clinic at the other table? Like take his hat off.
Since you asked, you can't have it yourself.
When somebody would have busted that move, just like, well then.
Ibinger a bit of a specialist, as I understand it, Randy, in terms of the online streets, playing hyper turbo events.
Yeah, he's you know, he's friends with Fedor. They have their own little coaching platform, and just is very experienced with all sorts of ICM stuff. Is just really extremely talented player, the Austrian.
Nice to have a crew that includes the likes of Fedor Holes, off of whom you can bounce ideas and try to come up with concepts that might be unique and yours alone. Buldigan. Kings are his alone as he makes it 60 to go, and hard 10 for Dylan, who didn't make it look hard to put it into the muck.
Nah, he's not going to be playing these 2-5s out of the small blind in this situation. Ace-4 will come along and just flopped it. 2-5s would have made top set. That would have been disaster for Dylan.
Wheel for Mikolai up against this overpair for Buldigan, who really has had things go so well for him. He decides to check back now. Draws live, courtesy of a pair on the board.
Wow, look at this.
Checks once more. So under-repped, Randy.
And these kings are very under-repped, too. He's got to think he's got the best hand. Might we come in with a check raise now? It's a small check raise in. You never like to see you get check raised, especially this deep right now. 40 big blinds effective, roughly.
What sorts of hands do you assign the big blind defender that would defend, check, and then check raise on the arrival of the deuce?
Of course, all of the big hands, in terms of bluffs, it is a little bit hard to see, but then again, you got 2 kings, and what if my opponent is just value raising a weaker type of pair? Clean.
Absolute dynamite spot here for Mikolai with 415 in the middle.
Snapped off and nicely done, ace-4.
$200K.
It feels like Vyacheslav kind of lost the minimum there by checking back that flop, thankfully.
Yeah, he did. You just
could have lost a lot more.
Strangely played pot control, despite the fact that he got check raised on the turn, but I think you're right.
Nuts you are playing, Nick.
Блин, я попуток-то планировал.
Santosh.
Жестко с тобой сидим, поэтому...
Allegations of nut peddling for Mikolai.
More or less fine. It could be disaster.
Buldigan agreeing with your post-mortem there, Randy.
Yeah, I would say that's an okay result.
Sure.
Dylan, meanwhile, is just probably kicking the table. Would have had a boat.
Heibinger, ace-6, 65K. Greenwood now, big blind. 2 4s. Covered. Well aware of the fact that there are shorter stacks in the room. But
Plenty of shorter stacks.
None of them
stack
are,
size.
quote, short stacks. Sub-10 big blinds. And all of that stuff as Heibinger turns into an open-ender on the 8-7-5 board.
And some connection for both players. And sure, there's 3 overs for the Greenwood's pocket 4s, but with that straight draw, seems like he would continue against a bet. You do from time to time see the ace-6 check this type of board, given that it hits the big blind. And when you check back, your 6 is disguised in case you make the straight.
Deuce. Not changing anything, and while Greenwood might suspect that Heibinger's not in this territory as the opener, and the 4s could be good, isn't necessarily looking to get into a confrontation.
No. And it's also one of those boards where you can see over pairs, check back, even top pairs. And with the heart coming in, sometimes you bet and get raised. Now you're playing this bloated pot. It is reasonable to fire out a bet, but I think check is pretty standard. It feels like you're checking a6 back on the flop. You probably will continue to check here as one pair of hands wouldn't be pressured to call. As played, I think both hands are pretty happy with this river card. It's kind of one of those spots where we've checked it down. We might as well just follow through on the river.
Ace high does have some showdown value here. Greenwood could just check and turn them into bluff catchers. Block bet available as well, maybe.
Yeah, a value block bet is reasonable against ace high.
Check was.
I think check was the expected play, though.
Yep.
Looks like they're going to have even stacks there, 1.1 million apiece, roughly. Tournament short stack, Ali. 25 big blinds. And there's multiple of them.
That's not a qualifying depth to be referred to as a short stack, and you're right. There are several of them. Obviously, it's going to take some time, some lost pots for those stacks to be whittled down into the danger zone where we can expect them to be jamming. Dan Smith. Jacks. He can get down with that. Takes it up to 65, and Matthias in the hijack with an ace-10. Just puts it into the muck. Not one, but two of the other jacks in the deck into the muck as well. Greenwood, perhaps the only candidate with that king-10 to be a customer. He bins it as well. But Buldigan will take a spin and flop bottom pair on the ace-king high board. Not the most welcome of sights for Smith. Obviously, Randy can rep that stuff.
He can rep it, but the thing is, Jax has so much showdown value and, you know, overcards to these types of hands. Betting doesn't accomplish too much. We'll see if he comes in with bet, it's going to be really small. It's usually a pretty good board for Buldigan in the sense that he can kind of get a lot of free turn cards.
Does indeed get exactly that, as the turn now delivers Smith the unfortunate third over card, but just in case his hand is beat, he's got the Broadway Gutty.
Seems like a check-in affair right now. Two jacks. Hoping to show down a winner. Just 11% for Vladislav here.
Glaring over at Dan, who will check back. $175 in the middle.
A bet will usually take it down, but when your opponent is checking, they often got showdown value. This hand's over.
That it is. As those two are going to be enjoying a slightly shorter break than the rest of the field. Greenwood hanging out to observe. The rest of the boys have made their way out of the room as Dylan Lindy sits with south of 20 big blinds, and it is Mikolai courtesy of that ace-4 that worked his way into a 40 big blind stack as we bring you back to the desk. Just mentioned schedule break on our hands here in event number 8. The 75K will play down to a champion here today. Draw party also coming up for the Lux on Pay Invitational. I'll be out emceeing that one while you and Henry hold it down in the booth, Randy. But you pointed it out. We want to say, who's the short stack? No one. Somebody at the bottom of the leaderboard, sure. But going to be a bit of a grindy affair right now. 15 left, 13 paid.
Yeah, 100% a grindy affair with just 2 remaining. You know, people are going to be raising lots of folds, a lot of checking as you've seen in the last few pots, right? Not willing to create a situation where someone can bloat the pot. And you saw 2 kings check back a board that's perceived to be very good for him.
Yeah.
And understandable, 2 away. Should be a good grind.
Yeah, I think the bigger stacks, middling stacks, content to maybe be snug as a bug right now and try to sneak into the top 13 for 130 plus in payout. We're going to step aside along with the field, but we will return with more coverage from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino in North Cyprus after this. Stay close.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Ace King. Some backdoors. Ace X of spades, Ace X of hearts that goes barreling on this queen turn. Brick diamonds, but again has a diamond in hand. But also, how often do people bluff against this line? Ding, check, raise flop, barrel turn. Is now checked. When he can still retain all of the value hands.
Seconds. Call. Shut up.
Well, Biao did all he could. In the end, could not resist the temptation. And that call will see him joining a handful of others already here in the locker room.
Yeah, 7 eliminations already thus far, looking likely to be 8.
Do we have a direct translation for Mochi Mochi?
I'm assuming it means ace is in the big blind, please, dealer.
Ace-5 suited now for the Finn, Patrick Antonius.
24.
Raised to 24,000.
Shoots it up to 24K.
Fold.
Off of
Fold.
north of 30 bigs. King Queen on the button for Fedor, 68K.
Currently the shortest stack in the field. 5.5 bigs. It's an under the gun open. Suited, obviously, we're just fist bump getting it in. Fedor really thinking this one through.
5 seconds. Player will end.
Well, seldom does Fedor do anything at a poker table, if ever, without thorough thought. As his 68 does eventually make its way into the middle with 40% equity. A 3-2 dog in 166,000 chip pot, where his event 8 life hangs in the balance against Patrick. Ace 10-6, top pair for Antonius, the gutter and backdoor diamonds for Fedor.
Seems amused.
King adding outs to the 4 jacks. That would give him the straight. And there is the jack, as any paint would have done the trick.
16.
And Fedor doubles through. Just what you don't want to see if you're anybody but Fedor at this table. Just having in the app Buldigan Cam. Winter Cam. Just an isolated, perpetual opportunity to observe whether they're in a hand or not, what's going on in their world. That might be premium content. You might have to pay for that. We give you everything else for free. I think that's the stuff we can charge for. Put it behind the paywall.
Probably a blend of Oscar Wilde, Picasso, and Jim Carrey. It's kind of just really, you know what I mean.
Top pair queen kicker in both seats here as Vyacheslav kicked this one off pre.
$45.
Sizable c-bet. 3/4 pot. Making things incredibly uncomfortable for Dvoris. With 2 cards to come. Note the SPR going to the turn would be around 1. Oh, very warm welcome back to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino in northern Cyprus. It is the 75k event number 8. And Randy, it looks like you and Ali have worked your way all the way down to the biggest bubble of the series thus far. We were just talking briefly off air, the amount of chips in play in this one. It's going to take us, what, like 7-8 hours to get to 100 bigs in play. So given how deep it is here and given the insane ICM that they're under already with the sizable bubble, we're expecting to see a lot of caginess unless there is some top of range v top of range.
Yeah, most likely, of course. If you look at the cast of characters that are still in this tournament, it's people who study tournaments regularly. They understand how to apply pressure and how to stay out of the way with these middling marginal hands, right? It will be slow. It's understandable, but with this kind of prize pool, it could have some fireworks here and there, but unlikely.
Let's talk about that prize pool a little bit. 2 7-figure payouts in this one. We take to the Triton Poker Plus app. Top prize of 1.73 million. Runner-up going home with 1.2 million. So obviously 7 figures up top. Expect to see a lot of, you know, just world-class players in the mix. Blue feature table. Greenwood, Baldwin, Savannah, Smith, Ibinger, Lindy, and Vasco Boynikau. Some of the newer players still running deep in this one, but also some Triton OGs. And then the red feature table, Soiza, Volsang, Baziakowski, Nacho, Barbero, the year of Nacho, Hecklin, Martirosyan, Heath, and Adamo. So, Randy, I mean, doesn't feel like anything in particular sticks out there, but big names, and as you mentioned, people that are very aware of how to approach this bubble and approach the ICM that they're going to be under. As we look to throw it down to the main stage, 15 players remain, 13 places paid with 2 7-figure payouts. As Artur Martirosyan leads the field with 64 big blinds, came into today as one of the middling stacks and very early on got the aces of Nick Petrangelo to fold, then rivered the nut flush against Brian Kim. And it's just been punishing ever since. Michael Soiza came in second in chips, has dropped down throughout the day, but he's now back up to second with 44 bigs. Only 4 players, by the way, Randy, with more than average. This man, one of them, Dan Smith.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a fun experience just watching these guys, the world's best, navigating this situation. Ace-5 suited. Normally a candidate for putting in a 3-bet, but may shy from that given that, once again, 2 from the money. Understandable. You just really got to tighten your ranges a bit.
1-4.
Well, look at this. The only player that has Dan Smith covered at this feature table is Mikolai, who immediately asking the question of how much he's playing, does decide to mark the ace-8. Greenwood, by the way, obviously Chidwick and Kuhn bowing out before the money, but Greenwood, middle of the pack with 27 bigs, looking on the outside into that Ivan Leal Player of the Year. But a deep run here, Randy, given the buy-in, given how the multiplier works, given the amount of entries, a top 3 finish for Greenwood really puts him back in the hunt with 9 events left. So eyes on Greenwood for the time being.
Yeah, and Greenwood is one of those guys that will play all the remaining events, right? We
He
got
will
short
indeed.
deck, we got pillow, so definitely in contention.
We saw him back in Vietnam claiming that short deck title.
Yep.
Dedicated that one to his wife back home. As you should, if you want to go home.
Today, you should just be able to request C flop.
So as Randy mentioned, expecting some caginess. Expecting less chatty tables as well as players look to preserve energy. So they're going to be strapped in for the long day ahead as Ibinger, Poker Code co-founder, two-time Triton champion, bumps things up with the two blackjacks. Blackjack. All the way round to arguably the most talked about player of the series, Santosh Savana.
1,090,000 total.
Thank you.
Dan Smith earlier, when me and Ollie were doing commentary, said he was a bit cranky. He's okay now.
It's funny, we were playing tennis last night, or I was watching. He was playing with Brian Kim, Seth Davies, Daniel Dvoris, and Michael Soiser. Had a bit of a wrist injury, maybe has led to a rough night's sleep. As we head to the King 7-deuce Rainbow, nothing to write home about here for Smith. Randy, Mateus with the two jacks, one overcard.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of C-bets on these king high boards, but jacks is one of those hands that's a candidate for checking back.
Definitely makes sense.
You'll see a lot more checking too, just so close to the bubble right now. He's going to still fire, define his hand.
Looks like a 15% or so C-bet. Dan Smith, backdoor diamonds, that 9-6 wrapped around the 7. Maybe thinking about this one.
Well, when you are faced against a min bet, you definitely think of ideas of putting in some check raises, especially as you see those diamonds working with the... Actually going to come with a check call. Expecting him to fire if it blank checks through on a turn.
Good stuff.
Wow. There's one of those back doors. 3 of diamonds, 3-10 in the middle. Smith picking up the 9 high flush draw. As Randy mentioned, given that we are so close to the money, is this the time Ibinger now opts to pot control with a check, or maybe set the price, Randy, to then check river?
Both options are pretty good here. It just kind of depends on how you think the big blind will respond on the turn. If you do opt to bet, you're usually going third or lower. Check is the play, and it's going to be very interesting. Hit or not. Does have showdown value. Had he not hit the 6, of course, would be coming in swinging.
Now beating hands like ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10 maybe.
Yeah, a lot of hands he beats here, 9-6, and shouldn't be putting in more chips. And of course, when it likely checks through, everyone will see this 9-6, I imagine. Depending on who shows first, I suppose.
Oh, every pot so crucial. Even these single raise pots, people are going to be doing their best to fight for every chip that goes in.
Look, jacks are usually pretty good given the line right now. It's just dangerous, as sometimes you bet and you open the door for your opponent to check raise. We know Dan Smith is not gun shy. Would be a correct value bet, but just really hard to find.
Yeah, you saw the hesitation from Ibinger looking up, kind of, I know this feels a bit tight, but as you mentioned, you know, there's 2 7-figure payouts up top in this one, 15 left.
We know Ibinger's one of those guys that understand his
Oh, dude,
situation
I mean-
like the most, right? He's a coach, friends with Fedor. They discuss hands all the time.
Two-time Triton champion. It's not something
Yeah.
you achieve by not being aware of the immense ICM pressure. The way to navigate these fields. He's done it twice.
Yeah, we know he puts in lots of work. Just playing as well as off the table, always on the solvers, putting in information into those ICMizer type things.
Always grinding on.
He's always playing poker, whether he's in the shower or not. He's just thinking about it at all times.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like every time I log into GG,
he's online.
He's one of the guys that kind of holds down the, I want to say the all-in or fold.
Oh, yes.
I think I want to say they're 5 or 10 big blind or 5-10 big blind tables because
he understands how to play every stack size, and
yeah,
you know it's a really good thing, of course, in tournaments, as you don't know what stack size you're dealt each hand.
Shout out Ibinger, shout out Poker Code. Big blind, 4 deuce, hits the mark. So that's things stand, 15 left, min cash of 131,000. Top prize of 1.7+ million. Event number 8. 75k 8 max. Another storyline emerging is that man on your screens, Sam Greenwood, currently finds himself 3rd on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year ranking. He is a ways behind Chidwick, 830 points, but a win here today would really make things interesting going into the final 9 events. So, Artur Martirosyan leading the field, Michael Soiser in 2nd, Nikolai Vaskovoynikau in 3rd. Hope everyone's doing well. Shout out to all of our viewers, keeping both Randy and myself company. Randy?
Yes?
We appreciate the viewers.
We do.
The support throughout the series, and of course, if you haven't already followed us on socials or behind-the-scenes content, that Luxon Pay Invitational seat draw tonight. We're going to have the social media team over there filming all of that. So if you're looking for the kind of preview or the sneak peek about the table lineups coming into that 200k tomorrow, make sure you follow us on socials. And if you haven't already, take a couple of seconds to click that like button over on YouTube. We've got 2 7-figure payouts. We have the world's best players in the mix.
Yeah,
We've
200K
got Randy
tomorrow.
in the booth. What's not to like? Don't tell Ali I said that. Where is he?
Ducks.
Button open. I mean, it's that stage of the tournament, isn't it, Randy? It really is.
You're like, if it's close, it's in the muck.
Smith chipping up nicely. I mean, we keep putting on these kind of prize pools, Randy. 7 figures up top, 200k. I'm going to assume it's going to be like 3 million for first, the main event. The race to 100 million in total live earnings.
We're already going there.
I mean, got Botomo over 61 million now. All you got to do is win this event 20 times and you cross it. If you're sat on 60 million, of course. Savannah, by the way, leading the player of the series, although, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't play short deck. So he's going to have to perform
Not
really
yet.
well.
We don't know.
That's true. He might have been in the lab, those cash games. Who knows?
I don't know about the lab, but maybe just playing it.
Could do a KCG, flick in a short neck tournament for the first time after playing one cash game and then, you know, ship a title. It does happen.
He did it. Yeah, and right now it is Santosh at the top of the North Cyprus. And then Ding Biao right behind him in Vladislav and Jason Kuhn. Anyone's game in terms of those rankings.
Chip
6
leader.
domination. Not too bad for 6-3 of hearts.
Yeah, chip leader at this feature table, flopping the flush draw. Vyacheslav with the 1 over and the best hand, but going to be difficult to win this one at Showdown, given the way this hand's expected to play out. Does go check, check.
Might be opportunity for Mikola to fire away with this flush draw. Chip stack pressure. Nicely done.
Yeah, small bet.
A small bet is all it takes, right?
There we go.
Your opponent's got ace-6 high.
Yeah, small bets at this stage of the tournament really achieve so much, don't they?
Yeah. Ja, då var det inte så på bara stärka. Подумал, что девятка была? I think because of I checked there, so only because of this.
You know, our request to have Vyacheslav and Nacho at almost every feature table has pretty much been delivered every day.
So that request equals run good?
Run good for us and the viewers.
And them.
And them. Couple of red 10s for Ibinger. As expected. Even defending the big blind. Not going to be happening all too often now.
Did you get one of those Dan Smith hoodies yet, Henry?
I didn't, and the reason is, Randy, I am going to wait for London, unfortunately.
Oh, the arm, the broken arm, right?
Yeah, getting into hoodies has become
difficult.
It's not fun. I can do it, but I'd rather not.
Okay.
And getting injured and then you and
What
Ali
size are you?
having to do it. Large.
Okay. We'll make sure I'm sold out by then. Make you regret it.
You're going to make sure they're sold out? I mean,
just buy them all up. It's not really my size.
I have
You're
6 broken bones.
I should feel a little bit bad for you,
Do you
right?
think it's a choice that I haven't bought a hoodie yet?
Kind of. You just don't want to feel the pain trying it on.
I'll tell you what. Let me find a hammer. Maybe take to your arm.
You're just going to take a hammer to my arm.
And then see if you want to be
okay, Henry.
Trying on hoodies.
I see how it is.
I mean, sympathy, Randy. You're allowed to have
Not
some.
after you made that comment. Although I did bring it in first.
There we go. The truth.
I concede.
They are nice hoodies, though. Maybe it is worth the pain. You're probably right.
Well, how mad would you be if your size is sold out by the time you get there?
Yeah, well, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say September of last year when we came here.
Okay.
When the new Jonas
love
Wood
that one, by the
hoodies
way.
came out.
The one that Greenwood's rocking.
By day 2,
gone.
I went up and spoke to Janice, and she was like, "What size?" I was like, "Large." She's like,
good luck.
Sorry, mate. We've been here for 48 hours. So the chances of one of those hoodies being available. But the good thing is I am going to Malaysia, back to the head office after this trip. So maybe put in an order. Maybe Janice and Andy have a bit more sympathy for me, and I get a free hoodie.
Maybe.
Post-surgery. Back to the action. The Dominator Flew in late. First event he played was the 40K. Nice to see him making a run here. Usang with a decision. 21 bigs, +1, ace-4 suited. Kind of down there in that cluster of players hovering around the 20 big blind mark.
Raised to 85,000.
Interesting decision here for Soiza, ace-8 suited. Is against a stack that he could apply pressure, but then again, Vogelsang shouldn't be raising too loosely right now. Barbaro 2 sevens. This is awkward.
Yeah, it really does get dicey.
I wouldn't fault him if he just pitches this one. It's a shallow stack raising. Looks like he's gonna come along with a call. Wait, the 3-bet. 3-bet to, I guess, decide on what develops. Aggressive, but should work.
Maybe a hand that he doesn't want to take multi-way. Should he flat? Kind of opens the door for a squeeze or a big blind defend from behind.
I agree. I think the main thing is that if you want to choose to play 2 sevens against a 20 big blind stack in this situation, is come in with a 3-bet or just fold it outright. Flat calling seems to be the one that gets you in the most trouble.
Well, you know what they say about these ace-4, ace-5 type holdings. Not the
Fold
case this time.
They say you fold them.
Apparently so, and I'm not going to question Vogelsang.
No, I mean, I know what you're about to say. And the thing is that we are 2 from the money, and the risk is just out of the tournament. An absolute disaster right now on a play that may or may not work. You go into the shop right now, Henry. I've seen you gotten up. Your arm seems to be working just fine. You're gone.
What's that, Randy? You want to buy me a hoodie for my birthday? Go on.
I see your arm is just perfectly fine.
Wow, this guy.
The sling is for show.
Hey, give me a hand, mate. Do you want to see what a collarbone sticking out feels like?
Okay, no, I don't want to.
Soiza, second in chips. Gonna mark the Jack 10. 1 seat over. Bads, 4-time Triton champion. Ace-9 of spades, certainly a playable hand. It's gonna open. You know the way the pressure builds in these tournaments, Randy, as we close in and then the bubble bursts and all of a sudden it's like a gas chamber that a valve has been released on. Artur jamming over the top, table captain, tournament captain. Just mashing for 20 effective. Says all you can eat, Bads. It's one of those really annoying spots. You know you have to open.
And you know you have to fold.
Exactly. Just like, sure, the chip leader's jammed on me. And we know the chip leader's going to be jamming with suited broadways, maybe even some weaker ace-X.
Well, also the ones that are better than you as well.
Yeah, of course.
Henrik will be looking at charts now.
We got the charts out.
It's fine, technically not so, right?
What?
Looking at charts in between hands, technically it is fine, ethically not so.
I think officially it's not allowed.
Really?
Yeah.
No, in between hands?
Don't think so.
I think it is officially.
I think unfortunately they are allowing it.
Yeah, you can't police it. That's the point. That's what. Yeah.
Some discussion on the ethics behind looking at charts in between hands. Have to agree with Soiza.
Not in the hand, of course, but like between hands.
Technically allowed, from an ethical point of view. Would be frowned upon, unless you're me, and then you know that the charts don't really make a difference. I'm still punting away.
Or you're like some of our best players like Ibinger who just knows the charts to the T.
Do you think he just has a memory card that he just brings to the front of his brain?
It's downloaded. No hard drive needed.
On the brain cloud. Who needs Google?
Fold. Fold.
Don't do it, Adamo.
He does this, it's over. Unless he can spike a deuce.
18.5 bigs. Is cooked.
5 seconds. Fold.
Duck's not going to get burnt this time. Oh, sang with the 960. Facing a 2.25. Sorry, 2.1 open.
Fold.
Does fold, as expected. Unfortunately, from an entertainment point of view, Randy, maybe not as many flops, turns, and rivers as we'd like, but for the purists out there looking to improve their game, maybe unfamiliar with how bubble plays work, or maybe, you know, you've been at home and you found yourself on the bubble in tournaments and been unsure about what hands you want to be calling, defending. Some great examples here. Get the notepads out.
Yeah, as a fan of poker, you should want to see how the best players approach these difficult spots.
Fold. 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 Fold.
God, so disappointing. Folds round to you on the button. 9 deuce.
If Vogelsang does come in with a limp, 10 deuce offsuit is a candidate for putting pressure on pre-flop. Looks like Vogelsang just going to stay out of the way, expecting to get played back out a lot.
Shout out Doyle Brunson.
Yeah.
Paying his dues here. 75k, making an appearance. Rest in peace. How big's the game up there, do you think, now that Doyle's arrived? Chip,
Up
Stu.
the stakes, boys.
Oh, yeah. Back to their old tricks.
Fold. Fold.
Expecting this Jack Nine of Clubs to activate here, Henry? Yeah? Chip leader?
Yeah.
Raise 80,000.
As if he needs a second invitation with a suited one gap at on the bubble.
He does currently have a 1,000,000 chip lead on Michael Soiza, our current second place.
Who
player on
has
the
a couple
leaderboard.
of aces.
Yeah, well, looks like that'll flip-flop a bit. We're playing 45 big blinds effective, small blind versus early position. Of course, 2 aces is going to come in with a 3-bet most likely, unless he's trying to trap Makita. Michael sizable, given you're a bit deeper.
320,000.
Precisely, Randy. Comes with the 4x.
A quick one.
Fold.
What do you like today? 6 to 1, Marty? So is that?
Oh, sorry?
6 to 1 is Marty.
I think it's 5 to 1.
580.
Yeah, so like 5 to 1.
In what?
Qualify.
To win.
What are we talking about?
Champions League.
Champions League.
Oh,
semi.
Champions League. Oh, I see. Oh, I know. I haven't looked.
Seems like a lot.
It's Champions League tonight.
Yeah, basic, yeah.
Semi-final, leg 2. Man City v Real Madrid.
Raise 80,000. Fold.
Man City with the away goal lead, courtesy of KDB. Ah. Well, I have said on stream before, Randy, that I haven't watched football in about 12 years.
Easy money.
Producer James just telling me there's no away goals anymore.
I haven't watched it for like 37 years.
I take it you're 37. Gonna hazard a guess. Do you know who Man City are?
Who?
Lionel Messi?
Nah, I really have no idea.
Wow. Okay.
Ignorant.
20,000.
Ignorance is bliss, mate.
I know.
Probably saved yourself a lot of time, a lot of heartbreak, a lot of headaches.
Really?
To be fair, if you told me like a Magic the Gathering card or something, like, I wouldn't have a clue.
I know a couple of those.
I've heard you know more than a couple of those, mate.
I just know balance. That's what you need in this game.
Same thing as in poker as Adamo. Looks down at the ace-jack-o. +2. Gonna fold round to bads on the button as Soiser is out of the way. That's looking likely to be a raise and take for our two-time champion. Been on a bit of a dry spell at Triton Super High Roller Series ever since Madrid last year, where he took down 2 titles. And Hecklin does come with the defend, 8-6-0. These guys are practically tied. At the bottom of the counts as Hecklin flops top and bottom on the 8-7-6 mono board. 220 in the middle.
Yeah, obviously nice to hit 2 pairs, but this is a dicey one.
Always dicey on the 3 flush boards.
For a Damo ace-jack, like, what can you do? This just hits the big blind in some manner, usually. No diamond in hand. Check and pray, perhaps?
Well, the checking part has been complete as Hecklin turns a boat.
I have two small espresso macchiatos. Thank you.
See how our Madrid main event champion wants to proceed. He's going to set the trap. Just pray that Adamo has a 1 diamond type hand. That river's a flush, maybe 2 overs, that river a top pair.
Yeah, maybe he catches up a bit too.
Second check from the pre-flop aggressor. Fortunately for Adamo, does not connect with the 3 of hearts river. See what Hecklin wants to do now. Does he continue extending the rope? Does he try and go for a small sizing, giving that Adamo's checked twice?
Yeah,
or does he just go for the jugular?
At this point, you gotta imagine he's gonna try to extract value. His opponent's very ace high heavy, or some kind of like small pair.
5 seconds. Bet of 220,000.
Pot size bet from the Great Dane.
Second greatest Dane, okay?
Whoa. Great Dane of our generation, okay?
Okay, Great Dane of our generation. We can go with that.
Adamo with a bluff catcher.
5 seconds.
Ace high, no diamond.
Fold.
Does make the fold. Eyebrows raised, always suspicious. Especially against someone like Hecklin.
Yeah, you always want to keep note of these pot size and overbet pots.
So polar, right? Quick look at our chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Talking of Poker Stake, could have snagged yourself a piece of Michael Soiser's action, who finds himself second in chips currently with 15 left. If you haven't already, check that out. He does still have action available in the 200k and the 100k main. Artur Martirosyan leading the field. Soizer in second, and a sizable drop-off, Randy, between Soizer and Nacho. Nacho down on 28 bigs, Henrik Hekler on 26, and then everyone else clustered at the bottom there to get into the money before doing anything all too crazy.
Yeah, they're neck to neck at the bottom, and right now the blinds are catching up to them as they try to wait around. Makita now, 15 blinds. Ace queen suited. Let's see if it comes in for min raise or maybe possibly pushing all of it in there.
There are so many different scenarios, Randy, where you would want to induce with a hand like this from late position.
600,000.
But he's just going to put it all in, or most of it, for understandable reasons. Allowing the big blind to defend.
Yeah.
Or allowing someone to kind of come over the top and then realize all of their equity across 5 cards.
I feel like if we weren't this close to the money, or whether we're already inside or quite far away, we would just come in for raise to induce.
Right.
King queen. I saw a queen.
I did have a queen.
Mamacita.
Mamacita.
I like how Nacho is asking Makita if he had king queen, even though he had no interest in the hand, just to try to extract a little bit of information on what this 15 big blind open jam is.
Listen, Nacho Barbera is a silver-tongued fox. He is a cheeky devil, as cheeky as it gets. If he can ask a question and get some free value.
Well, he heard there was a queen in there.
But
I mean, look at this, man.
nobody saw it.
It feels that way. High chance, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Is that an ace shown?
High chance.
I believe. Ace of diamonds was exposed. Does change things, of course. Only slightly, but...
Pretty aggressive here with queen 7 suited and a cutoff for Nacho, but we know he's not gun shy. Martirosyan thinking about taking one out of position. Got the gyps. You actually get a lot of free turn cards too against the smaller stacks, as they don't want to kind of bet the flop and get put to the test.
Randy, are we about to see a flop?
We are.
3-way.
We definitely are. This is not a candidate for reshoving 10-9 suited for Ben Heath. He's just going to have to force to get in there given the strength of his hand.
Okay. 2-9-5 in the middle, shades on. Multi-way affair. Look at him, he's just loving this. It's like finally get to play.
He's just dying to play some post flop of 1 million in
it.
chips. Good board for him actually, just in the sense that his opponent's no piece. Likely will have to just fold to a flop bet.
1 over, backdoor spades. 2-9-5 to fight for.
He can just get so many folds, especially even from the chip leader. Chip leader, if he's got big cards, it will just put you to the test pre-flop, and pocket pairs as well, so oftentimes just hands that just brick. Hand will be over shortly.
Yeah, Ben just wishes
No,
he was
he's
deeper
not.
here. And we
There's no
weren't
way.
on a 6-figure bubble. Surely not, right?
No. Especially when he's playing off of this stack. What is he just going to check raise fold or check call? No way.
60% of a straight flush.
Yeah, it's, no, 60. You need 100% of a straight flush
To see a turn, yeah.
Although 80% is pretty good, but 60 is not even in the realm of reality.
Nacho picking up a small one with the C-bet.
That's a nice one, though, for Nacho, right?
That's huge, right?
25
Yeah.
blinds. He's opening queen 7 suited.
You want one?
Espresso time.
Okay, bro.
conversation.
You want one if you has alcohol inside?
What's that?
It has Baileys inside.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's no Baileys in there.
Don't dangle the carrot in front of the Great Dane, okay? I've tried going toe-to-toe with him. Failed. Massively.
One cannot beat him in that contest, right?
You know, I'm done after 2 glasses of wine. He's ordering the 3rd bottle. With that pickup, by the way, Nacho up to 5th in chips, just behind Dan Smith. Love heckling, though. One of the guys,
hard to flush, huh?
players that
Kind of fucked the dynamic
love
of the
socializing
team.
with the actual
Yeah,
team
I was
here
like,
as well.
Fuck.
He's a friendly guy.
Open and then it's like, okay, no, my fault.
I was happy because I think Arthur was gonna shop many of the aces.
Business,
if I opened
Jack
them.
8.
Like, it was like, good, that's good for me.
Yeah, it's not the best spot to be flashing aces. So.
Definitely.
How annoying is this? We know Adamo isn't shy of putting chips in, but he's been put all in.
Well, he's currently
ICM is for the poor, and you're rich, Michael. You could have called.
12 of 15. Nacho's been listening to my commentary. ICM's for poor people. Although when you've had a bit of a dry spell, getting that monkey off your back,
They put it as
even
the
if it is the
front
form
cover
of a
like
big cash.
Card player, bro. I'm so embarrassed. But
Switch it back over to table 1, the blue feature table. Nothing much has changed over here, actually. Ibing has chipped up nicely, but nothing too major. It's Mikolai still table captain. Dylan also with action over on Poker Stake, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, did not know. You just got him some extra action, I'm sure. King Jack suited, very playable. Fortunately, it's 20 big blinds against under the gun. High pressure situation, going to make the play.
Green was just
nice.
such a beast.
It's scary though, right?
I mean, I'm never finding this jam.
It's nerve-wracking. You're like, I'm sitting okay. Currently in 10th out of 15. But, you know, this is how you kind of secure some chips, hang around.
The way things have been going for you this week, I don't think I wanted you to call it anything.
Yeah.
I'd feel elated.
I need to speak with Dylan later on.
Why?
Was he just on a bender last night? And he's just picked out the black hoodie. Just, you know, just...
Described him as going scuba diving, Ali did earlier today.
That just goes to show how much Ali knows about scuba diving. Jackal. I can see it though. Always looking to jab at Ali. Dan Smith, quite a tennis player, by the way. Went there last night. Was there with Dvoris, Davies, Brian Kim, Michael Soys all playing tennis. Great defensive player. There's a bit of prop betting going on, as you'd imagine, with these guys. $200 a game. Can get pricey. Bit out of my price range.
Also tough with your arm.
I mean, I could have booked action from the sidelines, but again.
All right, we're going to go to get a limp one. BVB, 8-3 deuce. That's actually connection for both players, right? Top pair inside straight draw for the player with more chips.
Yeah, Smith with the guard ball. As Randy mentioned, Ibinger with top pair.
I feel like a lot of betting with the 6-4, just expecting Ibinger to just fold outright a lot.
I believe it's 100K.
A bigger sizing, isn't it?
Yeah, sizable stab. 100 into 120.
I believe this bigger bet is to dissuade some floats on the flop, even some of the bad gut shots occasionally.
Maybe the 2 overs.
Yeah, just because, you know, your opponent's sitting on 25 big blinds, one that understands the ICM to the T, just trying to convince him to fold outright. Does not. So I think your opponent's hand is a bit more defined when he calls your 100K bet into 120. Pair of sixes, obviously good for Dan Smith, usually. In this sense, may give him a little bit of trouble. Clubs come in.
Oh, turning a pair, picking up decent showdown.
Actually a really tricky spot here for Ibinger. Sure, he's got top pair, but there's 3 clubs out there. You don't got a kicker, and occasionally get check piled on. You really don't want to be put in that situation. Dan Smith more than capable of doing so. 2 from the money. 23 big blinds. It's a tricky one, isn't it, Henry?
It really is. Still feels like a hand that maybe wants a bit of protection from one club hands, but at the same time, like you said, just getting to the river, some pot control by checking behind, keeping the pot at 320,000. Kind of limits Dan Smith going to the river. Does pair the deuce.
Yeah, a really good card for Ibinger, of course. No overs. Perhaps occasionally some kind of block bet here of 6-4. A lot of checks. Still, an interesting spot here for 8-7 is just 7 kicker, 8s and deuces.
Well, it's another one of those similar to the Jack's hand where Ibinger probably feels like different situation. I'm going to go for value, but with this exact setup.
The thing is, because of the 100K C-bet on the flop into 120, he doesn't have that many floats on his board texture, so it's hard to represent a bluff.
There you go, same again. Saying so tight. But understandable tightness from Ibinger as he ties with Dan Smith, both now playing 1.2 million.
And just to put a pin on that hand, it's just that he respects his opponent, Dan Smith, knows that he's more than capable of just going upstairs and putting him to the test, and he just wants to avoid that situation altogether. Blinds up, Henry. 25K,
Blinds
50K.
are going up.
Trouble for short stacks.
Poker getting more expensive per orbit.
So how short are our short stacks now? Do you know?
Well, with the blinds going up, Ben Heath now sub 10 bigs. Michael Adamo on 11. Makita on 15. Christoph Vogelsang on 15.5, as is Dylan Lind. So,
yeah, tough for Heath as he was our tournament chip leader a bit ago, but not too long ago. King Queen suited. Paint. Not too bad for Mikolai. UTG.
yeah, table captain.
Fold. Fold or just want to
Hearts would be trouble here.
Well, Dylan with the defendable hand does have the hearts covered. It's one of the shorter stacks in the field now. So he does defend. Just 12 big blinds back. As it comes 10-4 deuce, try as it gets. Going to be difficult for Dylan to win this one, even though he's got the best of it pre and on the flop. No heart on board against the under the gun open.
It doesn't take much to take this one down against a short stack. Just a min bet, king, queen, 50K. Feels so good. Just raise, min bet, collect 2 million chips. Slides him up to second place. Mikolai, that is.
Has now overtaken Michael Soiser. You could hear a pin drop out there, Andy. Especially with that blind level increase.
It's a tense moment. Santosh being pretty quiet. Ace 7 now in the hijack. Contemplating activating this one. He's out.
Feels like a fist bump jam from the small.
All in.
A nice pickup, even though it's just 2.5 bigs. An important one for Dylan.
It's a very good hand to end it.
Very good hand to end it.
Other situations I might not mind gambling.
The room, of course, quiet due to the fact that there's nothing else running today. Playing down to a winner in this 75K. Everyone else is going to be at the Wax on Pay Invitational Seat Draw Party.
I'm excited.
Well, you shouldn't be, because
Why?
you're not going to get to go.
Okay, but I'm excited to just know the results of it, okay? Is that fair?
I mean, it's not, because we're stuck in here.
What if we alternate shifts to just get a little peek? Are you okay with that, Henry?
That sounds like the most fair thing.
Okay, so I'll take the first 95%. You'll take the last 5.
Give Ali a call, see if he's okay with that.
Yes, king. Only nuts.
Only nuts in a spot where
Nuts, my friend.
up to 2 million in chips now. He's comfortably separated himself from the rest of the pack. Another potential cash for Savannah here. Player of the series leader so far. As long as he keeps picking up brags, he'll be able to stay out of trouble. I think I'll come in with the 125. Sorry, the 105. On the hijack, bit loose.
Yeah, he's understanding that his opponent's got to be pretty tight, but Dylan Lindy here, ace-queen. Got to look for opportunity to chip up. Currently sitting on 13th place out of 15.
Yeah, of course, say loose. Blocking top of range, though, with the ace. Does cover 3 of the 4 players behind, but unfortunately for the Ibinger and Poker Code fans out there, Dylan has found the rejam. Ibinger will fold. Nice couple of hands there for Dylan. Blind v blind pickup. Now the rejam. Giving him a bit of breathing room, back up to 19 bigs. Chip leader, Mikolai. First time we've seen Mikolai at a Triton series. Just showed up kind of, I want to say midway, no, not even midway through. This is his first event.
Is it really? Or is it?
It's his first event. And I thought so, because I remember he showed up at the start of day 1. We didn't even have the chance to take a photo of him or anything, just jumped straight into the tournament. And there, for a brief moment on the app, it was the faceless Belarusian.
Faceless.
And then we were like, okay, who is this guy?
Well, good thing he's got a face.
Well, yeah, I mean, be a bit weird, Randy, if he didn't.
Just faceless player.
But yeah.
I can't get a read on this guy.
It's not often you just see people show up for 75Ks. Given that he is from the Belarus, gonna assume he's a bit of a crusher. These Belarusians, mate.
Got a stack of whites there, a tower. Ace-jack now for Greenwood, cut off. 17 big blinds to start things off. Kind of one of those decisions where you decide whether to come in for raise or just possibly open jam.
110.
17 big blinds might be a bit much to just push it all in, so raises the play. Does invite players to kind of put action against you. Ace-10 suited in an interesting spot.
Have a spot here. Snap jam from Boldegen as Greenwood, unfazed, makes the call with the ace-jack-o, and all of a sudden, we're playing a 1.5 million chip pot with Vyacheslav Boldegen at risk. Never seen that reaction from the Russian. Seems somewhat has a, I mean,
dynamite flop there. What, diamonds and top pair. 2 jacks remaining. Diamond no good for Greenwood.
Vyacheslav just running hot this series. 2 cards to come. Needs to fade a 2-outer as he improves to trip 10s.
You say year of Nacho, I say year of Vyacheslav. Gosh.
I mean, if you look at his, not to obviously take anything away from Vyacheslav, but over on the Triton Poker Plus app, see the start of the day, jacks against aces for a 350 blind pot, rivers the jack, then closing in on the money here, eliminating Justin Bonomo, Bonomo of jacks, Vyacheslav with ace-7, trip 7s, Vyacheslav blind v blind, then another big pot. Vyacheslav open jamming jack-9 off from the small. Jonathan Jaffe snap calling with ace-10. Pairs with the jack.
He knows he's running hot.
Especially in these all-in situations. Painful one for Greenwood, of course. Feel free to check that spot, chat. If you want to see if you're meant to be calling off there with the ace-jack or calling with the ace-10 or jamming with the ace-10 rather, over to GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at gtowizard.com/Triton. Analyze your played hands, practice by playing versus GTO, and study any spot in the game with GTO Wizard rather. And you can enjoy GTO Wizard for 24 hours free of charge. Again, gtowizard.com/Triton to get free access and a 10% discount on your first purchase. Shout out to the crew over there, by the way, giving me a year access.
Nice.
Was playing around this morning, woke up early. Been meaning to kind of brush up on my No Limit Hold'em cash game knowledge. And I tell you what, I'll show you on break, but it is just phenomenal. Yeah, like insane. Single raise pot, button v big blind, under the gun v button, 3-bet, 4-bet pots.
I assume more than one stack effective size.
Yeah, oh
as well.
yeah, dude, it's fantastic.
Good.
So
Well,
it's one of those things, you know, where just an hour a day really going to help your game as Vyacheslav looks to put the final nail in Greenwood's coffin after spiking that 3-outer. Good luck working out how much that one was worth in terms of equity. 6 figures in value. So Ibinger going to complete. Vyacheslav and Mateus going to kind of look to dispatch of Greenwood, who was looking likely to close the gap on Stephen Chidwick as it comes. Jack 7-5. Greenwood with the gut shot. Baldwin with the 2 overs. Ibinger with the biggest piece so far, with 2 cards to come. Four diamonds on the turn. Ibinger still with the best of it. Did check through. Greenwood with just 40k back.
There's still a lot of checking here usually.
Does he just force Greenwood's ace-king, ace-queen in by betting 1 big? Rather than letting
that's
him
a
see
good
an
point,
extra-
right? Like
yeah.
Greenwood might actually fold for the last 40k if he just got some random cards like this. That's a good point, Henry. Did overlook that one, but still gonna come along.
10 high.
That's good news for Ibinger.
10 high for Greenwood. Does still obviously have 10 outs. Good for 23% equity. To get back in this fight. To get back up to 9 bigs. Not on that river. Jack of Hearts pairing the board. And with that, maybe a bit flustered.
Of course, right? Getting ace jack, ace 10, 2 from the money, a key important pot. Could easily be a row reversal, right? For Vyacheslav, who's
Oh
currently
yeah, I
sitting
mean
on 5th
Vyacheslav's
place.
out the tournament. Green was playing 32 big blinds. And there's even more to it, not just the...
Almost guaranteed into money as well.
Yeah. But not even that, the player of the year implications.
Of course. It was just a brutal run out.
moving a big
GG.
over there.
It was fun watching you play Greenwood.
Always is, as we dive back into this. So +1 the big blind. Looks like a single raise pot. 150 has gone in on the Queen 8 tray. Barbero just...
Oh, no. That's not fair, is it?
Just check calling with top. And Artur has found the dreamiest turn card in the deck. The 9 of diamonds, giving him second set. And more importantly, Randy, 1.6 million effective against the man that holds top pair, top kicker.
Just a disastrous card for Nacho. Bet incoming. Lots of chips.
Jesus.
Overbet. Can Nacho somehow find a fold here of ace queen?
5-10 into 4-2-5. Just wants to play for it all. By the river.
Yeah, Artur knows the situation. Stone cold bubble. would apply pressure on that big blind. This is disgusting.
I'm blocking spades. I'm blocking hands like King 10, King Jack. I'm blocking all of the draws. Blocking aces as well.
And a lot of draws will play the hand this way, right? Just applying pressure on one pair hands. Big chip leader. I just have so much trouble folding ace queen here, and I'm sure Nacho is thinking the same thing. Cannot lay down just yet. A really big river here. Nacho needs some kind of scare card to drop off to save himself, like a 10 jack or king, maybe a spade.
Oh, all the short stacks are watching on as first v third in chips play a 1.4 million chip pot going to the river, and it's paired the 3, and that is a disastrous river card for Nacho. He's going to be put to the test.
Yeah, one of the worst cards in the deck.
For all of his chips.
I imagine when you go overbet turn with set of 9s here that you just follow through with all of the chips rather than go cutesy.
Right.
Your opponent likely is trying to hero call you already.
You unblock top pair. Barbero could have a hand like ace-3 of spades that you've just absolutely cooled. I mean, even this is a cooler. Top pair, top kicker.
It's a tough one.
Nacho has given himself an out, given that he didn't check raise flop. Had he check raise flop?
Oh yeah. Well,
I think it's just showers.
Yeah, I would think so. Although it depends on what size he made it. 2 9s might have or might not stick around. Look at that shot there. Close up.
It's so sick.
Oof, this is sick.
It really is.
Stone cold bubble right now, Henry. That must play a big factor.
Well, that man on your screens is currently number 2 in the GPI ranking. Number 1 in Argentina. Up just shy of 4 million this year already. 1 away from the bubble, or from the money rather. Looking to add another 7-figure score to his resume. Picked up a Triton title back in Vietnam. The year of Nacho.
He must feel like he's usually got the best hand.
Is there ever a world where Artur's jamming worse for value?
I don't think he's jamming worse for value ever. You tend to see the overbet on the turn to be polarized. Draws and is going to lay it down. Just stay away.
Didn't even take up too much of a time bank there. Just one time bank. Incredible fold from Nacho Barbero.
Can't believe I folded that. It's going to look so bad if he doesn't have it.
Let go of top.
It's going to look like really ICM is very important.
No, it's going to look like you are an absolute savage, mate. That's what it's going to look like. How about that for a fold, ladies and gentlemen? World class, as expected. Shambhala Jewels, special shout out to the official partner of the Triton Poker Series, crowning our poker champions with exquisite men's jewelry. Shambhala Jewels creates high-end designs with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold, braided and polished by hand in Copenhagen, Denmark. Already seen 6 of them handed out so far this series. There'll be another one dished out here in event number 8, along with the 1.73 million. Wouldn't mind picking up a piece myself. Just saying. Any of the winners out there are maybe not into men's fashion or bracelets.
We might have to buy one if we want to get one.
Listen, if Nacho gets his hand on a second piece.
Maybe. There's a chance.
Maybe.
I don't know if you're his #1 customer.
What a sick fold that was.
Well disciplined.
Now the stream's caught up as well. If he's still in the mix.
valuable information.
And he's
patting yourself on the back.
Yeah, in terms of confidence and what that does for your game. With that pot, of course, Artur has now got a massive chip lead over the rest of the field. Gonna defend.
Another big stack on big stack confrontation here.
9 of hearts in the window.
But a lot of connection here for Artur, right? 1 over, inside straight draw, backdoor hearts. Clean out still against the set of 9s.
Middle set for the Asian Poker Tour co-owner. Currently 3rd in chips, 2nd in that main event back in Vietnam for a Triton best cash, 2.2 million.
Gonna start 1/3 pot bet, Artur now. Bit of a debate on whether to check call or check raise. You tend to see check call a lot more, but given that he's got more chips, probably a sprinkle of check raises. Check call is gonna be the one he goes for.
Well, fortunately for Artur, doesn't pick up a flush draw. Maybe going to be able to get away from this now on the turn.
Yeah, he should be able to, just given he's out of position.
So he's 0 for 6 so far this series, but in a great spot here to add another 6-figure score to his resume. Cashed for almost 2.6 million in Vietnam. 13 cashes, 1 title. Over 7 million in Triton earnings. I believe 3rd on the Malaysian all-time money list. 3rd only to our owners, Paul Hua and Richard Yong.
Okay.
Ace queen. Ace queen?
Wow.
Queen and a leader? Or what was it? Flop. What was the full board? Queen?
Queen 8-9.
Is it flop?
Queen 3-9.
Queen 3-8-9.
Sorry?
Queen 3-8-9.
Queen 3-8-9-3. Last round of flop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bit of a post-mortem. You see Bads' reaction. He is kind of perked up. Ace Queen, wasn't that top pair, top kicker?
One of those.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, no questions asked.
Don't you worry,
Wow.
Nacho.
Worst fold I made in my life or the best?
ICM is for poor people, right? That's what you said.
Yeah, but I just felt that he had it. Now it's like, it's not about the ICM.
I'm looking forward to the day that I'm rich enough to not care about ICM. Don't know if that day will ever come. But if it does, you'll see me showered in 14th for top pair, top kicker against Artur.
Just fold pre-flop, avoid it altogether. Ace King of clubs now, 14 big blinds for Makita, contemplating jamming. We'll come in for a raise. Ben Heath, ace 5 in the big blind. He is bleeding. Started to hand with 9 BBs, but big blind and big blind ante, of course. And Artur Martirosian, just out of line, king 9 offsuit.
He does love it. He did this the other day on the bubble.
I shouldn't.
He's thinking he should have just jammed to avoid
Yeah.
a confrontation, but
Wanted
as
to.
played, you
Yeah,
just
I mean,
cannot fold this.
There's no way back. Once I raised it, there's no way back. What a disaster. Sorry?
What?
Yeah, I'm all in. Oh, what is it? How much is it?
You say all in.
All in.
Fuck.
You induce, and then it's the worst when you induce. When you induce and you say, "Oh no, why did I induce?" And I instead of Benjamin.
Put it in, fuck. Why? I've done this.
I hate it. I do it all the time.
Okay, Nikita, you're not poor. ICM is for poor people. Fuck it.
You gotta love it, Randy.
What a fish I am.
Bats with the pre-flop in juice.
I'm gonna look like the biggest fish.
No, I don't know, man.
Opening off with 14 bigs.
Could be really.
It's currently 11th of 14.
I mean,
As you just mentioned, Ben Heath, after folding, now down to 7 big blinds. Waiting for the hand on the other table to either finish or have an all-in and a call situation, as we are on the stone bubble.
One of these cases
That's the
when
worst
solver
part.
tells you don't jam,
Yeah, that's
but you want to just jam it. But no, okay.
I really think he turned straight.
Gonna go sleep.
Possible.
Or 9.
He's a big favorite in this hand, Henry.
Massive favorite. Obviously still hasn't seen the cards.
Arthur, I'm gonna use your tricks.
You have ace succeed.
Obviously just saw Greenwood.
My hand is too beautiful.
Absolutely scammed on the bubble. Will it be the same story for our 4-time Triton champion, Mikita Badziakowski? 1.5 million.
Wait, I need a tiger. Oh, yeah, too late.
We got a lucky charm?
No, not too late.
There you go, tiger deployed. 8 was a scare card, but the couple of clubs behind, reducing Arthur to 2 outs. Tiger has been deployed for protection. Hearts on the turn, so Arthur still
this
live.
one is safe.
Oh, the confidence, Randy.
I'm trying to jinx myself.
7 of clubs. An unnecessary
Just to
nut
spice it
flush for Mikita.
All according to plan.
And with that, the in-juice working perfectly. Randy up to 4th in chips.
It just sucks, you know, like in case.
One off the money and a big dent.
Yeah, of course I should, but like.
In Arthur Martirosyan's stack.
I'm not sure.
Of course, but it just sucks to have to get it in here. This
No,
point,
I mean,
like,
like-
rather just take it down. Yeah. He knows what
It's
the right
just
play
like
is. Doesn't feel
you know
good
what
about
you
it.
have to do, but you don't want to. You don't want to be all in.
Exactly.
I thought you had something where you like regretted using.
Yeah. I guess it sucks to get chips in the middle at this point. That's all, right? Regardless of how far ahead you are. Especially, come on.
Back to the outer table.
Seems like they heard the news. No elimination.
Short stack over here belongs to Savannah. 19 bigs. So these guys are a little bit more comfortable, although they are shorter handed. 7-handed over here.
King Dan's got ace jack. Gonna start things off. Henrik hasn't been shy of defending the big blind with this middling stack.
995, I think.
1,050,000.
Sorry, no. 970.
970.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The way the dealer threw that flop out.
You like it?
King 8-4 rainbow. Dry and disconnected. Dan Smith still the best of it.
A high pressure situation. Maybe you find a little bit more betting.
65.
Yeah, these small bets just achieve so much. Snap
That was
fold.
wrong. Well, I still hoped it.
So stone bubble, Randy. Biggest bubble of the series, a 6-figure bubble. That's 131,000. If you can sneak your way into the top 13, one of these final 14 gonna have a rough night's sleep.
Some good timing here. 2 queens for Lindy.
Let's fold around to Vyacheslav. Suited 1-gapper in the big.
Yeah, he's got the chip advantage. We'll get a lot more.
This is definitely the type of hand, Randy, that could look to crack these queens. Not on that ball texture. Ace, Jack, 4. This dealer is really ripping them off, eh?
Yeah, you like the way he just kind of throws it out first and then he slides it out. I dig it.
Was he in the casino last night, maybe in the pits? I mean, we've been there. Just like I'm sick of it. Here's your flop. Enjoy.
This one's over.
Again, seeing a lot of these small continuation bets. A nice little orbit and a half for Dylan. Up to 1.1 million. Not out of the danger zone yet, but a lot more comfort now. Middle of the pack. Kind of tied with Dan Smith. Another hand, as we are hand for hand. 75k buy-in, 87 entries. Russia's Artur Martirosyan out in front. 2 final tables here already in Cyprus. Also cashed the 50k.
Here we go, Ibinger, 9-8 of clubs.
1-3-55.
Ooh, Mikolai here, 40 big blinds, ace king, currently sitting in 3rd place. I wonder if he comes in with a smaller, bigger 3-bet. Looks like 3x incoming.
These are 2 of the largest stacks.
Even more than 3x.
In fact, these are the 2 largest stacks at the feature table. At this feature table. Even with a hand like Ace King.
Then I call. I have odds. Call.
Did manage to find some stuff on Mikolai, courtesy of the Hendon mob.
What did you learn?
2.77 million in total live earnings, 4th on the Belarus all-time money list.
So quite a lot of live experience.
Best live cash, 494,000. Plays a lot of high rollers. Last cash came August of last year in a 50k high roller. Came 4th for 340,000. Just a few months prior to that, cashed 100k high roller for his career best cash of 494. So it looks like, you know, he was away from live poker for some time. 3 years almost.
Okay.
Was playing high rollers before that. Not to take anything away from him, but
just came back into
the
Triton
back stronger
75K.
in the lab.
Going to work here, Queen Jack. Dan's got 9-5 suited, barely connected. He's out. Do we think this white tower is going down at some point? It's a little wobbly, as you notice. He keeps piling more chips on top.
It's easy for him to reach, given that he's getting a massage.
Oh, it's easier that way. So you're saying it's a strategy thing?
Yeah. Because you kind of, you lower down, you push into the table, you don't, you got chips all in front of you.
So it's a problem if he collects a little bit too many.
If Hecklin just reached over and just smashed them over, I would fall out of my chair.
I'd call the floor. Give this guy a penalty. Unsportsmanlike conduct.
You never knocked over someone's chips before?
I've seen Jungle do it on stream. I think you might have seen that one too.
It's mandatory. If you see a friend that you haven't seen in a few months,
it's the thing to do.
Like playing cash somewhere, you just walk. Oh, you're right, mate. Boom, stacks over. Classic. Never gets old. Just don't do it mid-hand, of course.
Pair of 10s here for Henrik Hecklin as he opens this one up. Dan's got King Jack suited and a tricky one. A hand worthy of applying pressure. Not sure if he wants to take this one to a flop. You can see him trying to break down Henrik's range with this stacked up stone cold bubble. Doesn't have enough raise folds.
Yeah, he's going to go for the rejam, and action's going to be back on Hecklin with the 2 10s. Could this be it?
So Hecklin at the start of his hand is currently sitting in 10th out of 14th players. And Ben Heath just got 6 big blinds. Adamo 9. Is this the one? A tough spot, right? He's going to go for it.
Well, he's cashed 4 of 5 events here so far in Cyprus. Has Henrik Hecklin. If he can hold here with the 10s, he's going to be in prime position to cash this one, although this one feels tough. Flipping on the stone bubble. As Randy mentioned, Ben Heath just on 6 big blinds on the other table. We are waiting for the completion of the other hand, whether they go all in or fold.
Such an important pot here. Could burst the bubble if the King Jack gets there, Henry. This is all eyes on this one.
There we go. Showdown. King, Jack, or some hearts to get us in the money.
See Ben Heath come along. Current tournament short stack. Take a peek.
Good luck, man. Yeah, we'll take this. You want to have a friendship tie?
Well, there's a Jack on the Queen Jack 5 board, and Hecklin now finds himself 2 away from being the bubble boy. Unless he can pick up some outs on the turn, which he does in the form of an open-ender. Now goes from 2 outs to 7. Looking for a king or an 8.
Give him 2 pairs.
No dice as the 6 of spades completes the run out. And with that, Randy, we lose our Madrid main event champion. We lose one of
It's definitely covered.
the friendliest of our visitors, Henrik Hecklund.
A tough one, right? You know, he went for the win, of course. Figured that he was up against a lot of lower pocket pairs than 210s, which he's absolutely crushing. And even these like ace-5 suiteds that might go for it.
Dan Smith taking the rejam spot and riding it to victory. Connecting with middle pair and holding across turn and river, and with that, a big sigh of relief from the likes of Adamo and Heath. Both sat on sub 10 big blinds. Dan Smith now up to 4th in chips after eliminating Henrik Hecklund, and also in the money. 131,000 guaranteed for these final 13 players. GG's once again for the great Dane of our generation, Henrik Hecklund. Chip counts brought to you by none other than Merit Poker. Blind still 25,000, 50,000. Average stack 27 bigs, 13 left as the stakes continue to increase here. Started off with the...
So the short stack should be getting in now, I assume. Right? People are just happy they got in. Start to splash.
I don't know about splashing.
Okay, but you know what I mean. Standards are a bit different now.
VBV with the mystery hand has the 7 of diamonds.
Old.
VBV. Do you remember in Vietnam, and I don't recall who it was, but we had an outer table shot of Vyacheslav saying to someone at the table, IVBV, IVBV, from online. And the response was, you know, due to the accent. Sorry, what was that? It's like, IVBV, IVBV, online, we play together. And then it clicking the person that he was telling this to, and then there was a big, you know, roar of emotion as the player realized that, oh, we've played tens of thousands of hands online, and now I can finally put a face to the screen name. I feel like it was Antonius, but I'm not 100% sure. Patrick Antonius, yeah.
You think so?
I mean, come on. Antonius back in the day, VBV, I mean, is one of the old school legends from Russia.
Okay. I wasn't in for that one, so that's why it doesn't ring a bell for me. Maybe you were with Ali on that one, but
oh, the A team were in the
yeah,
in the booth. Sure. Dylan got a pile from the small. Nikolai not going to spin the wheel of this one. But imagine, you know, you've played countless hours lifetime with someone, probably exchanged 6-7 figures in equity. Probably played heads up at some point for trophies and titles. You've both put disgusting beats on each other, and then, you know, after 10 years or whatever, you come to a live stop and you finally get to meet the person. You're like, oh, okay, I see. You're the guy that's...
And yeah, obviously like dramatically higher stakes as well, but it's always friendly out there.
Did you travel for live stops early in your career when you were known online, or were you...
A little bit, I would suppose. Obviously not these stakes, but like 10Ks, I would go around and play. Yeah, so I understand what you're saying. It's the same thing. And people, usually some people are just like, oh yeah, I'm so-and-so. I played with you a lot. I'm like...
I know your number.
Yeah.
I've been to you on more than one occasion, like, Santosh.
How many ace-5 suited did I do to you?
Yeah. You used to play a lot of heads up, right?
I played a bit of everything, of course. Cash game. Whatever the amount of players. 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. 7, though, I'm out.
Yeah? Too many.
Too many. 2 8s. I'm in.
So, Savannah, Ibinger out with the 4s. Around to the big blind. Vyacheslav peeling the big.
The reveal.
With Savannah. Oh, imagine if he shows the King of Hearts first. That would be hilarious.
It's like your heart stops for a second.
Yeah. You're like, no, don't do it.
Nope.
So we are finally in the money of event number 8. Still quiet out there.
It's business.
Oh,
This is a business hand. Ace King
this
versus
is
King
indeed
Queen.
in the money. 17 bigs.
Whatever decision he opts to take care of Ace King suited, these chips are going in King Queen.
I think so, Randy. Savannah knows his rejam spots. This is one of them, blind v blind, facing the 3.5x. He's going to get so many folds. He's running to top of range and he gets met with the snap call. Both players table their hands. Vyacheslav, who was 5 cards away from elimination on the stone bubble, found the 3 outer to eliminate Greenwood. Now finds himself a 71% favorite to eliminate Savannah. As it comes ace, jack, 8, never easy, 1 heart. Savannah actually picking up outs.
Yeah.
Even though Vyacheslav has flopped top pair. 4 10s in the deck, 5 of diamonds on the turn, changes nothing. Our player of the series front runner, Santosh. Looking for a 10, no dice, 8-ball, corner, pocket. And with that, we lose the first player in the money. It's our first ever Indian Triton champion, Santosh Savannah. Out in 13th, adding another 6-figure score to his Triton track record. And then there were 12.
Remember not too long ago, Makita was at risk on a Stone Cold bubble, held with Ace King against King 9. I got some solid chips there. King Queen.
Blinds have gone up to 30,000, 60,000.
Might be a spot here for Adamo. Ace 9 offsuit. We're in the money now. Things are a bit different. Small blind versus undergun +1. But we're playing 6-handed. So undergun not as strong. Or undergun +1, I mean.
Mike.
He's out.
You're moving.
We're not busting people on this table, huh? Only the other table.
We will move Soiza to the blue table now.
Cashed for 2.6 million in Vietnam.
Good luck, bro.
Dry series so far.
Yeah. We will see you later.
Guaranteed 6 figures here. Looking to add another 7-figure score to his record. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Look at that, Randy. 7 big blinds for Adamo, 7 big blinds for Vogelsang, 3 for Ben Heath.
Yeah, 3 is a bit rough, but clearly Ben Heath was sliding into the money. Did make it, important. Arthur, in great shape.
Not going to be a problem for me. You guys can sort that out.
Come on, Ben. Have more hope.
It probably won't be a problem for me.
Arthur attacking King 6 off in the hijack.
Guess this is just a byproduct of how many short stacks there
Oh,
are.
but I'm going to give him some action here, Ace Jack.
What happens now? I mean, is Arthur just priced in?
Of course. And you know, there is a pay jump, but it's a small one, 10K, as they just squeezed in.
So Adamo happy to take the spot, of course. Everyone else behind gets out of the way.
Well, actually, how many blinds is it from? Is it
7 bigs?
Wow.
425? Is that cheap dumping? Come on, bro.
I guess when it's just bottom of range, it's a muck, obviously.
Yeah.
It's not
But you heard Nacho saying that
Yeah,
the price seems like a call.
Yeah.
And to me, you shove, huh? You try to ask me.
Spot.
Artur was looking like the runaway chip leader.
How you doing? You had chips?
Re-jammed the
What?
King-9 against Badz's Ace-King open. And it's now tied at the top. Vyacheslav Bolozhin. Just a few big blinds less than his fellow countryman.
Should be an all but one chip here for 2 threes.
Right on cue, Mr. Lou.
How much is that?
2 9s. Big trouble, Ben Heath.
Nines have really been running hot on this bubble. It's in great shape against the underpair as one of the flush draws covered.
Raise.
Raise announced.
So a mini raise, I imagine?
Yeah.
The way he moved those chips around?
Announced raised. Ben Heath just looking over to see what's going on.
Looking to see if there was some, action. He's in. Big trouble.
There is a page. I'm just taking a bit of time. So 42,500. I do apologize. Sorry, a $9,000 ladder. That bigger pay jump coming when we get down to the final table.
Yeah, the next pay jump is the key one.
Wow, another set
Bye-bye.
of 9s, says Ben Heath is drawing to running cards, and with the king of clubs on the turn is dead. 510,000 chip pot for Makita. Chipping up to 1.6 million now, and all of a sudden that dry spell we've spoken about. Makita only cashing on the back end of the series in Vietnam. 2 bigger buy and short deck events for around 550,000. Bricked all of the Hold'em events. Same story here. Was 0 for 6 in terms of tournaments played. Now cashing his 7th event of the series. Locked up 140,000 now. And also has a sizable stack. 30 big blinds, north of average. One table of 5.
We never link with the tiger. Can I have it when I'm a lead? Yeah.
You can borrow it. Just be gentle with it.
Yeah, I love it. It's so nice.
Makita with an ace on the button. Comes with a 2.5x. Just really narrows the range of hands that can defend profitably.
It's yours, right? It's yours, right?
Okay, I'll put it in the middle.
Okay, that's good.
Too sweet. It's Makita. Just too kind.
I saw the ace of spades. It's there.
In the deck.
Wow, I just feel like everybody is gonna be like doing memes about like ICM is for poor people after seeing the fall I make to Arthur, and it's like they're gonna be memes like things all over the internet. I hate it. Oh my god.
He still doesn't know that it was a good
time
fold.
already. You might know it already.
It's
Just
been a
check your
while.
phone, maybe you already got million
Hour delay.
messages.
Yeah, no, it's like 72 minutes delay.
Okay, 72-minute delay. 64, according to producer James. But was it 64 minutes ago? He's given me the nod. Nacho, ace-8 on the button. The suited variety.
You can't decide. Almost hit that buzzer beater. Looks like he did just barely make it in. An ace-king now for Adamo. Great timing here, 10 big blinds. Maybe a little bit more because of the way our chips are. Actually started the hand of 12 big blinds, 705K.
So 10 behind, 1 in the middle, 1 in the ante.
Yep.
All of it.
10 blinds you have, right?
Sorry?
You have 10 blinds, right? 600 you have?
It's like 645 total.
Yeah, I call.
645 total. Call announced.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry. I saw you were all in.
Nacho didn't realise that Adamo had 35k behind. Not to worry. Card's not exposed.
Oh. How much you have there?
So he's got just north of 1 small blind remaining. Great spot for Adamo if he can hold here.
Oh, tiger.
Tiger.
Yeah,
Mid-hand.
the
Is that allowed?
dominator.
Well,
Wow.
Is that your flop?
Good luck with the tiger on this one, Nacho. Top pair, top kicker for Adamo. No backdoor straights available for Barbero, looking for backdoor spades only, or running eights.
Oh, wow, I'm in bad shape.
As rough as it gets, he knows there's nothing more he could do. It's the standard spot, button for big blind. Still, when he finds out ace-queen fold was correct, as the 7 of clubs turns him dead.
I didn't
Be
try
ecstatic.
I tried to make it 135. 125 extra.
So of course, is now guaranteed 140,000 rather than going home as the bubble boy.
I think we're on the floor.
The dominator.
it's a dangerous man to give a
Oh,
double
yeah.
up there.
Up to 1.5 million now.
It's pretty cold in here, huh?
Bang on average.
Of course, one of the most experienced players in these high rollers. At that tremendous run. Just takes one double anyone's game, really. Oh, Nacho's turn to get it in 2 5s. In the cutoff.
Back-to-back hands. Could be showers for Nacho. He's now
575.
down to just 10 bigs. Does cover the big blind. Sang. Who's got Jack 4? Will likely be folding down to 4.5 bigs.
Yeah, that's annoying. Definitely a hand he would have strongly considered taking a flop had it been a min raise.
Volsang with the rare thermal jacket.
Is he like gonna go
He's
like
going hiking.
Yeah, hiking. Some kind of outdoor activity. It's pretty warm outside usually. I would
Can't say I blame him. The air conditioning in here. It's kind of chilly.
Had a plan. He's got the hoodie there too, you know, just neck is warm.
Volsang does, of course, love the outdoors. See him running every morning here.
Oh, is that right?
He loves it, man. Long distance.
This is the place to do it.
Loves his football. always joins in the sport activities and whatnot. Partnered up with Talal Shakurchi, the 200k Luxon Pay Invitational. Talal, of course, fresh off that main event victory back in Vietnam.
Just showing up for the 200k. He hasn't shown up yet, right? Talal? No entries.
This series, no. No,
this
he
series,
hasn't.
of course,
Yeah,
yes. Jack 10 now, Artur.
Did team up with Vogelsang last time round for the Coin River Invitational. I know they're good friends and both do a lot of charitable work together. Christoph, of course, calls the UK home.
Feels like these two deuces might go to work here. He's getting short. The chip leader opening. Lots of hands. So often that you will go to the flip.
All of it bar 5k. Sub 5 bigs. This one, a mandatory one for Artur. He does put Vogelsang in. He's got to just take a few seconds to see if there is any action on the other table. Although, as far as I know, we are not on a pay jump until we get down to the final table of 9.
Yeah, so that'll be unlikely. Chip's going to go in now.
There it is. In goes the 5k chip. Vogelsang flipping for his tournament life to get back up to 11 big blinds. Does have the best hand currently. Artur in a slight equity favourite, although we did see a jack hit the mark. That comes ace, ace, king. Never easy.
That's a tough one.
Counterfeit outs. 9 of spades on the turn. Artur looking for a king, queen, jack, 10. 9 would chop it. As it comes, the ace of diamonds. Barry making an appearance on the river as Christoph finds the hold. Felt like too many outs for Artur.
Was quite a bit. Aces full of deuces. Nicely done.
Doubles up, still finds himself 11 of 11, but at least gives himself a bit of breathing room with these 11 bigs. Can now do some serious damage to the middling stacks. Would love to see a Vogelsang deep run.
Yeah, and Artur now sliding down to 4th place after doubling up his opponent. So Vogelsang zipper down. Maybe back up.
You talk about some of the world's best who don't have a Triton trophy. Vogelsang, one of them, and we've spoken about the dry spells before, the likes of Seth Davies, Nick Petrangelo. Vogelsang has not cashed in 15,
Jeez.
20, 21 events.
21 events, no cash.
21 event dry spell. Locked up 140k here.
Yeah. Really going to want to ship this one.
Last cash came back in London 2019, where he cashed 14th in the 50k 8 max. So it's been a while for Vogelsang, but love to see him get that monkey off the back and potentially
dinner break.
Going to turn that into
you know,
Seth
these
Davies run.
world-class players are resilient. They just keep coming back for more, play their game. A7 of hearts. Gonna take one out of position against Dan Smith.
These are two of the biggest stacks at this table. Heart in the window. Jack 8 tray. Mikolai with the nut flush draw. Dan Smith, overpair king of hearts in hand. Potential.
This could get very fiery, right? Like
really
Mikolai
good.
could easily just check raise here, nut flush draw, ace, overcard.
Now that we're in the money. It is Dan Smith that covers, by the way, by a blind and a half at the start of the hand. So half pot continuation bet from King Dan. Said he was fired up today, Randy.
He's
Finds
fired
himself second in chips with
Yeah.
11 left.
2 kings, looking good. Not flush draw here, of course, mixed strategy. Cutting out calling chips, it seems. Okay.
Big pot brewing. 700,000 in the middle. As the 8 of clubs rolls off on the turn, does pair the board, a potential lead spot.
Yeah.
For Mikolaj.
Definitely an idea to be leading out on this type of card. This is the type of card that hits the big blind to check call. A lot of 8x actually check back in position in Dan Smith's shoes, so he could easily try and represent that, buy himself a cheap card.
Precisely. Setting the price on this turn. Typically see something between 5th pot and 1/3. See what the Belarusian comes with. Does flick in a time extension. Or is this just a turn that he expects Dan Smith to check back on so often? Gets to see a free river. A lot of good things can happen by leading, of course. Could just get met with a snap fold.
Yeah, you can get some better hands to fold, you know, like ace 10, ace 9, of course. You want to make sure you're pretty well balanced here with your range, whether it's trip 8s or some straight draws, top pairs. He's gone into multiple time cards, trying to figure out the perfect sizing.
Obviously such a complex spot. 2 off the final table. A lot of ICM considerations. Does finally come with that lead. As we alluded to, 250. Just north of 1/3.
It's a type of card that you don't really expect to get raised on to, right? Like if Dan Smith, say, raises 2 kings on the 8, he might get blown off of his hand against like a super combo draw if that happens to kind of go one more step upstairs.
Smith, understandably, making the call. One of the biggest pots we've played since making it into the money. Big river coming for both these players as Mikolaj bricks out on the 9 of spades river. Ace high, no good, of course, although one of those rivers where some of the potential turn leads, Queen 10 of clubs, 10-7 of hearts, does get there. That 7 of hearts, a pretty relevant card, perhaps. It's deferred to Mikolaj.
Yeah, exactly, and you can see that he's trying to deduce what kind of hands he can get to fold here. And he probably would have to go pretty sizable to even get Jack X to consider it, right? Trip 8s is a real hand. You know, and with the straights coming in, you could represent those Queen 10s and 10-7s here and there. Oh, he's cutting out a lot of chips here. Looks like that's 400 something.
Yeah, it looks like around 1/3. I guess, Randy, this bet designed to just fold out some ace highs, some clubs that bricked, perhaps like king, queen.
There's no way these 2 kings are folding for this price. It's actually pretty happy about that he didn't have to potentially risk more to find out where he's at. Just too much of a hand here, 2 kings and 8s.
Well, whoever wins this pot is going to be the tournament chip leader, and it is looking likely to be Dan Smith. He just clicks the call button. Does make the call, and he's going to ship a 2 million chip pot as Mikolaj winces at the sound of that call. And we have ourselves a newly crowned chip leader, none other than King Dan.
No way he's cranky anymore after this one. He's a massive pot for him, 2 kings. Extracted so much value against ace 7. Wins 1 million chips. Easy game.
Up to 3.3 million now. Eight caches on his Triton track record. 2 caches here in North Cyprus. 11.7 million in Triton earnings. Biggest cash, of course, coming back in that $1 million Triton million for charity. 3rd place for £7.2 million sterling.
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
I mean, no big deal.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen £7 million cash? Like in cash?
When would I have seen £7 million in cash, Henry?
I think it's like $10 million it was at least at the time, maybe a bit more.
You've seen it?
I have.
Okay.
I once had to drive through the Triangle of Death.
What does that even mean?
Well,
very appropriate cowboys for you.
I was delivering some Berettas from Italy at the time. Didn't check out the regulations of the place that I was trying to get the Berettas to. Had to fly from America, pick up the Berettas, drive through the Triangle of Death, delivered them, and then got paid in cash. They were impressed. Didn't know it was the Triangle of Death, of course. Just thought I was driving to a place that needed some Italian weapons. Back to the action. Mikolai down to 1.1. Couple of 9s. Merit Poker, situated on the beautiful shores of the Mediterranean. The Merit Kyrenia hotels in North Cyprus deliver 5-star accommodations and entertainment year-round, from beachfront cabanas to nightlife and gaming to all-inclusive dining options. Guests are looked after with pleasure. And if that isn't enough, Randy, the Merit Poker Room provides Europe's biggest tournaments and best cash games with action to satisfy everyone from recreational players to high-stakes gamblers. Up to 8 festivals per year. You can go to www.meritpoker.com to book your trip today. Be a part of the Merit Poker experience. And listen, chat, viewers at home, don't take my word for it, all right? Just ask the players about their experience here. One of their favorite stops for a reason. Shout out War Dogs, by the way.
So how much you play?
1.5.
Great movie.
3. So 26.5 big blind.
Oh, so that's where that whole story came from. Because I was just like, what are you talking about? I have
mean,
no idea, Henry. I was just, okay.
I did grow up in Eastern Europe.
You have no more time banks, don't forget.
Yeah.
Vyacheslav here. King 6 is going to work against Michael Soiza. Just north of 3.5x. Gets called. Jack 5 of clubs. Not shaken. Tough one to play out of position, King 6. But this board texture does give a little bit of connection. Pair of 5s with Soiza in position.
BVB against Soiza.
You've been waiting to say that, haven't you?
I kind of have. You got me. 460 in the middle. Little 6 dangler.
300.
It's a big bet. 300 into 450, 460. 2/3 pot.
Sizable C-bet. Soiza with a piece, but one of those ones where you defend and connect in the form of middle pair, and straight away
The sizing has gotten out of hand,
Yeah,
right?
it's like you're playing for stacks almost, going to the turn. It's 1.1 million back with... It's more than pots.
An excellent card here for Soiza pairing the bottom card, right? It's not expected for VBV to have the 4x. Hard for him to multi-barrel as well as top pair. Be very comfy on this board.
Vyacheslav knuckling on over to Soiza.
Soiza needs to ask the big question is, will I be willing to bet call this one off? If I get checked raised all in, given the stack size is very reasonable, he could get check jammed on. Is going to check, slow things down. A great river card for him.
Fantastic river for Soiza. Somewhat hoping that it's actually connected with Vyacheslav. So obviously his 2-pair would be better. See what VBV wants to come with in the money. Everyone currently guaranteed 140,500 for their efforts. 7 figures up top. Seems pained.
Yeah, he does.
By this decision. Maybe one of those ones where he feels like he messed up a sizing or a street.
I don't know, he's just one of the few players willing to kind of give these emotions mid-hand, but, you know, hard to read is just the way he is. So he's in now Jackson 5s. Clear value bet. Opponent showing weakness on 2 streets. Probably targeting those 8x type hands. Some pocket pairs lower than Jack.
So 70% pot from Soiza. Going to be unable to extract value here, of course. Vyacheslav with just king high, but with that pickup, Soiza up to 3rd in chips now.
No thanks, yeah.
Number 3 on Malaysia's all-time money list.
Yeah.
Came second.
Yeah, I mean, what to do?
The 100k
you need
main.
to use the time banks also at least, right?
Back in Vietnam. Sold action throughout the entire series over on Poker Stake. Still has action up for the 200k and the 100k. In this series, if you guys want to snag a piece.
Check raise all in on river. The fuck is that? Yeah, for sure, you could.
87 entries in this one. Henrik Hecklund was the bubble boy. His 10s coming up short against Dan Smith's King Jack. All in pre. Going home empty-handed in 14th. First 2 eliminations since making it into the money. Savannah and Ben Heath. Santosh Savannah adding another score. And more points to the player of the series leaderboard that he is currently first in.
Nitty. My soul bet. Call all in, John?
Tricky question. Not sure.
Yeah, and interbanks, sure.
Nikolai going to bump things up with the Queen Jack suited. defendable hand here, Randy, against Min? King 8-0.
It's reasonable, of course. Hijack open. You don't love it, but it's enough of a hand to continue. 330. Important pot as they're both playing around 20 big blind stacks. Just backdoor stuff.
Mikolai, the pre-flop aggressor, 2 overs, and the backdoor stuff. As Randy mentioned. He's going to knuckle this one back. Turn completes the rainbow. Ace of diamonds and overcard to the board.
You'll see Queen Jack bet here a lot, representing the ace X. Check back this flop texture, of course. Easily done.
Picking up equity in the form of a Broadway gut shot. Snap fold from Ibinger.
Super even.
It is super even. This is actually insane. We're going to be here until 5 AM.
Okay.
Glad you're up for it.
Well, I mean, that's what you told me what's going to happen. I'll just get some blankets, pillows.
Vogelsang at the bottom with 9. Nacho and Dylan, the only other 2 sub-20 big blind stacks. And then the difference between 8th and 2nd is 15 bigs. So any of those middling stacks double up through the larger stacks and rolls are reversed.
Looks like Mikolai gonna open again here. 7-6 of clubs.
You know approximately how much you play? 1.4. Thank you.
2 8s for Dan Smith. Tournament chip leader. Might just push this one in. Lots of fold equity. Players remaining don't have that big of a stack.
130.
Looks like he's going to come with a call. Take one in position.
Yeah, interesting, right? Some interesting hands.
Might bring in Dylan Lindy here. 9-6 suited. Closing the action. It's just all numbers for these 3 holdings. Clearly, if one interacts with the flop, naturally the others will.
Yeah, certainly room for a car crash hand here on certain boards. I'm thinking of the 8-6-6 board. How about Jack 3? Mikolai with the flush draw. Dan Smith with a very nice board, paired board.
Yeah, still a lot of fight here, right? 7-6 of club is the pre-flop raiser. Dry texture, got clubs for backup. Is going to check. Interesting. Dan Smith now. Important decision here of 2 8s. Bit vulnerable. Might opt to bet though, right? He's just going to easily take this one down. Charge those 2 overs. Is into 2 players. He's going to check.
Double paired board now.
Yeah, very intriguing check there from both of these players.
Exerting some pot control.
It feels like Mikolai might consider betting the 7 high club backup. Although it is a little bit odd to be betting the Jack 3-3 if you had ace high. Gonna keep checking. Now does Dan Smith find the bet? Expecting to have the best hand a lot against ace X.
Well, 2-tone board texture. Wants to deny against some of those Broadway type holdings. Ace highs. Maybe some backdoor diamonds.
I mean, he's got the chips. Don't have to worry as much. He's gonna keep checking. Dan. Interesting. Well, he's gonna let the 2 clubs get there.
Dylan. with 9 high, maybe.
He's thinking about making a stance here, I suppose.
Thinking of something. There's 450 out there to fight for. Nobody's shown an interest, but does stay disciplined. Waves the white flag with the 9 high.
It feels like there's got to be some value to be had here. Yeah. Has checked through on the flop and turn.
Try and get called by an ace high, by a 10, by a hand like this, pocket 8s, pocket 9s.
The way the hands played out, it's a bit odd for Dan, as his opponent's now betting on double paired board, clubs getting there. Two 8s. Can it make the discipline lay down? It does.
That is a
Nicely
good
done.
fold, Smith. 8 of clubs in hand. Well played, sir. Dan Smith, chip leader of the final 11. So with that, Randy, 11 players remain. They're going on a dinner break. Dan Smith out in front with 52 big blinds. When we come back, big blind will be going up to 40,000, 80,000, meaning that we'll have 3 sub-10 big blind stacks. Chip counts brought to you by Bookmaker. Soiser, fresh off that runner-up finish in Vietnam, finds himself 3rd in chips here. 2 7-figure payouts in this one, 75k 8 max. And of course, with the power of technology and the magic that the production crew can pull off, this dinner break is going to be spliced down, so we're only going to be going for a 5-minute break or so. But Randy, as expected, just before we wrap things up here, we came with 15. We're now in the money. Henrik, unfortunately, losing a big flip there against Dan Smith. But everything else kind of as expected, the caginess that we were looking for.
Yeah, you know, players are playing pretty snug right now, and big stacks are attacking a bit, trying to take down some chips. We're still going to see that play until we reach the final table, and pay jumps are huge.
The pay jumps really are going to be huge on that FT. Don't go too far, 5 minutes. During the break, check out this interactive quiz from our good friends over at GTO Wizard.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You're playing a heads-up pot as the low jack against the big blind. You put in a small c-bet and face a check raise. What are your pot odds facing this raise? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This is a crazy.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino in North Cyprus. Randy, we are in the money in event number 8, the 75k 8 max. And it took us a while to get into the money due to the fact there's obviously a lot of insane ICM pressure that the middling and short stacks are under. It was eventually our Madrid main event champion, Henrik Hecklin, bowing out on the bubble, getting in his 10s. Or I should say opening with his 10s. Dan Smith with the rejam with the King Jack, outflopping Hecklin, out in 14th, and with that, everyone else guaranteed a 6-figure payday. Only 2 eliminations thus far, meaning that the average stack is still a sizable one. You're looking around 24 bigs or so. And with the average stack being that deep, although we are shorter-handed, I expect to see still a little bit more caginess due to the ICM, to be honest with you, until we get down to the final table.
Yeah, and we've been seeing it where players have been pretty snug, right? The short stacks are still just trying to find ways to maintain their stack, try to slide into the final table where pay jumps are huge. So it's difficult to say how long this one's going to take, but then again, we do have a lot of extremely talented players willing to clash when necessary.
It's you sound a little bit deflated because, and I'm with you. This one going to be a long one because, like you said, these guys know their spots. 1.73 million up top, 1.2 for second, so there's 2 7-figure payouts. Let's just jump into the app then, I guess, to have a little play around with this to give the viewers at home a much better idea of how things stand. Because even though there are, 3 sub-10 big blind stacks, we're still looking at an average stack of 20 bigs. We have our chip leader with 38 big blinds, and given just how those middling stacks are, sorry, I'm not sure. Okay. Dan Smith with 38 big blinds, sorry. Makita with 27. Michael Soizer with 27. So all of their middling stacks have to proceed so carefully against each other due to the fact that we have them 3 sub-10 big blind stacks. Going to open up table 1. Playing 5-handed over on table 1, the blue feature table, featuring Soizer, Baldwin, Smith, Ibinger, and Lindy. So 2 of the top 5 stacks with the chip leader, sorry, Dan Smith, on the blue feature table. Has position on Soizer, has position on Baldwin. So again, kind of like Soizer and Baldwin would maybe look to get involved did they not have Smith on their direct left.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those spots where you wait for the chip leader to make the decision and you act accordingly. But with Dan Smith position on those two big stack, it's really hard for them to do too much, right? Like oftentimes they will act and Dan Smith will still be in position. Just a really cagey spot for those players. Dan Smith will be the one that activates the most and try to apply the pressure. It's a bit grindy, but no, it's fun to watch these world-class players take their technical ability, see how they maneuver, and occasionally find some spots to attack with some reasonable holdings that got blockers. But, you know, it's fun to watch, actually, despite
really
sometimes
is.
dry.
Yeah, I mean, maybe from an entertainment point of view, as you mentioned, somewhat dry, but for the poker purists out there, we kind of had something similar in that 50K with the ICM that they were all under, and we just got to witness some of the best players in the world navigate that one, and same situation here. Over to table 2, 6-handed over there. 2 sub-10 big blind stacks. Badziakowski, Vasco Boynico, Martirosyan, and Adamu, but no one really overwhelming chip leader at that table. So even someone like Bads, who's on 27 bigs, someone like Martirosyan, who's on 22 big blinds, they're not looking to double up Vogelsang or Barbero, because if Vogelsang or Barbero double through them, all of a sudden they're the short stacks now.
Of course, and you know, like these short stacks are desperate, but while desperate, big pay jumps, ICM implications, final 11 remaining, right? These guys are still going to have to play a little bit snug as they try to outweight each other. Pay jumps are just so massive, and really it's even the chip leader at this table, 27 big blinds, if he lets one guy double up through him, he's actually in big danger and things flip-flop a bit. It's going to be quite tricky to maneuver in these spots and navigate, but will be a delight to watch, of course.
Well, the good news for those short stacks, obviously, on that feature table, they're 6-handed, so the big blind and big blind ante not coming around quite as fast as the 5-handed table. 140,500 locked up. The next pay jump will be coming when we get down to 9, and then, I mean, we're talking about the biggest pay jumps of this series so far, looking at a 42,000 ladder from 10th to 9th, and then it just gets bigger from there on out, all the way up to, obviously, the first prize of 1.73 million. I guess for now, let's just take our thoughts away from this final 11 just for a minute, as obviously the party for the Luxon Pay 200K Invitational is currently ongoing, hence the empty room behind us. A lot of players bar these final 11 taking the night off to go over there and join for that seat draw. We talk about variance in poker, that playing a pretty big part, right, when it comes to who you get at your table on day one.
Yeah, the seat draw is definitely one of the most important parts of the game. Do you want the most aggressive guys behind you or not? Or maybe some, especially on the VIP side of things, right? There are these VIPs who, some of them are extremely strong players. You kind of want to dodge them if possible and, you know, try to grab some EV in that sense. And day one is a very important part of the seat draw in this game.
It's the same on the pro side. I mean, you have your hybrid VIPs, your Paul Puers, your Punat Punsris, your Orpins, if you like, the guys that travel around the world playing poker, but also they crush the business side of things. And it's the same with the pros. There are the elite pros. There's always a table of death. Every time we have this random draw, there's just that one table that stands out, and you're just like, no thank you, dealer.
I will say the gap is much more narrow on
For
the pro side of things, and that it's more important for the VIP. Anyways, it's always fun to watch to see how the difference in styles will clash on each of the tables. We'll be able to feature both sides of it throughout the tournament. One of my favorite events of the series, for sure.
Yeah, so sick. And obviously, the players that are put into the VIP side are obviously voted upon. Table is ready. We're going to throw it back down to event number 8, the 75K, with 11 players remaining, playing down to a winner today. Chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker, as blinds go up to 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 big blind ante. Badziakowski chip leading the red feature with just 27 bigs. And I believe it was Dan Smith, sorry, on this feature table. Chip leader 5-handed.
Yeah, Dan sitting on 3 million. Soiza, though, has not been deterred. Has been willing to fight despite having a big stack against other big stacks. Thus far getting to this point of the tournament. Lindy's out. Lashislav's out. Soiza's up.
This is really one of my favorite stages of the tournament. I know we keep kind of reiterating.
You like it because you learn a lot, right?
You do,
because
man.
in order to get to the final table, you've got to experience the part right before, and that's the part that kind of determines, do you go into the final table with either no stack, a little bit, or a lot?
Well, I mean, aside from the Triton Super High Roller Series, you don't really get to see this collective of players battling out on day 1 and day 2, and you don't get to study these final table spots, these bubble spots, these ICM spots that much due to just, these guys don't get to play that much outside of Triton.
I guess the good thing is that the Triton series, that we run so many different tournaments, so you can see many different iterations of these players just taking these different spots. And, you see players kind of make the same plays over and over again, and you're like, okay, it's not just a one-off chance. Learn. Ace-Jack, jam. No action. But a key pickup for this very, very short stack of Dylan Lindy. 975.
Yeah, Dylan going to be looking to obviously spin the wheel sooner rather than later. This is cagey, man. I mean,
and the thing
talk
is,
about variance.
You say it's cagey, and the thing is, all these guys know how to approach the situation. Anyways, Manacho, well-timed aces, because he's a tournament short stack right now in the cutoff.
Yeah, squaring off against his fellow 9 big blind stack. Christoph Vogelsang defending with the 9-7. Barbero continuing for 1 big. Christoph obviously snap folding the 9 high on the Queen 6 tray. Every pot, man. Even these single raise pots worth so much in ICM value.
Yeah, and when we have these very shallow stacks at the end of the tournament, the bet sizings post-flop go drastically down. So you'll see like these mini bets or just slightly above, whereas maybe 1/3 pot might be more standard in the earlier phases of the tournament. It's one of the nuances you'll notice as we play this one out to a winner.
So 6-handed at this feature. Vogelsang now playing 6 big blinds. Adamo.
He's been chilling.
He has been. Love the shirt, by the way. I mean, that.
Lots of different shapes and sizes on there. Jack 8. Probably a muck. Oh, when Vogel finally gets a spot, folds him in a small blind to dream scenario, you wake up with an ace. You're thinking, not too bad. Jam City.
This is obviously going in the middle. We know that much.
Yeah, just a disaster spot. Like, you feel like you've been waiting, been patient. Snapped. Snap incoming.
Can I just ask him for a count?
Just in case he wasn't sure what kind of stack size he was up against. But this is going in.
Yeah, Christoph has been patient. 21 events, in fact. Getting that monkey off his shoulder with the cash here. Would much rather double up and talk about cashing later on. But guaranteed 140,500. Always nice to end the dry spell. Will it end here? 993. Some chop outs as well as running spades. An option for Vogelsang.
It's not too bad. 33% tie.
King of diamonds on the turn. So a card higher than a 9 would chop it. A deuce for the win for Vogelsang. Ace on the river does mean chop it up. Christoph staying alive. There's 6 bigs. Would love to see Christoph spin the wheel here. Obviously, try and remain impartial in the booth as best as possible. 21 events. It's a long dry spell. We've all been there.
You feel bad for him?
Tournament poker. I wouldn't say bad for him.
You just know that he's capable of some big scores.
We've seen him achieve so much, and yeah, them dry spells can be brutal. But keep showing up. Consistent.
What did he do? He raised. Adamo had a bit of a dry spell. He didn't do so well in Vietnam, I believe, in the last Northern Cyprus. So good to see him make a deep run. 160. Attacking here, King 4 suited in the cutoff. By no means standard. Raising into quite a large stack. Makita Badziakuski, 8-6 offsuit now in the big blind. He should think that Adamo's range is generally stronger raising off of his stack size. But then he's like, it's Adamo.
Yeah, it's really strong. I actually put the jacket in.
Looks
here
like he
so I
wants to
can
cut out a
always
call. Here we go.
dress warmer if I need to.
Oh, how about that for a flop? Both players picking up draws. Bads with the inside straight draw, Adamo with the king high flush draw as well as the 1 over. 9-9-5.
Yeah, not a bad one for Badziakuski too, right? Inside straight draw. You're expecting your 8 and 6 to be clean outs. Draw 2 to 7 for a straight. Adamo, king high flush draw, paired board. A lot to fight for in the middle, 440. Has about 12 big blinds remaining. And I don't think this is going to get Makita to lay down his hand. I wonder how Makita approaches this one. It's a min bet. Maybe a little bit of check raising. Check call, of course, the standard play, I'd imagine.
Yeah, certainly feels like a spot that he can mix in. He's going to have a decent amount of 9x, right?
Yeah, of course.
If he has 8-6, he's going to have hands like 9-7, 9-6, 9-8.
240.
Yeah, and when you check raise this board against a stack size like this, even if Adamo's suspicious, if he's just holding 2 overs, you really can't continue. You know, these chips are so important. We're at the final 11. Putting Adamo to the test now. And a real decision here with king 4 of diamonds, right? You got the flush draw. You just close things out. Looks like he is going to jam in. Or almost jam. I feel a little bit sick for Makita, as you feel like when you check raise, you open the door to get denied your equity.
Yeah, that 22% equity, unfortunately, for Bads, unlikely to be realized here. He's going to lose 240 in the process as well. A nice little pickup for the Michael Adamo fans.
He's
Dominator up to 1.7 million. One of the best stacks we've seen him have since Madrid.
Yeah, he's been pretty short stack actually throughout this day too so far. Hanging in there. Nicely played king 4 suited. Clearly a dangerous player if he can run up this chip stack even more.
Yeah, I mean, just these final 11, mate. Dan Smith, Michael Soiser, Vyacheslav Bolozhin already got 1 title here. Artur Martiroshin, of course. Makita, our 4-time champion. The newcomer, Mikolai, no stranger to high stakes. Michael Adamo Ibinger, 2-time Triton champion.
Yeah.
Nacho Barbero, fresh off that victory in Vietnam. Runner-up here already. Dylan, of course. OG Crusher and Christoph Vogelsang. So this FT really setting up to be...
You really can't count anyone out, right? It's a 20 big blind average stack right now. It's anyone's game.
You know who you can count out, Randy?
12th place finisher, 13th, 14th, and 15th.
That's a bit savage.
You were thinking a different answer.
I mean, you're not wrong. I guess it's not that savage.
I don't think we're... Yeah, Ben Heath is gone. Santosh is gone. Eklund's out.
We know that sympathy isn't your strong point.
No.
And min open on the button.
Ace Jack. Great spot for a rejam. Just north of 20 blinds. We'll slide them up to about 2 million in chips after this one ends.
I'm really curious to see if the suited version of this hand wants the 3-bet induce to like 5.5 bigs.
Possibly.
It'd
Definitely
be such a sexy 3-bet.
Definitely consideration. I'm gonna guess no, just given the way things have been playing out. Pay jumps, like, I don't know if you really want to be inducing at this stage of the tournament right now. If a hand like that, you know, get rejammed on by King Queen, and then you're like, well, I'm slightly ahead, but you might have mucked it if I jammed.
ICM's for poor people. Makita has the money.
Yeah, but all these guys are rich, but then they want to play what they feel is the optimal play, the right play.
Hey, listen, you say all these guys are rich. There's rich, and then there's certain
Whatever
guys
is
here
above
that are rich.
I feel like Mikolai's been getting massage for like the whole day too so far.
I mean, he's been getting a massage since I've been in the booth, which was 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
I came back.
Don't forget the delay we've sliced too. Like during dinner break,
That's
he's getting a
true.
massage
Yeah,
as well.
that's true. Well, I don't know if he was actually.
Well, he went to the party. He was like getting a massage. Ace 10 now for Nacho. I mean, what?
All in.
760K. You know, Mikolai is probably priced in here, isn't he? Cutoff versus small blind. 10 blinds.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a decent amount of hands he has dominated, right?
2 out of
King
10.
Jack, Queen
yeah.
Jack, Queen 10.
Of course, all those kind of pocket pairs willing to push it in. You don't love it. It's king high in the end. But seems a bit mandatory to make the call. Of course, he's looking at his stack. If he does lose this, would be detrimental.
Nacho Barbero, by the way, made one of the folds of the series earlier on the Stone Bubble. He'll be incredibly proud of himself.
Oh, Mikolai is actually thinking about laying this one down. This would be a huge win for Nacho if he can get this one through. Time cards coming in.
8 big blinds more for the Belarusian. As Randy mentioned, would be incredibly detrimental to his stack, of course. If he folds, he's going to be playing 16.5 bigs.
Wow, he's
Makes
going to
the
lay this
fold.
one down, and
Yeah.
Barbero, no showdown. Wins 320,000 chips, started the hand of 800K. Huge pickup.
I have you brush.
So Mikolai there, 2 raise folds in a row, is going to slide down to 7th place, 17 big blinds. Nacho, 14 big blinds, currently in 8th out of 11th place.
Yeah, Mikolai, of course, was chip leader for a decent amount of the day, was
Yeah.
up there. Along Martirosyan. Lost that big pot against Dan Smith. And that's kind of all been downhill since there. A couple of upticks, but then just dipping down to below average now. Still middle of the pack. And still anyone's game. I mean, chip leader has 38 bigs.
Good time to get a walk with these stack sizes. 7 deuce. In the muck. So Vogel here in the big blind. Extremely short stacked. He started the hand with 480. He's got to put in 280K.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. A third of his stack going in. 160k of his 480k.
2 10s.
Always feels like the carrot's being dangled in front of your face with 2 red 10s. I mean, sure.
You might see a size up here from 2 10s, given that. Let's see what he come with. 180, a little bit size up, just because Vogelsang is so short. Ace 8 suited for Nacho. This is a hand that could go for it. It's got fold equity. You got the ace blocker.
Does have 3 players behind to worry about, but he's not scared. That's what we know when it comes to Nacho Barbero. He deems a pot profitable.
Oh, and Vogelsang would have
1.1.
He might still get it in. Interesting, isn't it? Like, he's put in 2 blinds out of the 6 he owns. King, queen.
I feel the problem is given the action is just likely to be dominated.
Right. The thing is, if he survives one more player, it does not grant him a pay jump. If he was on the stone pay jump bubble, you know, like from 10th to 9th to get 42k more, he most certainly will be folding this. This one, though, just thinks he's got enough of a hand, and we are going to likely have a 3-way all-in here.
Why didn't you open shop? Joking.
Yeah, I mean,
Some banter.
Definitely made things worse, but nothing I can do.
Nothing can be done according to Bats.
Yeah, okay.
2 red 10s looking to hold against the 3 overs with 5 cards to come.
I'm fine to lose to you. Just give me the rest.
So we could have a situation where we lose 1 or 2 players.
It would be a disaster for Barbero to obviously bow out in 11th and Christoph to triple up.
Big spot. Here we go.
Well, how about top boat, Randy?
GG.
10-3-3.
Wow.
Okay. Christoph will for the chance to win this one. A king. 2 left. Does not.
The 10-3-3, leaving both his opponents to sub 1%. And with that, Mikita Baziakuski scoops a 2.7 million chip pot. That pot alone would be enough to give him the chip lead, but with the money that he had behind, now up to 3.7 million. Overwhelming tournament chip leader. I say overwhelming, sorry. 10 big blind lead on Dan Smith, who's currently in second. But our second ladder. 2 eliminations. Everyone now guaranteed 182,000 for their efforts. The final table of the 75k AMAX has been set, Randy. It is our 4-time Triton champion, the Bads attack, Mikita Baziakuski, out in front. The 75k buy-ins, we welcome you back to the break desk. Didn't take us long on the flip side of break to get down to this final table, just as we were starting to speculate that maybe it's going to take us a while.
Yeah, you know that key hand we just witnessed with the Nacho Barbero re-jamming on Makita, who he knows is going to open pretty wide. Ace 8 suited, made his stance. We know he's not shy of putting his opponents to the test. And Christoph Vogelsang, he was so short, down to 6 blinds, committed 2 of the 6. King, queen, decided to go with it, and 2 10s. Top boat on the flop.
Boat.
GG.
Vogelsang getting the monkey off of his back. Barbero adding another score in a high stakes behind the Triton Super High Roller Series. Naturally, I believe, I don't even want to guess as to how many cashes he's made this year now, but over 4 million this year. Going on a short break as we look to set the stage for this final table. A star-studded lineup, Mikita Baziakowski, as mentioned, leading the field. Several champions in the mix as well. Don't go too far. When Randy and I return from break, we're going to be playing down to a champion, and said champion going to be walking away with 1.7 million plus. We'll see you soon.
GG
poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This isn't crazy.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
That figure. 3-1 favorite with 1 to come is Dvoris. Can he hold on and stick around? No. And the short stacks continue to perform so poorly when all in here.
Yeah, I mean, we've lost almost 20 players Just 2 levels into the day. Losing the Ox. Gonna take the day off.
Well, you don't want the plastic off the straw, Randy. Then you're going to have some real weird questions. Matthias Eibinger. Not going to miss him. In that bright orange hoodie. Dan Smith hooded up himself.
Did you say it was the year of the Nacho? Because he's got 2 aces.
Yeah.
40.
In the hijack. In raise open. Off of 400K, just about 20 bigs. He'll be ready for anybody that wants to get after him.
Tricky stack sizes, 20 big blinds to start things off. A lot of flatting with this type of hand in position. There are some 3-bet all-ins occasionally. Reasonable candidate to do so with. Yeah, we'll push it into aces, unfortunately.
Yeah. Orpin maybe sensing that Nacho was in the hijack, up to some funny business. And there's not going to be any laughter on the back end of being shown these 2 aces. The good news for Orpin, of course, is that he has Nacho covered. The bad news is he's got just 20% equity. 4-to-1 dog. And it's looking good for Nacho. King 6 board. Wait a minute. Gutter for Orpin. Got to fade the queen. Chris Brewer nodding his head as if to say, I know. It's never easy. But on this occasion,
You have more.
Yeah, you have
it
more.
isn't hard.
Yeah.
I have 425.
Okay.
Orpin.
405.
Oh, sorry. 405. 100 more.
Stupid. And then when I run bad, I feel entitled. That like I don't deserve to run bad. But when I run good, I'm always just like, oh yeah, this is dumb. I don't deserve this.
I feel like I skew more towards Brewer's response. When I run really bad, I feel like, what have I done to deserve this many bad beats? And then when I run good, I'm like, it's not just me. This is the deck slapping me in the face. Don't take credit for it. And a slap in the face could be delivered here by Greenwood's 2 10s to these 2 9s.
Yeah. I mean, I was losing like 35 tournaments in a row this year, so.
Really?
Yeah.
35 in a row? You were playing great, though.
Start with 600.
He's lost 35 tournaments in a row. What a needle.
Nacho.
25 to 7.
You were playing great, though. What's wrong with this guy?
Good lay down. Dan Smith, each check.
110 into the muck, 1-9 as well. Yes. The prospects of a set
Four side? No way.
diminished for Orpin.
So many 4 sides.
You want to give me the change now?
It's 165. Yeah, change 35.
Queen 5-4, 2 diamonds. Backdoor flushes won't work. And it's going to take a 9 for Orpin Kisachikoglu to avoid elimination here. It is an actual 1-outer.
Always a 10 on the river. Always.
The 1-outer actually hits Greenwood, who didn't need the help.
GG.
As Sam will haul in 380,000 chips. And as a bit of a weighted blanket, feels like it has been wrapped around this remaining field. And our biggest buy-in thus far.
The blind increase is definitely going to apply a lot of pressure on these shorter medium stacks. Still a bit of a ways to the money. We are approaching it, but still got to fight for pots and maintain. Can't really fold your way there. Henrik, currently in second place, putting that ace-6 offsuit to work against these shorter stacks. Benoit's been very patient, but king 7, no chance.
Well, the final table of the 75k 8 max event number 8 has been set as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, on the call for this one. Going to be playing down to a champion, Randy, and said champion walking home with the biggest payout so far of the series, 1.7 million plus up top. And let's not sleep on that second place finish, 1.2 million going to the runner-up. Randy, quite the final table we have. We have several multiple-time champions, Ibinger, and obviously none other than Adamo and Badziakowski as we pull up the final table. Anything standing out for you straight off the bat? I mean, I'm looking at Badziakowski specifically in position on some of the larger stacks.
Yeah, and that's important for him, right? As he wants to kind of handcuff Dan Smith, get him to open raise a little bit less so that he has more opportunities to attack those guys right behind him, right? 12, 17, 20 big blinds trailing him where he can just easily pick up chips. Of course, a star-studded cast, as you pointed out, you know, Adamo, Soiza, Badziakowski, Smith. It's a tough one, right? 1.7 million up top, 1.2 for a second. A fun one to watch. Going to be extremely curious to see how they navigate this one.
Yeah, a real treat for the poker fans around the world joining us for this one. Shortest stacks, Ibinger and Dylan. Ibinger with 12 bigs, two-time champion. Dylan, first time coming to a Triton series with just 10 big blinds, but making the final table of the 75k. Going to look to spin the wheel, of course, sooner rather than later. But with ICM, we've seen some of the middling stacks in previous tournaments busting out before the shorties, so still some ladders for Dylan. Of course, one double. All of a sudden, he's right back into the fight as we look to throw it down to the main stage. Everyone currently guaranteed 182,500 for their efforts, and we're expecting to see payouts galore as we go from 9 to 1. And a couple of storylines obviously emerging here. Ibinger, Adamo looking for their third title. Makita been out of the conversation for a bit, especially since Jason Kuhn earned his 6th title earlier on this series. Separation between those two, now 2 titles. Pad's looking to kind of get back in the conversation. Say, hey guys, I know Vietnam was a bit dry, but I'm back.
Well, yeah, every time though Jason Kuhn gets another title, he's like, better step up my game. And right now, he's done it. Current chip leader. Really though, like every single one of these guys is very familiar with how to approach these stack sizes in this very tense situation.
Michael Soiza, 1 title to his name. Cashed for over 2.6 million in Vietnam. 3rd on Malaysia's all-time money list. APT co-owners. It's folded round to Adamo. Final table with Adamo.
It's scary. We know this man is capable of big things, especially when he builds a stack. Right now in the middle of the pack, things a bit different. King 6 of clubs out. Jack 10 suited. Trying to attack.
Yeah, he is bang in the middle of the pack, currently 5th with 21 bigs. It's going to fold around to the blinds, and it's going to fold around to our chip leader. That's with the same hand of the offsuit variety. That's, of course, the reason that we're at this final table. Managed to hold with the 10s against the ace-8 of Nacho Barbera and king-queen of Vogelsang on the 10-3-3 board. Had both of his opponents drawing to runner-runner. Does pill. 480 in the middle. Same hand. Different suits. Adamo with the betting lead as we head to the king 7 deuce. Couple of diamonds, 1 club. Pad's with that jack of diamonds, but maybe unlikely to get to realize that free roll.
A very reasonable spot for Adamo to continuation bet. because the small blind flat, I feel is not very King X heavy. It feels like King Queen would easily kind of push in chips pre-flop. Of course, Ace is going to check. But I would imagine a lot of delayed bets. But this is actually one of the most interesting cards, as both players picking up that straight draw. And I think Makita might be the one that puts in some chips.
Or made the most aggressive player win. As Randy mentioned, both of them turning the open-ender. Really does make it fun when obviously we can see the whole cards, of course. Both with the same hand.
Yeah, Makita right now is trying to deduce what kind of range is checking back king high. 8. How much did he bet?
2/3 pot.
Okay.
320 into 480.
Still open-ended here. Draw 2 clean nuts. You got position. Not the greatest price, but sometimes you miss. Your opponent checks to you, still have an opportunity to stab and take it down.
I guess the small blind flatting range got to contain a bunch of King X, Queen X. Shoot at ICM that didn't 3-bet pre. And if he's flatting Jack 10, he's going to be flatting hands like King Jack, Queen Jack, maybe even some King Queen offsuits. To the river, 5 of clubs. So both players bricking, of course. Makita now with the betting lead after probing on the Queen of Spades turn. See how he wants to continue.
If he can follow through here, he can steal this pot away from Adamo. But if he waves the white flag, it really does feel like Adamo will make a stance and collect this pot. Is just who wants it more. First to act though is Makita. Gives up. Opportunity.
Opportunity indeed. Though does this check kind of give Adamo the impression that maybe Bads has got some showdown value that's always check calling, maybe a hand like Queen Jack, Queen 10?
I think the Queen X is a bit unlikely given the sizing that Makita opted to go for on the turn.
Throws out a time bank.
And the thing is, King X, if they're betting the turn of this sizing, probably will follow through at a pretty high frequency, targeting the Queen X. That is a large part of Adamo's range. Check back Ace Queen, some Queen Jacks occasionally.
So much to fight for, obviously. Every pot just so crucial, and Adamo is not only finding a bet, Randy, he's finding a pot-sized bet. Just shy of 1 million into 1.1, just leaving himself 170k back.
Yeah, it's so scary playing against Adamo because he's one of the more balanced players out there, right? Like, he's got these King X checkbacks. It's very credible for him. They're very aware. As played, I don't really see how Makita can do anything but lay down. Nicely done. 2.3 million for a Dominator. That is scary.
Up to
That's
third in chips.
Third in chips.
Yeah, just that pot alone. Now, what a stacked final table this is. I mean, come on, dude. So not to discredit any of the other final tables we've had so far this series, but the fans were asking for Adamo, asking for Makita. A couple of dry spells. Dan Smith, Michael Soiser, Triton champion. Vyacheslav fresh off that trophy earlier on this series, of course. Artur Martiroshin, Mikolai, the newcomer, Ibinger, 2-time champion. Of course, last but not least, Dylan Lindy, crusher. So it sounds like someone asking.
Oh, about Mikolai's stack sizes of just that pure 1 white tower, I guess, trying to get him to put a 20 stack out there.
Yeah, Makita asking Mikolai to put in a stack of 20, and Mikolai just saying, no, mate, hold on. Let's ignore the floor ruling. Artur Martiroshin, who has sent so many people packing in this tournament, is potentially about to get cooled Well, he is going to get cooler.
He is going to get cooler. Can he get there is the question.
Of this FT.
But note the flat call of 2 aces might actually save Arthur. You know, if we drop a king or ace out there.
Soiza just flatting from early position, opening the door for someone to misstep behind.
Yeah, and I also think that if he was to 3-bet this spot, it looks extremely strong. Mikolai, ace-jack, 15 blinds in the big blind. Might he get trapped here?
Well, Soiza has laid it perfectly. 520 out there in the middle already.
Yeah, and you know that Soiza flat is perceived to be weaker. He might feel there's a little bit more chips to fight for, make a stance. Is undergun open though, is strong.
UTG open, +2 flat.
It looks like he's going to find a call here, which would save him. Oh, not sure yet.
Maybe emotions running a bit high after.
Just having your stack get count down, like
Yeah.
make him 10 stacks or 20.
He's gone for 10 instead of 20. Looks like a call. Big flop incoming, Randy. Second hand of the FT, 600k in the middle. Artur with 1.4 back. If we see a 3 undercard board, it could be showers for Martirosyan. And how about that? Jack 10-6, top for the Belarusian newcomer. Artur with the overpair, Queen of Spades in hand, and Soiza with the best of it.
Yeah, this is the type of board that can be double showers incoming.
At this SPR, Randy.
And the flop, right? One of these 3 guys is going to put chips in there. And likely one of them will be put in a raise. Like you said, the SPR is important, and these are the stacks sizes that can easily get it in. Arthur checks 2 queens. Is he suspicious? The flat call Soiza in position.
Maybe going for the check jam rather than betting and playing dicey turn cards. We're about to find out. 600 in the middle.
Soiza can just put some chips in there, which he does. We can see a Mikolai check raise all in off of 1.1 million.
Randy, we could have a double elimination here.
Yeah.
Not something we've seen at a final table, I believe, so far this series, especially with this much at stake.
You've got to think ace-jack is good here, and he's going to rip it in, and not Arthur. Sandwiched in the middle, hasn't put a single chip yet.
Well, Mikolai is going to be looking for a 2-outer, as is Artur.
Is there a way Arthur can find 2 queens in the muck? Like, it's not because he's afraid of Mikolai, I'll tell you that, given the stack situation. It's just, can Soiza just have the slow play? Kings, aces, jacks, 10s, jack 10. Nope. There we go.
In it goes.
But maybe I just, you know, anything jacks or 10s.
That's Soiza. I have to think about it, just saying he was trapping, but he could obviously be up against hands like jacks or 10s or jack 10, even 6s from the big.
Yeah, but it doesn't really feel like he's going to lay this one down. Still could be up against queens and kings of Arthur.
Is ever a world.
Cooler bro.
Cooler bro indeed, as he makes the call. Neither player with a set, so Soiza gets the great news, has 79% of the equity with 2 cards to come. This all in brought to you by bookmaker.eu and the APT co-owner. It's a 79% favorite to win a 4.5 million chip pot and become the new chip leader. And on top of that, ladder 2 spots with 2 to come. Well, the 6 of hearts on the turn changes nothing, eliminating the backdoors for Arthur, of course. Mikolai looking for a jack, Arthur looking for a queen. We're guaranteed at least 1 bust out. Seven of spades going to complete the run out. And with that, Randy, hand number 2 of the FT. Michael Soiser setting the trap perfectly, allowing Mikolaj to complete from the big blind. Flop, top pair, top kicker. All the money going in on the flop. And we have a double elimination. And with that, everyone's now guaranteed an additional 130,000.
Another deep run from Arturosian, unable to just convert it into one of those top 2 finishes. Tough.
So many deep runs, of course, for Artur. Out to our newcomer, Mikolaj, his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series, his first ever event. Managing to final table this 75k. Unfortunately, just running into the aces of Soiser, who now finds himself out in pole position with 7 left. And that is how things stand. We have ourselves a runaway chip leader. I tell you who was loving that double elimination. Randy, not to state the obvious, but Dylan and Eibinger sat on just 10 percent. 2 ladders?
Yeah, I'll take it. I was going to take 1. I'll take 2. I mean, of course, the other 3 people are pretty thrilled to get 2 ladders there if they go from just 310K guaranteed. Not bad.
$127,500 ladder in the space of a hand.
Yes, do it. Come on.
And once you reshoved, you're like,
yeah, I was like, okay. So, I mean, it is what it is, I guess.
Michael Soiser, chip leader of the final 7, and with the presence of those 2 10 big blind stacks, can really lean into the likes of Vyacheslav Boldazhin, Michael Adamo. Sub-average, but comfortably in the middle, and another legit holding.
Running
for the
hot.
Malaysian. Number 3 on Malaysia's all-time money list.
Not running hot. Excuse me. Ace King Dan Smith. It's actually interesting given the positions undergun versus undergun +2. They are both very deep. 38 big blinds to start with. Sometimes you see Dan Smith,
390.
you know, take a more passive line. Will come in for 3-bet.
As you mentioned, the possessions, obviously Smith attacking this UTG Open. Starting the hand 3rd in chips. He's come for the 2.5x.
Look, normally in these positions you'd be pretty worried. But the thing is, with that suitedness, gives you that extra playability post-flop out of position.
So is it going to make the call? Smith with a very sexy 3-bet. A little 2.5, just kind of like, hey, you could still make me fold. I still have 2.6 million behind. Just dangling the carrot in front of Soiser, but Soiser not biting. Just coming with a call, 940 in the middle. And again, the 2 shorties just watching on, loving this as we head to the 10, 9, 5. Neither player connecting. Smith still out in front with the ace-king.
Yeah, not a great board, though, for both players. Dan Smith, a little bit more playability in the form of backdoor hearts, 2 overs. 1 bet likely to get it done on the flop, but it's a hard one to continuation bet here, given the ICM implications. Did make it a bit smaller pre-flop, so it does invite a little bit more calls from Soiser's range. Adamo there, sipping as he's looking for another pay jump. Like, okay, you 2 want to go clash? So be it.
Action on King Dan. Dan Smith, Holler, Cowboy Dan. Dan Smith, one of the best. Gonna fire.
Yeah, just gonna maintain control. Lots of interesting turns could develop, but it will be just ending right here. Dan, 3.6. Henry, not too bad.
Damn, Daniel. Damn.
I just had a thought.
Oh, that's dangerous.
No, I'm just saying.
Don't be doing that too often, Randy.
Do you think the reason Mikolai busted was because he had to count down his stack to 10s and 20s? I'm thinking, like, is it not a coincidence?
Well,
the same hand immediately after.
It's very easy for emotions to run high, especially when the stakes are as high as they are. There's a lot of pressure. Mikita asked once, politely. Mikolai snapped no. And Mikita just realizing that the way Mikolai responded, that being the nice guy wasn't really going to go anywhere, just snapped aside to call over the floor, as is his right. And yeah, I mean, look, the reality is you flop top pair, top kicker on a Jack 10-6 board. When the pre-flop aggressor checks over to the flat caller, who's maybe going to be more inclined to maybe take a little stab with some nonsense. I don't think I'm getting away from top. But I completely, I mean,
saying, that's why he got dealt ace-jack, is because, you know, he didn't want to count down his deck.
The poker gods,
yes,
I see what you're saying.
They are real. They are real.
The spitefulness of the poker gods, I mean, they know the rules better.
I mean,
than
Arthur
anyone.
got caught in the middle of it, but it is what it is. Anyways, Michael Adamo, King 10 suited, Soiza, chip leader. Strong positions here.
I like your style, Randy.
Yeah, just the real questions. I know someone in chat must have thought about that.
That's a fun flop. Ace, Jack, 5, rainbow. Very disguised top pair, of course, for Soiza. Backdoor nut diamonds. Adamo, however, the under the gun open. The perceived range and nut advantage on this board texture. With the Broadway gut shot, backdoor hearts. Just defer to one of the best. Two-time champion. Third pot, Randy, as expected.
As expected so far, and I expect also a check call from Soiza here. Top pair against the undergun range, like you said, is perceived to be quite strong.
Never folding out better should he come with check raise, and yeah. Does come with check call, so again, a sizable pot. We're not even an orbit into the, wow. Into the stream of the final table. 3 of clubs completing the rainbow.
Yeah.
Giving Soiza top and bottom.
Really just lovely for him in the sense that maybe he was behind. Now he's hoping Adamo actually has some top pair strong kicker.
Adamo not want to shy away from emptying the clip.
Sometimes King 10 does multi-barrel on this card. Still, it's just, you know, you got a draw to the nuts. You can apply pressure on Jack X as well as the similar type of hands of gut shots, King Queen. Yeah, he's going to fire one more. And with no flush draw coming in on the turn, Soiza most likely will come in with check call, as if he check raises, it just looks extremely strong.
And given that the opponent that's barreling into you.
That's a very good point, right? You play your opponent. Your opponent is known to just be relentless. He's got that image. Why take that away from him by putting in a raise? So far, so good.
Everything going Soiza's way so far. One card to come. Adamo looking for a queen, but doesn't necessarily need it in order to put more chips in the middle, as the 7 of clubs completes the board. One of the safest river cards in the deck for Soiza. Now just praying that Adamo has the ace-kings, ace-queens that Randy mentioned. And with the hands like maybe 5-4, 4-3, ace-4, ace-deuce, obviously top pair, but bricking that picked up turn barrel, turn gut shot. Are we going to see Adamo empty the clip across 3 streets? We're not. Checks behind.
Yeah. I think when he sizes the way he did on the turn and no flush draws out there, it's very likely Soiza's got ace-x. He was targeting those jack x's and expected them to fold, so once he got called twice, looking at a strong range there. And with king 10, you really only block ace 10. Probably prefer to hold like a queen 10 there to block ace queen a bit too.
50-100.
What a start to this final table. A double elimination on hand number 2. Artur Martirosyan coming up short with his queens against Michael Soyser's trapped aces pre-flop on the Jack 10-6. And given the trap was set, it allowed the big blind to connect with top pair, top kicker. As Mikolaj hit the showers in 9th, everyone guaranteed 310,000.
Yeah, no, also a little noteworthy that Artur had a bit more chips than Mikolaj, so he did get the 8th place finish over the 9th.
Yeah.
Careful with your cards, Dylan. I'm funny dynamic here. Thank you.
Snowman.
Grateful. Thank you.
Dan Smith, the gentleman, as always, just saying, Dylan, be careful. Don't want one to flash up. They could see down this end of the tournament then. Just complimenting him on his fold.
Yeah. 2 jacks. They just win the muck. No. Ace Jack now. It is a small blind against the high jack. Big stack. Makita. Sitting on 3.2.
Wow.
Did he just rip it all in there?
Soyser just saying, have some of that, pal.
Damn.
The 2 10 big blind stacks at the table. You're currently 3rd in chips. You really want to go home in 7th. Power poker from Michael.
If Makita respects ICM, I can't think he'd be taking the stance here. 3.2 million chips. Because if you look at, there's 2 very small stacks out there. Matthias Eibinger, Dylan Lindy, they're sitting on 10 blinds. Nicely played. 6.1. Running away with it right now. And when you got this big chip stack, you know, you just get so much more extra EV as people don't really want to risk their tournament life against you. Just stay out of your way.
Yeah, Soyser up to 6.1 million. Average stack is 2.5.
Do we have a shoes off situation for Adama? Am I seeing this right?
The real question, Randy, is when do we ever have a shoes on situation for Adamo?
Okay, this is standard practice for him.
Lives on the coast.
Comfy, right at home. Final tables.
Soyser with about 1/3 of the chips in play. Overwhelming chip lead. Most, well, 25 big blind lead over Dan Smith. And with the blinds going up, we now have 2 8 big blind stacks. Soyser having fun. Note the fold from Smith, 2nd in chips. 5-4 hitting the mark. Just going to stay out of Soyser's way. So 7 remain in event number 8. The Luxon Pay.
Thank you. Thanks.
200k invitational party is ongoing. The only players not there are these 7 and us here in the booth. Randy Lou alongside
you consider
myself,
us players,
Henry Kilbane.
Henry?
I'm retired. I don't know about you. Those that can't teach. Those that can't teach, commentate. You know how it is.
Yep.
Bookmaker.eu right now has a reduced juice, low vig, minus 108 sides and totals on all NBA postseason games. You open a new account at bookmaker.eu now. Get up to a $500 USD cash bonus with your first deposit. Professional and recreational bettors welcome. High betting limits, high payout limits, and live betting on all NBA postseason games at bookmaker.eu, where the line originates. Are you retired, Randy? Would you consider yourself, you know, family man now?
Thank you.
Businessman?
So,
it's okay.
when I'm winning, I'm a pro. When I'm losing, yeah, I'm retired.
Oh,
just
same.
because it's
the same as me
just
then. Okay.
results-oriented.
We read the
player
same
here.
book, the same chapter.
Hey, 2 queens. Good hand?
I believe it's the third best hand in No Limit Hold'em, and when there's 1.7 million up top, a welcome sight. Comes with the min, looking to induce out of the blinds. Potentially
Dylan.
gonna happen as Dylan has King, Jack, and 6 bigs behind.
It's an interesting situation given his stack size as Adamo raising on the button, probably not folding against the big blind stack. Does he maybe call occasionally, or does he just rip it in now? That's the key question for him.
It does obviously still have fold equity.
Just
as
a little
crazy as
bit.
it sounds. See if Adamo's opening off the bottom.
Yeah.
All of it. In it goes.
Big trouble.
Adamo in great shape with the 2 queens, managing to induce the jam, although you never know, maybe it was just going in either way. 1.5 million in the middle. Triton first timer. Tournament crusher. Dylan Lindy in rough shape. Still is the case on the 9-7-5-2 spade. Some running cards available for Dylan, looking for the 3 immediate outs in the form of a king. Doesn't come on the turn and now finds himself with 3 outs once. Doesn't find it as Adamo boats up and Dylan Lindy is eliminated in 7th place. As mentioned, first time at a Triton Super High Roller Series. Has to be happy with his run at the series so far. A couple of crossbars, of course, 2 cashes prior to this cash here, but adding 310,000 to his Triton track record. And a 3rd cash of the series. Cashing 3 out of 7 tournaments, Randy.
Not too bad.
The US OG. Dylan Lindy down to just 6 bigs, rejamming the King Jack, running into the Queens and coming up short. And with his departure, we somehow find ourselves 6-handed.
Yeah.
Yeah, those first 3 eliminations, a bit quick. But, you know, of course,
Like,
one of them was a double knockout.
From him, from this big stack.
Ibinger is super short here. He's just got 8 blinds.
He is, and I believe he's about to be in the big blind. Not this hand, the next hand.
Oh, good timing.
You want to stay on this side, all the chips is coming this way, you know. You can see.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
Makes sense?
Bye-bye, guys.
Raise. 5 seconds.
Gonna slide most of those chips. Leave 1 or 2 back.
Two-time Triton champion.
Looks like he went with like half his stack. A little bit more, 2/3.
Still in the hunt for title
Ow.
number 3 as Soiser, our chip leader, looks down at a couple of 10s. Randy, this is absolutely insane that we've lost 3 players already and potentially about to lose a 4th. As Soiser comes over the top with the 10s, 1 king dead. As Ibinger makes the call. It's a fair fight. Soiser in the hunt for title number 2. Ibinger in the hunt for title number 3. The Poker Code co-founder against the APT co-owner. 5 cards to come, 17 bigs in the middle.
I don't have any king or ace. It's good. Good guy. Yeah.
Jack of Hearts in the window, followed by the 10 of clubs and Jack of clubs. Soiser flopping a house. Ibinger drawing to running cards. As the 4 of clubs seals his fate on the turn. Still, Randy came into this final table tied 9th in chips, I believe, alongside Dylan Lindy. Managed to get 3 ladders going home with 391,000.
Didn't need to play a hand at this final table. Got 3 ladders. That's amazing for him. Outlasted those players. GG.
Ladder 209,000 to be exact with those 3 ladders. And yeah, ultimately getting it in with ace king against tens. This man knows all too well that you need to win flips to win tournaments, as he has won many himself. 2 Triton titles, no 3rd title this time round for Ibinger, but another impressive run for the Poker Code co-founder, heading home with 391,500. And Randy, you know what that means? $500,000 guaranteed payouts brought to you by GG Poker for these final 5 players. Insane that we're down to 5, but surely now we're going to see not caginess per se, but a lot more post-flop, less jamming pre kind of stuff, if that makes sense.
Adamo's the current short stack, but he's sitting on 21 big blinds, a lot of room to wiggle. There are only 1 player with above average stack, our tournament chip leader. Average stack is 35 blinds right now.
That average obviously increasing by a significant amount due to the 4 eliminations.
200.
We've got a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to all of our viewers watching over on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, and of course our YouTube channel. 5 players remain, all guaranteed more than $500,000. Of course, we're playing for the top prize of $1.73 million, the coveted Triton trophy, and the Shambhala Jewels bracelet. Yeah, just
nice attack here.
I think you were safe, but just for fun, let's count it.
That's smooth say. I think you're safe, but just for fun. Let's count.
Round 2.
Make VBV sweat a little bit.
1,800,000.
So VBV looking for title number 2. Makita looking for title number 5. Adamo looking for title number 3. Dan Smith looking for his first Triton title. One of the highest in terms of Triton earnings, just shy of 12 million. 8 cashes. Soizer looking for title number 2. So there's a lot more than money at stake here, Randy. See the Makita win. We'll take him up to 5 titles, 1 behind Jason Kuhn.
Sorry.
Vajislav. Obviously looking to prove that his win in the 50k was not a fluke. To go back-to-back tournaments would be quite the feat. Damo has been on a bit of a dry spell at Triton Super High Roller Series since Madrid last year, where he won 2 titles. Of course, Soizer, part of the Malaysian contingent that show up to every Super High Roller Series. The Triton Super High Roller Series in force. Dan Smith. Cowboy Dan with the Cowboys in the cutoff.
You still have about 3 then.
Yes.
Soizer with 40% of the chips in play now, by the way. 5 remain.
Actually, a candidate of a hand where maybe you put in more chips and a 3-bet here and there, but call will be standard. 550.
Well, Queen Jack 4 Rainbow Soizer not connecting. Smith still with the overpair. Definitely going to want to start building the pot. Value to be had, of course, on this ball texture. Nice little pickup for Smith, creating a little safety buffer between himself and the rest of the pack, although we can see just how tight it is down there. Everyone's sub-average bar our chip leader.
With these stack sizes, you do have to still get involved in pick up pots. It's not one of those situations where the short stack has 10 blinds and, well, you just kind of fold down a bit until he gets it in. Right now, it's a lot of, a lot of pre-flop decision, and you will open your proper ranges more.
This is such an uncommon theme for us here, where there is no immediate short stack. The shortest stack is playing 21 big blinds, and king's in the cutoff again. Maybe this is going to be over.
The Makita.
Maybe this is going to just be over in an hour. Oh, jinxed it. So these guys kind of getting used to this new 5-handed dynamic, all guaranteed. What, 320,000 more than they were guaranteed 20 minutes ago. With the flurry of bust outs, Adamo 10-6-0. Gonna hit the mug, pick up for Bads. To all of our viewers around the world watching this final table coverage, live from North Cyprus at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino. Do appreciate you keeping myself and Randy company for this one. 1.7 million up top. Let us know, of course, who you're rooting for. Maybe even who you're rooting against. I mean, if you want to anti-sweat, that's on you.
Is that how we're going to go?
I mean, it's, comes with the territory.
You think there's people out there anti-sweating Michael Adamo with 2 aces right now? Just hoping he limps and gets coolered?
I mean, I never said Adamo specifically, but it sounds like maybe you've got a bit of an anti-sweat.
He can't. He's from Australia.
That is true.
This is a reasonable spot for him to come up and limp, though, but looks like he'll raise.
It's so strange because we got from 9 to 5 so quickly. And now we've got this kind of deep stack. I say deep stack, but you know what I mean. Compared to the other final tables, plenty of room to take it to the streets.
Yeah, for me, I would say this is still reasonably deep. We are at final table. Lots of room for 3-bet folds and multi-street. Sure, we're not going to get like 3-bet pots with 3 streets of bet jam, but lots of considerations on how to approach things. Adamo picks up that little one, 2 aces, would have won and more.
And Randy, you're obviously amazing at math.
Not really, but go on.
I mean,
you don't know if you want to follow through with this question. I am quite good if we're going to do basic arithmetic and subtraction.
I just assumed, given that you hold world records and you used to play.
Okay, just give me the question.
What percentage of the viewers on YouTube do you think have clicked the like button so far?
Oh, I can do this one.
Can you do this one?
Yeah.
Hazard a guess.
It feels like a 70%.
You would think, wouldn't you? I mean, it has to be 70% surely. 2 7-figure payouts. Adamo, Vyacheslav Makita, Dan Smith and Michael Soiser, all at the same table, all guaranteed $500,000. If you haven't already, please do take a couple of seconds to click that like button and help Triton Poker on their mission to continue growing the poker community, the poker game, and broadcasting the highest stakes with your favorite players to the world free of charge. It would really mean a lot to us. Back to the action. Dan Smith limping from the small with the ace. Jack 7-6 rainbow. A few options on the table for both of these players, by the way.
Yeah, both hands with the kind of high card, backdoor, straight draw interaction. Probably a lot of checking with these types of hands. Dan with the check and Makita just king 9. You will see a lot of small ball with these 30 big blind stacks right now.
Oh, there's your small ball. Undercard to the board. 3 of diamonds rolling off. Both players may be inclined to try and get this to showdown. King high maybe sometimes good, although you would assume that Dan would bluff with cards worse than king high at some point during the hand.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. And the thing is with king 9 though, like, sure, maybe you don't think you can show this down easily, but then again, you might be up against a pair and just bleed a bit more if you happen to fire out. And Dan Smith is actually the one coming swinging ace 8. 100k min bet. Denying equity. Oh, gets value from king 9 high. High level poker right now.
Here
Half a
we go.
milli.
Now a 4-liner on board. Both players blocking the top end of the straight.
I don't think Dan Smith thinks he's got the best hand, although he does in this situation. You know, we're playing blind versus blind, so players are playing very large ranges, can easily have some 6x, 7x, 3x, all sorts of different variety. Dan here contemplating whether to fire away. It's quite hard representing 4x, so he will check. Makita, on the other hand, he might be able to find a way to steal this pot. Just kind of waiting how often king high is actually good right now. If he thinks it's a low frequency, then he's going to go ahead and fire away.
See if he wants to turn this into a bluff. It's being checked too. Try and fold out those vulnerable one pair holdings. They're going to struggle.
Nice. Full pot. It's funny is because I feel like Dan Smith's bet has potentially changed the situation where it seemed like it was going to check down. Created an opportunity for Makita to potentially steal the pot, which is more sizable now.
Fold.
Makita.
Situational run bad there for Dan, of course.
I mean, well played from Makita, right? Like king 9, you know, some players might not opt to bet the river. Even making that call on the turn.
It's the tiger.
It was a tiger?
Tiger's from Phuket, Thailand.
Oh, is it? So do you have one too, Henry?
I have a real one.
You have a real tiger. Okay. You
Don't believe it.
straight
Okay,
face?
I'll show you a picture.
You're going to show me a picture of your tiger.
It's from my brother. What, an hour ago? Does that not look like Makita's tiger?
It does, but it kind of looks like a cat.
I guess you're right. Same thing. Soiza with the 8s.
No, not quite, to be honest,
Well,
but okay. I'll try to let it pass. A6.
I just love with the potential rejam spot. He knows that Soiza is going to be opening lighter than everyone else, pushing the table around.
5 seconds.
I think with the stack size he's got, he doesn't mind just keeping things small, or maybe if he was leaning towards 15 big blinds or so, he would reshove. Here he can kind of reduce the variance, but still take it post-flop.
Oh my word. Bottom set for Soiza, not flush draw for Vyacheslav. 550 in the middle. What on earth is going on at this FT?
Lots of spicy turns I can really get Boldigan to just, you know, maybe improve, but there could be some full houses, right? King of Spades would be a disastrous card for him.
5 seconds.
Big decision here on what to do with the nut flush draw. It's a small bet, and that kind of entices you to check raise a bit more often than not. You know, you could check raise flop, jam, turn at a high frequency.
Well, less than 25% C-bet from Soiser.
Gonna bring out some time cards.
Vyacheslav started the hand 4th in chips. He's flopped the nut flush draw out of the big. As Randy mentioned, against a smaller size, maybe inclined to check raise. Though, of course, getting a fantastic price on just check calling. See a turn, reevaluate.
Looks like he's going to make the call here.
800k. SPR2 going to the turn as Soiser turns quads, and with that, Vyacheslav is drawing dead. And it's one of those turn cards, Randy, that we've seen on so many occasions, a big blind lead.
Yes, of course. The 8X is more in the big blind's check calling range, and he is going to come out probably around quarter pot, roughly. Possibly 20% or so.
Well, Soiser just doing backflips in his mind right now. He's been led into already 4 eliminations, guaranteed $500,000. Looking for his 2nd Triton title. He's turned quads with 1 card to come. And there's 1.7 million plus.
It feels like
first.
call's the right play here, as if your opponent is drawing slim with some little baby flush draws or straight draws. Why let them off the hook?
Right. Let the queen or the king pair, let them improve to a full house.
Yeah, whatever it is, 7.
Well, fortunately for Vyacheslav, bricks the flush draw that he was looking for. See if he puts any more chips in the middle or just waves the white flag here.
Yeah, he's done it, it seems. As played, I imagine Soiser will put a lot of chips in there, just targeting the King X that will take this line. And there's a decent amount of them, of course. Whatever he thinks the max size that King X would call, and that's all of it.
Yeah, all the draws bricking. Want to polarize, of course, with top of range, which includes quads, believe it or not, Randy. Quads is...
Quads.
Soiser put out a post at the start of the final table on Instagram, asking for some run good. Believe
so who
the
sent
poker gods
the run
have
good to him?
delivered so far.
Okay.
Now looking like a runaway chip leader situation, and by putting a dent in Vyacheslav's stack, of course, he's now down to 15, and all of a sudden, Adamo, Smith, and Badziakowski kind of have to proceed with caution, although Soiser can't just bluff off with reckless abandon, of course.
No, but he's definitely going to be applying pressure regularly. And when he's creating this short stack of 15 blinds of Vyacheslav, like, it really puts the 2, 3, and 4 place players in a more cagey situation. An opportunity here, potentially for Vyacheslav. 10-8 offsuit is the chip leader behind him, which is trouble. But likely will be taking a lot of limps in this BVB situation. Might we find a raise with Jack 3?
Doesn't even feel like he has to go that big if he does.
No, probably like a 275 or so.
There we go. I like it.
5 seconds. 275.
Tag us in, coach. Have you got 75k laying around, Randy?
I do, but I kind of want to keep it.
Fair. I respect the honesty.
Yeah.
I'm going to get that tattooed on my forearm. Those that can't teach. Those that can't teach.
I had same
commentate.
feel 2 days ago. You feel it?
Being cheap leader.
Running good feeling.
Yeah. Yes, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
You see?
And you're here again,
You
so
feel?
that's really good.
Now I other side.
Yes, of course, referring to the 50k
Yeah,
that he took down.
It's less fun, but pretty funny anyway.
What do you mean less fun? I'm having ball.
Yeah, but it's very.
No, he's saying about himself.
Oh, yourself, yeah.
It's less fun.
Yeah, it's nice when you have chips.
Ah, thank you. Yeah.
Straight back to business after exchanging a few words about how it feels to be a massive chip leader with 7 figures up top. Something that Soiza and Vyacheslav have both shared over the last 48 hours.
Soiza comes down for limp here, 20 blinds effective against Adamo. Take a free one. Adamo must be delighted to see that.
Soiza connecting in the form of middle pair, but maybe more importantly, some value to be extracted as Adamo has also connected on the 8-6-4 rainbow board.
It's a bit connected. You know, often we'll see players take one off. Help them define hands. You know, like, it gets tricky when you bet and get called. You're not sure if your opponent's on a pair or some kind of 7x, 5x that might blow you off a bit later. For now, check through, jack on the turn. So it probably still thinks he's got the best hand at a high frequency.
He's going to reach for chips and fire out a bet of 100k. Third pot. There's Jack of Spades turn, Adamo with just bottom pair.
Would be an amazing laydown, but hard to do so against a chip leader who is just supposed to stab so often with any kind of equity. Yeah, Damo's going to call.
That might just be a river card that slows things down. The 4-liner on board now. 500k in the middle.
Yeah, this is a trouble card for both players, actually.
Crucial pot for Adamo, though.
But actually, Soiza has found a value bet. A thin one, 20% pot, looks like min bet. I don't think Adamo thinks it's likely his 4 is good, but maybe he thinks about going upstairs.
I think having a queen's pretty bad, right? Like blocking hands like queen 9, queen 10.
True, but then again, we are playing blind versus blind, so the ranges are much larger than the usual holdings that we're up against. Gonna bring in a time card. In terms of calling, I mean, the big question is, would Soiza use a little bit larger sizing that he missed? It looks pretty blocky to me.
Certainly still capable of retaining bet 3 bets, of course. Looking to induce, especially against Adamo, who is more than capable of digging deep for bluffs. Second time extension thrown out. Adamo really thinking this one through.
You might be thinking that which block bets would come in with 100K sizing. Would Jack X maybe go a little bit bigger for block? Does call. Nice value bet there. What is that? Third pair, 10 kicker? 4-liner? Damo's like, God. Well done.
Well, the rich get richer. Michael Soiser running away with it at the top now. Over 8 million in chips. Second in chips is our 4-time Triton champion, Mikita Bazikowska, with just 3.1 million. So Soiser with 45% of the chips in play. And again, to go back to the point made about Vyacheslav, has now managed to chip away at Adamo. And Vyacheslav is now, Adamo finds himself not in the danger zone, but handcuffed. Hands are tied, 17 bigs. As we take a look at the chip counts brought to you by PokerStake. Big blind 100K. The 100K ante, and there are the payouts brought to you by Bookmaker. Total prize pool of 6.5 million plus 502,500 guaranteed for these final 5 players. Vyacheslav looking for back-to-back titles. Cashed the 25K and the 20K. Didn't cash the 30K mystery bounty or the 40K 8 max. Shipped the 50K for 1.3 million. And is now here 5-handed just 48 hours later, playing for 1.7 million.
Big slick. So pretty much all in.
0.7, yes. Less.
He said 1 million. He said 1 million. He asked how much he has.
Classy. As always, Dan Smith, Michael Adamo.
Sad face. Adamo balancing his jamming ranges in BVB, this stack depth. Aware of Vyacheslav, who's quite short.
A nice little pick up there for Adamo to head up back towards 20 bigs. The storyline's emerging here before our biggest buy-in, the 200K Luxon Pay Invitational. Nikita on the hunt for title number 5. Dan Smith, one of the highest earning Triton players of all time, but no title. Looking to get that monkey off of his back. Soiser and Vyacheslav, of course, going for their second titles. Adamo looking for title number 3 to join the likes of Phil Ivey, Wai Kin Yong.
Okay, Dan getting out of there. 7-5 offsuit. Definitely something he could have considered.
That's good.
It's 5 seconds.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Just
Blinds going up, Randy. You know what that means. Vyacheslav.
Such is the game, no? Such is the game.
He just down to less than 12 big blinds now.
How the game goes, you know.
Помоги, немножко не
Ну,
понял.
типа, что так надо делать, типа. Время потянуть.
Yeah, for sure.
A little
It's
comment,
okay.
because there was a little tank fold there, so he puts
I just wanted to
the increased
see
blinds
his eyes.
Make him feel bad, huh? Make him feel guilty.
onto VBV there.
Oh, fine.
And so is it just saying it's part of the game. Nothing personal, all business. Any quarter little edges you can get.
Mate, when there's 7 figures up top. Bads with the decision in the small. Potential 3-bet. Currently second in chips with 26 big blinds. Does he want to take this one upstairs? Does he just want to come with a flat? A few options on the table, of course. Going from second to out in 5th would be a disaster if he did run into top of range.
I like that he's taking a stance here. You just can't let Soiza get away with just raising every single hand. It looks strong for him to make a stance with currently in second place, of course. Can Soiza possibly read into this, go to level 4?
Oh, man.
Wow, he's too good.
Your answer, Randy.
Jesus.
There is your answer, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Soiza now with more than half the chips in play, with 5 players left. Third on the Malaysian all-time money list, looking for his second Triton trophy. And third only, of course, to our founders.
How good do you feel when you just make that play so quickly at A7 suited? Just knowing your opponent, really just phenomenal. And 74 big blinds. He is just dominating right now, Henry.
And he's just done an amazing job at chipping away at those middling stacks that were healthily playing 20 big blinds. Randy, I'm spotting that Ali Najad has returned from the Luxon Pay 200K Invitational seat draw with maybe some juicy details. So you're going to be jumping out for a brief stint as we welcome Ali Najad back into the booth, looking incredibly fresh, may I add. Well dressed, sir. Welcome back. How are you?
It's just the wardrobe, but certainly not the emotional state. I kid. I'm good. Party was wonderful. Apparently a lot more fun than being at this table with Soiza, who has been a human bulldozer, from what I understand. Just witnessed that 4-bet.
Yeah, we've got from 9 to 5 in the span of 2 orbits. Soiza eliminating 3 of the 4 players. And now 4-bet piling on our 4-time champion, Mikita Badziakuski. Soiza with more than half the chips in play, getting a walk. Ali, you return from the field?
Yep. I called a number of names, actually, that were at this final table unable to draw their own seat cards.
I'm not worried about that for now. What was served?
Oh,
7-course meal?
No.
No?
Are you kidding me? It was finger food. Chicken tenders, French fries.
Gordon Ramsay wasn't? No?
No. No Gordon Ramsay.
Okay.
And I'll tell you one thing. The minute the seat draw was over, despite the fact that there was provisions, live music, open bar, scattered. Everyone. Watching Champions League.
Oh, of course.
Gambling in the pit. Playing cash
timing.
games.
Yeah.
You couldn't keep the guys around.
That
or maybe
bar-
getting some rest, by the way.
Well, you would like to think, but we all know where they are. The bar over there last week during the Champions League, you could have held a super high roller tournament in that bar as they were all huddled round watching the first leg of the semi-finals. A lot of football fans or soccer fans here as Vyacheslav looks to maybe call off. But yeah, sorry, Ali, I interrupted. So you called a couple of names?
More than a couple of names that were actually going to be playing in that 200K Luxon Pay Invitational, as we see Boligan raising and taking it. Not among the names, but Nikolai Vaska-Boynikau, I think I'm butchering it, I know. We'll just call him MV. First-timer to Triton. He was unavailable to pull his envelope. Artur Martirosyan, also unavailable, 9th and 8th respectively. Then Matthias Eibinger, 6th-place finisher here at this final table. He was not present. Mikita Badziakuski and Michael Soiza, also not available. So star-studded.
Was there like an obvious table, like a table of death on the pro side that you looked at and you were like, damn, I would not want to be at that table in a minute.
Truth be told, I had so much going on that I didn't even bother to turn around and take stock of what we had actually done with respect to all of those draws. But
so doing a half job again sounds about right.
Me. Take the under on half.
Take the overs on Soiza.
Oh yeah.
Came so close in the main event in Vietnam. Cash for 2.6 million. There was 0 for 5 coming into this. Also, action on available on Poker Stake to this 75k.
How is that still possible?
I mean, it's free money.
Adamo making it $1 million to go here from the small blind, getting after Dan Smith, who has done well for himself on the day. Making it into this final 5. Pay jumps, obviously, on the players' minds at this point as they're so significant. 120k between 5th and 4th. 170k plus between 4th and 3rd. We're looking at 400,000 and change between 3rd and 2nd, and of course, $500,000 plus between 2nd and 1st. So hanging around for these 20 big blind stacks all the way down to Buldigan with 11 big blinds can be worth oh so much.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable spot. Especially with the pay jumps that you just mentioned.
So he's taking this one off as well. Smith. 9-4 suited would be a bad time to get ideas as Makita awaits him with ace-jack.
300.
Upstairs we go. And I don't think this elevator is done.
All the way to the top floor, potentially for Makita. Feels like it, especially with ICM. He's 3rd in chips.
Yeah, there's the jam that we anticipated. This one will be a short-lived affair with the 9-4.
Just to give you an idea of how close it is out there, just getting that 3-bet through blind v blind. It's now Makita up to 2nd in chips. All Vyacheslav has to do is double, and he's 2nd in chips. And as Harley was alluding to, the difference between going home in 5th and making it to heads up is almost $700,000. Not a time to slip up.
Certainly not. Well, as if Soiza needs pocket 10s to open a pot. But that's what he's got. Gets after the boys. Just the minimum here.
Oh boy.
An ace-9 and an ace-jack in the blinds. Bads will get away, but I'm not sure Buldigan will be able to do the same off of the shortest stack remaining.
It's insane, Ali, because coming into this FT, it was so even.
It's time. All in.
Time it is.
2 overs is the good news, but go on, Henry.
Well, just what, an hour 20 into this FT? With 5 cards away from 5 eliminations being down to 4.
What flash do you prefer? What flash do you prefer, space or clubs?
Suit coverage there for Buldigan, offering Soiza to make a flush. Not going to happen on the 8-6 tray board.
Yeah, no flash.
Buldigan, of course, picking up a title in the 50K 7 max. Not picking up any help on the turn, though, as his bid for a second here on this stop is going to require a 6-outer.
GG, guys.
Not there. And the Russian showing love. And that trademark smile of
It wouldn't be
his.
fair if you win 2, you know.
Oh, Vyacheslav was threatening to go back-to-back at one point, Ali. Fresh off that 50k win. Another $500,000 for this 5th place run.
So courtesy of a 5th place finish, Buldigan will be collecting $2,500. Been a nice outing for him.
Not the worst 48, 72-hour time period of his life, I'd assume.
Not at all. Upswing, big green candle on the graph. As just 4 remain, $623,000 secured by the remainder of the field. Maybe could do something to assuage some of Dan Smith's vocal bitterness over not having managed to secure a VIP with whom to pair for the Luxon Pay Invitational. Was obviously the date he had circled on the event calendar.
No Cowboy down in the 200k.
As of right now.
Wow.
Seat draw complete. It would be highly unorthodox to be able to pair up and then be put into the field at this point. As it would not be highly unorthodox to see Michael Adamo activate with this ace-king. 1.2 million declared, obviously. This is a declaration. Not going to get him off of it unless it was multiple all-ins behind him.
Such a grim spot for Dan Smith. What is this?
It's a dominated suited ace is what it is.
What is that? There's also sub 15 big blinds effectively jamming. I think it's just a pip too high.
Fold.
Gets away. Henry, you at all surprised?
No, I honestly think it's pretty much probably where the line is.
That exact holding?
I think maybe like 12 big blinds. It's go time. 11, 12 bigs. But also, you know, Dan Smith feeling good about his game. Got an early night, played some sports with the lads last night. So coming in, you know, maybe looking to take the lower variance approach to some of these all-in spots, especially if he thinks he has an edge, which, you know, in poker, a lot of people do.
There's a look at the hardware that awaits the eventual champion, and it might expect a date with Michael Soiza if this trend continues. He's got 8 figures worth of tokens, 10.5 million roughly in front of him.
Yeah, with just 17.4 million in play.
4-1 lead over Badziakuski, who's in second. King, queen suited in the small. Damo's big blind.
375.
Will be getting leaned on.
Yeah, goes for the in-juice. Would be snap calling. Obviously capable of having raise folds here, but 9-5, not enough kit, Ali.
Adamo agrees.
I could see you on a yacht with that shirt
Did you bust everyone
in the
Yeah, it's
Philippines.
funny,
so far?
I'm not sure.
I first glanced at it, and I thought to myself, pretty sure my parents
2 of them, then here.
have that print
The D1?
Yeah, I think so.
under the dining table in rug form.
Bust the D1. Okay.
It's making its way back in.
Not a slight.
Don't blame me. Not everybody.
It's just a pattern.
You know, these trends come and go every 50 years or so.
Having been alive for half of that, Henry, I'm not sure how you would be aware.
Well, you know, they keep records of such trends, so Google is your friend. Learn how to use it. May learn a thing or two.
Believe you should have finished that off with Boomer if you really wanted to drive home the point.
No, come on. That's a bit too hard.
Too on the nose?
Yeah, I mean, look, we all know that you keep forgetting things and getting a bit loopy in the wee hours. I don't really want to rub your nose in it.
Nor does Adamo to Smith with the 10-3, which he puts into the muck.
Always got a box of tissues in the booth when Ollie's dribbling again and drooling.
Or when you engage me. And then are
Easy,
promptly
Tiger.
batted to wipe the tears, Henry. No easy Tiger out there, my friend. This is ferocity amongst these final four. Fangs, claws, all on display.
You can literally hear a pin drop out there. Obviously the room empty due to the seat draw in the 200k. Because of the Champions League semi-finals.
So is more than enough to go to work with. To be fair, there has been moments of abusiveness, but he's had holdings.
Saying to Randy earlier on, he put a post out, the final table picture, over on Instagram.
Did
asking,
Soiza?
Yeah, asking friends to send some run good, and hand number 2, aces against queens against ace-jack on a jack 10-6 board. Double knockout.
If you were at a final table and you had solicited, or a friend of yours rather, I'm sorry, was at a final table and had solicited run good, what would be your go-to reply? Text, photo?
What, to text them?
How would you motivate?
I wouldn't.
They're saying send run good, Henry.
Yeah,
what
but
kind of friend are you?
It's like, you know, as a thought, you know, send the run good, send your energy, but don't text me, I've got 1.7 million to win. I don't need to be distracted. Thank you very much. We can talk after.
That's a theory. If I ever ask for run good, just send nudes. Michael Adamo, 1.2 million to go. What really is
Wait,
wrong
me
with me? What isn't
specifically?
wrong with me? No, Henry.
All right, no, listen, I was just checking. I know what you get up to at this time of night.
Just others.
Okay. At least we clarified that one to the thousands of people watching.
That was an important clarification. Thank you for that.
Well, you never know.
If we lose another button, this might qualify as a nude. Is there even another button available?
Looks like the last piece hanging on.
Yeah. I like it. GQ Man of the Year, Michael Adamo. Within the realm of possibility. Eventually, I think, Ivan Leal Player of the Year. If he puts together the kind.
Doesn't play short deck. It's tough.
Fair, but it's not like it's outside of his purview
It's definitely
to
not.
learn it.
Definitely not, but obviously took a bit of a break from poker. He's finishing his university degree, but love to have him back here, and more importantly, love to have him at a final table. Soiza.
Yeah, hate to have him say all in when we've opened the pot. Ace 3. Dan forced to concede. It's just kind of
He's got
doing
all
business.
of them to half average. Average is 35 bigs.
That's wild. I'm trying to think back to the last time we had a bully of this magnitude on the playground. I mean, truly, lunch money is not safe.
Going back to Malaysia. Don't think any of the team or the bosses will mind that. If he does come out on top here.
Might be able to register the roar on the Richter scales in and around Kuala Lumpur. 10-9 suited, and that one doesn't register for bads.
Wonder if it's just open jamming season now for Soiza, given that he has everyone sub 20. There's your answer, Ali.
Fairly indiscriminate from the button. Damo not interested in A7. Doubt Dan Smith will be looking to try on 8-6 offsuit as he bins it. And the Soiza show carries on.
How much do you think was sold over on PokerStake in this 75K?
90, 95%.
Like, come on. Be serious. I think there's anyone out there in the chat, the viewers, with like a 1 ball, maybe a 17K cash.
I mean, 750 will earn you 1%.
Yeah.
Not sure what the average
Wouldn't want to
amount
speculate.
purchased is
Yeah.
out there. You think he put up 10%?
I'd say so. Selling for the entire series, I believe.
To be fair, Henry, you did advise from the onset of this series, each and every time that we plugged PokerStake, that Soiza bucks were available. And I certainly hope that people took you up on that. Ace-King suited being taken up by Adamo from the button.
Rare chance for these short stacks to battle out against each other, but rags for the blinds.
Wrong. Slightly wrong. Yeah.
What's Bats thinking about? King 6?
Pad Caprell,
11.565.
Phuket, Thailand, place he calls home. Why am I here in this disgusting ICM situation?
Shout out Pat Crapau, by the way. Believe it or not, a dish I can cook. Delicious.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Honestly, it would be one of the first things, like, when you do eventually make your way back to Thailand, to just spend a week eating amazing Thai food.
Oh, God. The night markets.
Well, playing with fire.
I mean, it's quite a big difference.
I've got the colon of a tiger shark, Henry.
Okay.
Nothing I can't digest. Exotic bacteria already coursing through my GI tract.
Are a fine delicacy.
I'm not into that.
Yes.
Not the insect skewers, but a nice fried fish, fresh out the sea.
Yeah, maybe it's Android, I don't know. Yeah. Could be.
Dan Smith now the shortest stack, playing just 14 bigs. Does of course have the chip leader to worry about.
Nine 9-5 suited for Bads. You know, under different circumstances, it would feel so tempting to just jam the small. Just given the narrowness of hands that the big blind would need to have against us. But when you're looking up at just that monolithic amalgam of chips, not the time nor the place.
Talking of monolithic, how about the prize pools up for grabs over on GG Poker? And how about these sign-up bonuses we have? Qualify into Triton events. There are, of course, the daily Triton free rolls. And for you viewers at home, we do have a new player sign-up bonus offer. The promo code Triton_2023 offered to new players only. And obviously, doesn't need to be mentioned, but in case you haven't heard, the GG Poker World Festival already up and running all the way through until the 6th of June with $200 million guaranteed. The biggest tournament series ever with 4 tiers to suit every bankroll. Low, medium, high, super. And as always, if you are playing on GG, let us know how you're getting on. Any deep runs, any titles in that World Festival. Would love to hear back from you as we play down to a winner today. And once upon a time, producer Dempsey used to love getting involved in the free rolls, Ali.
Well, I mean, that's...
I mean, he was...
Really,
he was
had
the man.
some of the best free roll results out there.
Used to call him Free Roll Dempsey.
350.
Damo is just like... I know, you know, we see this all day long, right? At different stages of the tournament. When you're here, difference between 4th and 2nd, 700k, Adamo still manages to find the ISO from the big against the chip leader Limp.
Listen, those that don't find themselves in these stages and in these situations of a tournament with the sort of frequency that this 4-pack does.
Just say Henry Kilbane, it's fine.
No, no, no.
Yourself included?
I don't even play tournaments, but it is so much easier said than done. The tendency to freeze. There's one occasion that I can remember where I played Poker After Dark, 6-max, winner take all. I knew heads up that I was supposed to jam. I think it was like a King 4 or something on the button. But with that 100K,
winner take all.
I was like, nah. I folded, then I ended up calling it off with Queen Jack the very next hand. I mean, what's wrong with me? Meanwhile, pair of 10s materializing for Adamo on the turn as no action came in on the flop. Open ender for Soiza. And he's doing big stack things here. You surprised at all by Adamo not following through?
I mean, it gets really dicey at this stack depth to bet one street. A lot of good things can happen by checking behind. We know Adamo is more than balanced enough to check with some top pairs. And how about that? The Doyle Brunson hitting the mark after pairing up on the turn. The rich get richer, Ali.
Yeah. I mean, but surely the pre-flop raise sizing wasn't such that he expected it was going to get through, knew he was always going to have to take a flop, reserves the right to check back, and gets the 10s on the turn and then lays it down.
Yeah. I know where your head
Circle
and
it.
train of thought is going, and I agree. I mean, I think it's more so, okay, I call turn, SPR going to the river, this guy's going to be putting me in. Do I save these 400k chips now, rather than rolling the dice on the river, playing a bit of a guessing game? Soiz is going to have a lot of King X, Queen X, that limp call. Case in point, we saw the Jack 7-0 limp call. Back to your story, did you win with the Queen Jack when you called off?
No.
Showers.
We'd done a 20K save, thankfully.
GG's. Barking Shark into the muck.
Are we really going to press that
Honestly,
narrative?
I know.
What is it, the 7-3?
It's a James Dempsey thing.
Barking Shark.
We have a prop bet that I have to say every time I see it. Otherwise, I have to admit that he's a better commentator than me.
Strange side action. That's the only implication?
Talking of side action, you gonna get an early night tonight, but maybe later on in the week go back for some more? The 5-5 game?
Yeah. Little staff VIP game. Did get the text this evening advising that that game is not happening. So
there we go. Night off.
Happy to be back in the booth with you. Of course, were it not for that, I would have Left you and Randy here to wither alive. Into the wee hours.
Well, Soy's is trying to get us all to bed early. I mean, there was talks of this going on till 3 a.m. Getting us down to four-handed obviously means that the blind levels are reduced to 30 minutes.
My understanding was that there was some agreement that they would shave off levels prior to this point. When I came in, producer James briefing me to that effect. No?
Until now.
Thought that there had been some negotiation. At four-handed.
At four-handed,
Yeah.
yeah. Gets reduced to 30 minutes. And then the same heads up gets reduced
Right.
even more.
I thought that there was
It's all right. You've only been working here how many years?
further. Talk to James. I came in. He said that they've reduced it. I was like, okay, I just believe what I'm told. Of course, the man who came up with Barking Shark, obviously not the most credible individual to place faith in, as Stan Smith places faith in Queen 7 from the small. Gets through as Makita is over and out. You talked about the 10 deuce earlier. Clearly, our eyes very much keen to see that hand at present, given the recent loss of Doyle Brunson and the fabled nature of that holding. Picked up the World Series of Poker main event title with it, 76 and 77. Even last night in the cash game, everybody there was playing the 10 deuce. And it just wouldn't lose.
It's not often, there aren't many people in this industry, not just in this industry, but other sporting industries where someone has that kind of an impact. We're talking 5 decades later, newcomers to poker finding out
Once in a while, you know.
that 10 deuce means the Doyle Brunson.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? People that haven't even necessarily watched the World Series start playing home games with your friends and family at Thanksgiving. Probably leads to some lifelong fallouts, but you know, still they know about the Doyle Brunson. Maybe you're gonna have to throw that into the mix in your mix game. Maybe some bounty.
Some 10 deuce bounty when I get back to
something
town.
like that. Why not?
I like that idea.
So I'll just take 5% vig for every $1,000 that's punted into you.
Come and get it.
Wouldn't be too difficult. Even with one arm.
You'd have to hold me upside down and shake me. See
Like
what
getting
falls out.
Blood out of a stone.
Ace 5. Dan Smith doesn't want to get after it. Now 4-5 off for Soiza. He knows, they know, he knows what he's up to.
You've been scrolling on social media again, haven't you?
I haven't. Is that a thing?
It is. You've been watching them reels.
No, not those reels. Algo's not serving me fortune cookies. Henry. Soiza not serving up a raise, but flopping a pair of 5s on the monotone 8-high board where he's got the gut shot. Adamo, though, with the stranglehold. Top pair, open-ender.
Monotone board, this SPR, I mean, given that Soiza has just been the bull in a china shop, has managed to chip everyone down to sub 2 million chips. Expect to see Adamo a mixed strategy here, wants some protection as well as some value. Just going to check for some pot control. Seems to be the theme given how tight it is in the middle of the pack.
Bingo. Turn card. Trip 5s for Soiza. Has a sense of perhaps the preordained coming upon us with run good like this.
Yeah, unbelievable turn. The 4 no longer an out, of course, would give Adamo the 8-high straight, would improve Soiza to a boat. We just saw Adamo turn a pair of 10s and fold to the probe from Soiser. $250 into 375. Adamo started the hand 4th in chips. Blind's going to be going up shortly. All things to consider here as he does make the call.
Six is slightly pesky for Soiser in the event that he was up against a 6x combo for Adamo, who of course checking back from the big blind could have all manner of holdings, that included. Chooses to check it, Henry.
Yeah, going into check call mode, allowing Adamo to turn some of his 4x, 7x, 1 spade hands into a bluff. Obviously, unfortunately for Soiser, Adamo did have value. Yeah, another pot going Soiser's way. Out to more than 100 big blinds. 12.5 of the 17.4 million in play. Four-handed.
Staggering. So it's time for a quick break, and perhaps one that will be welcome for the other 3 players at the field. An exasperating experience here as the buzzsaw that is Michael Soiser continues to cut into their holdings. 12.6 million in front of Soiser now. And Henry, we're going to go to this break quickly, but just wanted to get your thoughts. When you have a big chip lead like that, there is so much pressure and expectation for you to take it home. It can cut both ways.
It can, but look, Soiser's already got a title, number 3 on Malaysia's all-time mind list. So I think the fear of making a few mistakes, not looking great on TV, is way past that at this stage of his career.
Yeah, no question about that. Let us step aside then briefly, and as we do, we're going to leave you with one of our quizzes from the good folks at GTO Wizard. Stay close, continuing coverage after this.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You're playing a heads-up pot as the low jack against the big blind. You put in a small c-bet and face a check raise. What are your pot odds facing this raise? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. GG Poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This isn't crazy.
Nope. There we go.
In it goes.
But maybe I just, anything.
That's always it. I have to think about it, just saying he was strapping, but he could obviously be up against hands like jacks or tens or jack 10, even sixes from the big.
Yeah, but it doesn't really feel like he's going to lay this one down. Still could be up against queens and kings of Arthur.
There's ever a world.
Cooler, bro.
Cooler, bro, indeed, as he makes the call. Neither player with a set, so Soizer gets the great news, has 79% of the equity with 2 cards to come. This all in brought to you by bookmaker.eu and the APT co-owner. It's a 79% favorite to win a 4.5 million chip pot and become the new chip leader. And on top of that, ladder 2 spots with 2 to come. Well, the 6 of hearts on the turn changes nothing, eliminating the backdoors for Arthur, of course. Nikolai looking for a jack, Arthur looking for a queen. We're guaranteed at least 1 bust out. 7 of spades, going to complete the run out, and with that, Randy, hand number 2 of the FT. Michael Soizer setting the trap perfectly, allowing Nikolai to complete from the big blind. Flop, top pair, top kicker, all the money going in on the flop, and we have a double elimination. And with that, everyone's now guaranteed an additional 130,000.
Another deep run from Arthur Ocean.
Maker.eu, where the line originates. Are you retired, Randy? Would you consider yourself, family man now?
Thank you.
Businessman?
So,
it's okay.
When I'm winning, I'm a pro. When I'm losing, yeah, I'm retired.
Oh,
just
same.
because it's
the same as me then. Okay.
Results-oriented.
We read the same book,
the
same chapter.
Hey, 2 queens. Good hand?
I believe it's the 3rd best hand in No Limit Hold'em, and when there's 1.7 million up top, a welcome sight. Comes with the min, looking to induce out of the blinds. Potentially going to happen as Dylan has king, jack, and 6 bigs behind.
It's an interesting situation given his stack size, as Adamo raising on the button, probably not folding against the big blind stack. Does he maybe call occasionally, or does he just rip it in now? That's the key question for him.
Yeah, it does obviously still have fold equity.
Just
as
a little
crazy as
bit.
it sounds. See if Adamo's opening off the bottom.
Yeah.
All of it. In it goes.
Big trouble.
Adamo in great shape with the 2 queens, managing to induce the jam, although you never know, maybe it was just going in either way. 1.5 million in the middle. Triton first timer. Tournament crusher. Dylan Lindy in rough shape. Still is the case on the 9-7-5-2 spade. Some running cards available for Dylan, looking for the 3 immediate outs in the form of a king. Doesn't come on the turn and now finds himself with 3 outs once. Doesn't find it as Adamo boats up and Dylan Lindy is eliminated in 7th place. As mentioned, first time at a Triton Super High Roller Series. Has to be happy with his run at the series so far. A couple of crossbars, of course, 2 cashes prior to this cash here.
Ibing or Super?
Well, continuing coverage from event number 8, the 75k 8 max. Randy Lou jumping in the booth as we play down to a winner. We are 4-handed, Randy, with an overwhelming chip leader, Michael Soiser, with more than 70% of the chips in play 4-handed. Everyone guaranteed $500,000 as things stand, but obviously all eyes on the top prize of 1.7 million. And a few storylines, of course, that could emerge from here. But the main one looking likely to be the Michael Soiser 2nd Triton title. But tough competition, and of course our 4-time champion Makita, 2-time champion Adamo, and Dan Smith still in the hunt as one of the most decorated Triton players without a trophy. Anything stand out here, Randy, apart from the overwhelming chip lead? It really feels like
that is the main thing, right? Is that overwhelming chip lead, and the 2 players, the 3 remaining players, 2 million, 1.7, and 1 million, they are just going to try and wait each other out. You know, it's Soiser's game right now. He can apply all of the pressure and is going to do so. And these guys are just going to look for any opportunity to pick up some chips, but then fold most of the hands out there.
Well, Soiser obviously running well and playing well. 2nd in the main event in Vietnam, cash for 2.6 million. Now has the overwhelming chip lead. And, you know, he had the aces versus queens versus top pair, top kicker situation, held with the 10s. But also, to give him credit, as the chip leader has just played an absolute blinder of a final table performance, had the 4-bet rejam with the ace-7 of diamonds against Makita's 3-bet from the small blind. So it's not just like, you know, obviously he had the setups go his way, but he's also played that chip leader role incredibly well.
Yes, of course he has. And I know he demonstrated that with the 4-bet of ace-7 suited into Makita. Has just really known what to do to attack. And, yeah, here we go.
Here we go. 623,000 guaranteed for these final 4. $173,000 difference between 3rd and 4th. And given how tight it is at the bottom, maybe the biggest thing that Makita, Dan, and Michael are eyeing up is the difference of 600k between 4th and 2nd. Payouts brought to you by Bookmaker, of course. 1.73 going to the eventual champion. Michael Adamo looking for title number 3. Soiser looking for his 2nd. Makita looking for number 5. And Dan Smith looking for his maiden Triton title. Cards back in the air. Blinds 75k, 150k. 150k big blind ante. Queen 9 suited for Makita, currently 2nd in chips.
Yeah, this might be one of those hands where normally you want to raise. It looks like he is still going to push it in. Nice pickup.
Really nice pickup.
Yeah, he was in 2nd place.
Setting a nice little buffer between himself. Now has double what Adamo has in 4th. What An insane final table. It was looking like a 50k repeat where everyone was just folding for 6 hours, 7 hours straight due to how cagey it was, but with the quick fire eliminations to get us from 9 to 5, Mikolai, Artur Martirosyan, Dylan Lindy and Ibinger all bowing out within the first 30 minutes of this FT. And of course, the runaway train. Asian Poker Tour co-owner. Third on Malaysia's all-time money list, looking to add an additional 1.7 million to that tally.
650.
That's Adamo. Picks up ace-4 of spades and is happy to run it here on the button.
Yeah, it's important to note the sizing they go for is where they put in about 66% of their stack and leave some remains. There's a lot of situations where, you know, not a lot, but it happens. Dan Smith jams, Makita rejams.
If you want, you can
Yeah,
ask the floor.
I think it's a fair request.
So I missed that, Randy.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think
If he announces 650, which is about half of his stack, I would like the time not to start until the chips are out so I can see how much he has behind.
Quick dealer change. Dan Smith saying if Adamo puts in half of his stack, he would like the chance to see how much he has behind before the timer gets started. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, look, there's more than $1 million difference between first and fourth. There's a lot at stake here. It's these small things take time to work out, figure out.
Yeah, and each chip right now is just so important, especially for the shortest stacks, right? You know, in any small little differences, one big blind may change your calling ranges ever so slightly. Ace-5 should be enough. I should do a similar play as Adamo with that majority of his stack in, leave a bit behind.
All in.
He prefers to just go all in though.
Yeah, ace on the button. More than good enough. Jack 9. Gonna hit the mark, so nice little pickup there for Smith. Got to 1.7. It's now Adamo that drops down to fourth in chips. So he's now in the big blind. Really one of those ones where this could be over any minute. Not taking as much kit for the money to go in the middle now.
I should have 1 to 50.
1 to 50 including the blind?
Jack 9 of diamonds. Could be enough.
We saw him make a stance and a cutoff earlier with this stack size, Queen 9 suited. Yeah, looks like he's going to push it in. The thing is, even though there's Soiza who covers you, he won't be playing recklessly against these jams. Doesn't really want to double up his opponent. Like even ace-6 here might just lay this one down.
Does precisely that, and Adamo back down to 7 bigs after having to fold his big blind.
Yeah, it's noteworthy to see that Makita is pushing chips in there in second place, chipping up. Just understanding, you know, if he can keep this distance amongst him and the other two opponents won't be a big target. And as the more chips he gets, the tighter the calling range of Soiza against him, as it would be detrimental to double up a bigger stack into, say, a 30 blind or 40 blind and so on. Interesting one here, Queen Jack.
Tough one for Makita, though. Given that Adamo is now down to 7 bigs, would obviously be a disaster to go out in 4th now that he's created that cushion. Gonna come with Min. He's gonna get the job done. Jack 8-0 in the big for Smith. Certainly defendable for chips with ICM. See if Dan wants to tangle here with Makita. The answer is no. So Makita all of a sudden comfortably in 2nd. It's now Dan Smith and Adamo kind of waiting it out.
Yeah, Makita is really putting himself in position to be able to potentially battle the chip leader. You know, he's on the heels of potentially a 5th title here today. Of course, some work to do, but anything can happen, we know. The nature of the game, the power of the tiger, is it?
Yeah, of course. I
the
mean,
white tiger?
his 4th title, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, right.
Came back from a 20-1 chip deficit.
Oh, is that the one against Danny Tang?
It is indeed.
The huge one. Would have been Danny's first at that time.
He's knocked on the door several occasions. 3rd in the 100K back in Madrid. 2 final tables in Northern Cyprus last time we were here in September. And then 2 final tables in Vietnam.
Might we see Makita just stay out of the way here with Queen 9 offsuit? A very defendable hand, but he has created this separation between himself and Dan Smith and Adamo. Yeah, he's out. It's about staying out of the way of the chip leader, attacking the other short stacks right now for him. Big difference in pay jumps. 623K guaranteed. 796 for 3rd, and then we go up to 1.2. That's almost 400K. Of course, eventual champion gaining another 535 on top of that 1.2.
Suited on the button. You can literally hear a pin drop out there, apart from the chip shuffling. So tense. These final 4.
Dan thinking about making a stance or 10-8 suited. Wants to put himself in a position to chip up.
So much more than money at stake as well for these final 4. Adamo looking to join the 3-time champion club as Dan Smith does take the jam spot. Soiza with queens in the big as he makes the call, and Smith in terrible shape with the 10-8 of hearts. Had to take a stand as Adamo gets to just look on. Would have been in the big blind next hand. Would have been forced to put in a 3rd of his chips. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Well, queen in the window, followed by a king and a deuce. Dan Smith reduced to running cards in the form of
Not over yet.
running straight cards or runner flush. As the 4 of spades leaves him dead on the turn, and we lose Cowboy Dan, King Dan, Dan Smith in 4th, heading home with $623,000, adding that to his already 11.7 million in Triton earnings, making him one of the most winningest Triton players of all time.
Give me first place money.
Still no title, and with that, that means we are down to 3. An incredible run. Ultimately coming up shy of victory here. GG's Dan Smith, truly one of the best in the business. Has to be thrilled with the run, but always bittersweet to come so close. But yet so far. With that, Randy, the storylines are emerging. Adamo looking to join Ivy, Wai Kin Yong as a 3-time champion. Makita looking to close the gap on Jason Kuhn. Jason with 6 titles, Makita with 4, wants to reduce that gap to 1. Michael Soiser looking to add a 2nd title to his resume as Makita looks down at Ace Queen. Chips it in the middle. Soiser asking for a count with Ace Jack. Chips are going in, Randy. We could be heads up if Soiser can convert the Ace-Jack here. It's now
a big potential
To have you folded this hand, I would probably take
Of course.
pay jump for Adamo here. Just 700K he's got.
all 3 players guaranteed 796,000. Potential 400K ladder for Adamo, as Randy just mentioned, who sat on 7 big blinds. Well, with the queen in the window, it's going to be tough for Soiser. Queen 7-4. No chop on that one. It's now Soiser's turn. In need of running cards as the 10 of diamonds immediately presents itself on the turn.
No chop.
Soiser with 4 outs. Doesn't come. 6 of clubs completes the run out, and Makita
Jinx myself.
gets the double up to 5 million chips. And as you mentioned, can now really put a dent in Soiser. Should he double through Soiser again, they switch positions.
Yes, of course. But, you know, given that Adamo is so short, I imagine that Makita really needs to play quite snug after doubling up here.
All it's going to take is an Ace-Jack v Ace-Queen situation. The chips go in.
This is where pay jumps are the biggest, the final 3.
The return of Michael Adamo. Joined us late here in North Cyprus.
Yep.
Wasn't with us in Vietnam. I do apologize.
He was in Vietnam. He just didn't get any reasonable cash out there.
Cashed the 40K here for 82,000. This is his 3rd tournament of the series.
He's got Jack 3 of clubs. Gonna fire away.
Oh, you're not all in.
Okay, cool.
Adamo has left himself 25K behind. Makita has announced call.
These things create so much mess, huh? This extra 25 feature.
They have all fallen for it a few times, actually,
Yeah,
so
everyone
far
does.
today. I mean, yeah. The old 1 chip behind. Pair of 3s is going to be
Up the pair. Huh?
more than enough
I don't.
for Adamo. 76% favorite
Nothing crazy much.
to win the hand.
4.
Get back in this fight. Get back up to 10 big blinds. Chomp chomp.
It's a hard one to chop.
It really is. But they always see it. Impossible on that turn. Makita 6 outs once to get us heads up in event number 8. Can't do it.
So easy.
And now we've got a bit of a three-handed match on our hands.
Yeah, some breathing room for the Aussie here. 1.6 million in chips, just above 10 big blinds. Although these blinds do come around rather quickly, three-handed. And also good for him to put a dent into Badziakuski, right? Like, that slides him down, narrow the gap a bit.
How much you have now, Michael?
1,550.
1,550, thank you.
1,550 on the puck. Three-handed. Event number 8 with, you know, 3 true Triton legends.
Some of the best in the game, really. Ace-5 offsuit, 10 blinds. Gonna be pushing these chips into or most of it. 2/3. Of course, of no intention of folding unless the other 2 players do get in. It is 2 jacks and 1 ace is out for Michael Soiza. Adamo.
Well, just doubling up. Looked like he would maybe be finding a way back into this fight. Has run into the top of range of the full-time champion.
Makita actually is probably going to either click it back or just call this rather than reship it all in, I feel. Try not to give Adamo a chance to get out. Yeah. It's just a bit of a click. In case Soiza goes all in, maybe there's some option where he can lay down 2 jacks.
So
and another big one, back to back.
Yeah. Obviously, we've seen the ace folded from Soiza, but if Michael can convert this 30%, ace of spades working for him, he'd be back up to 3.4 million. Spats is over to the rail.
Rooting for the Russian, the Belarusian.
From the sideline, as there is a 5 in the window, and now Adamo has a couple more outs. 9-5 tray. Oh my word, the 5 on the turn.
Look at Adamo looking. I just hit that.
How does he do it? Needs to fade the 2 outer. As the Queen of Spades completes the run out, and with that, Bats. Short stack. Down to 2.3 million. Michael Adamo up to 3.4.
Yeah, he's doubled through the key opponent, the one that's in second place. Narrows that gap because remember at one point not too long ago it was Adamo 700k stack and Makita on 5 million. 2 back-to-back doubles. The Aussie.
Back-to-back doubles and back in this fight.
1, 5, 7, 2.
All 3 players guaranteed 796,000 for their efforts, but the difference between third and first is almost $1 million, Randy.
Yeah, you know, and just surviving one more is 400,000. Tough.
Yeah,
stressful.
Tough beat for Bats there, especially with Soiza folding an ace, of course. Warm welcome to all of our viewers. Those of you only just joining us, appreciate you keeping myself and Randy company as we close out event number 8 tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time. We're bringing you day 1 coverage of the 200k Luxon Pay Invitational as Adamo, after doubling up through Bads on 2 occasions, now potentially has 1 foot out of the door. Ace-9 in the big as Soiza limps. Adamo with 20 bigs behind. Gonna need to do the same thing he did last hand against Bads and crack the hooks.
Look at that trap from Soiza. 20 big blind effective. And he's pushed it in.
Then he's fallen right into Soiza's trap. set a trap. Hand number 2 of the tournament with the aces against the queens of Vartul. And he's done it to perfection here again as Bads gets to just watch on with 17 bigs and see his chips potentially go Soyzer's way through no fault of his own. 6.6 million chip pot, Randy.
Yes. Another key all-in. Different player, though.
Ace in the window, followed by the Jack of Hearts.
Ouch.
As Soyzer flops middle set, was looking like Michael Adamo was going to go 3 in a row. He's dead on the turn. And with that, the Dominator, the 2-time champion, is going to be going home with 796,000 as the King of Clubs completes the board. Just a formality after that turn.
Window
the Ace of Clubs, window card.
Brutal. Well, you know what? It's just so fun to watch Michael Adamo maneuver. Good to see him get a deep run. 800K score just south of that.
Cashing 2 of the 3 events he's played here in North Cyprus. And with that, Randy, I mean, obviously doubling through Makita twice. So it was Makita that got to a point where had he doubled through Soyzer, he would become the chip lead. But due to Adamo doubling twice through, Makita's down to 17. Michael knocking out Michael Adamo in 3rd place, and we have a heads-up match. We're going to take a few minutes break to set the stage. The trophy's going to be brought out, and when we come back, Michael Soyzer playing Makita Badziakowski. See you guys soon.
GG Poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This is a crazy.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Well, 5-1 chip lead for Michael Soiser coming into this heads-up match against our 4-time Triton champion, Mikita Badziakuski. 1.2 million guaranteed for both these players with 1.73 million up top. Payouts brought to you by PokerStake, who, by the way, had action, Michael Soiser's action, available over on PokerStake. So congratulations to those of you that have already guaranteed yourselves, what, a 15x as a bare minimum. As we dive into this heads-up match, the coveted Triton trophy brought out, as well as the Shambhala Jewels bracelet. 5-1 chip lead for Soiser. Bads down to sub 20, but obviously the 4th title that Bads won, he was down 20. It was a 20-1 chip deficit for Mikita at one point. So in no way is he out of this yet.
No, he's most certainly got a lot of experience and has done it before. A tough opponent. We're going to go ahead and start with a limp here, BVB. Well, of course, BVB. You know what I mean.
I knew what you meant. It's 1 a.m.
A little
I'll always
tricky.
forgive you. 10-10-9-9. 450 in the middle. Soiser with Queen High. See if Mikita wants to stab here now after being counterfeited.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky because you're not really perceived to bet here for value. Look like he's going to throw a mini bet out. I wonder if Queen High peels. Because Soiser might be thinking of 10x and 9x will be, yeah, I like this call incoming. Also might feel that king highs and ace highs will just check.
Don't need much protection, obviously, against the undercards as the 3 of clubs completes the board. See if Bads wants to fire again here. 750 in the middle.
The follow through here on the river is extremely hard to do. Soiser can easily have, you know, whether the 10, the 9, ace, king high.
Oh, it sounds like
nice.
The party. The Malaysian contingent have shown up as Bads fires 2/3.
Nice.
He's saying it was a hard barrel. If there's anyone that's going to find the difficult the bluffs, it's going to be the 4-time Triton champion. Can Soiser find the call?
Did go check on the flop in this limp pot. Might come into play on whether Soiser wants to continue.
Bads, of course, can have ace highs.
Does
Soiser
lay
gonna
down the
make
best.
Fold. First blood.
Don't do it me.
What is the U?
How does it feel when most of the rail are anti-railing you, Randy?
Yeah, it's... Well, I mean, to be fair, Mikita did have at least 2 people on the rail on his side.
I was asking you specifically because I know you've been there and experienced that.
Well, you know, I tend to have more people on my side, I would say, at least when I had my tournament win experience, so I don't know. Not too sure.
Bang, bang. Getting the old win in there. Soiser suited 10 on the button. The rail has arrived. 7 figures guaranteed. Maybe some swaps. You know, maybe some...
Maybe a little bit here and there.
Yeah, PokerStake had money available. Action available.
Yeah, we know he doesn't have 100% due to that PokerStake little
For
sale
sure.
here and there, but...
Congratulations to the viewers that listened to my advice.
Still your advice. I see. We got a pre-flop raise here from Soiser, 10-6 of clubs into 8-4 as we take a flop incoming. King 5-3. Try.
Is indeed. Soiser somewhat connected with that 6 of clubs around the 5-3. Also has 2 overs to the 5-3 as well as the backdoor clubs. See what he comes with on this dry board texture. And Mikita with an interesting one.
A lot of small bet sizings on these ones, especially in heads up. You tend to see like quarter power with 1/3. 1/3's the play. Quick and done. 15 milli.
So 15 plays 3. 1.2 for second. 1.735 million for first. Are we going to have our 5-time champion? Or is Soizer going to be joining the likes of Adamo, Ivan Liao in the 2-time Champions Club?
Just north of $500,000 they're playing for right now. Difference 1.2 to 1.735. Queen 6 and aces. With this stack depth, you will see a lot of limping on the dealer button. Of course, raises reasonable as well. Looks like he's going to reach for the raising chips.
Just north of min. Soizer with a very defendable hand. Queen 6 suited. Bad's, of course, the effective stack, starting the hand with 17 bigs. $800,000 in the middle. As the 9 of hearts rolls off. Always a sweat. Followed by the Jack 8, so a gut shot for Soizer as well as the backdoor flush draw. Makita. Best starting hand in No Limit Hold'em.
$275.
Interesting spot here for Soizer, right? He's got the inside straight draw to a clean straight, backdoor hearts. It is a type of texture that is a bit dicey, of course. Your opponent won't be c-betting pure air on this board texture. See if you hit your hand.
Soizer understandably going nowhere. The one over the gut shot. 1.3 million going to the turn. As the 3 of hearts now brings additional outs for the Soizer camp.
Yeah, definitely the type of card that can get Soizer to potentially find a way to put even more chips than just a turn bet. Meanwhile, though, 2 aces. Lots of hands to get value from. All the pairs, the straight draws.
Yeah, this SPR 1.5.
800,000.
Keita going to fire 800 into 1.3, leaving himself just 1.1 behind.
Yeah, and you know, he's not going too small here just because of how much outs there are really perceived there to be. He's not sure which one is clean for him and safe. Against this sizing for Soizer, I don't think he thinks that he has that much fold equity given there's only 1.1 behind after the 800K, so we'll come in for call. If there was a bigger stack behind, he may find a raise.
25% equity going to the river. Doesn't get there as the Jack of Diamonds pairs the board, and Makita now going to be playing a 4 million chip stack, and all of a sudden we have a heads-up match on our hands.
Yeah, and you can see here Makita is just thinking if there's value in 2 aces. I think so, because he likely would get put to the test with Jack X on the turn, given what's behind. But of course, Queen 6 of hearts will not be able to give any more action. Now we'll check.
So Bad's now playing 26 bigs.
He's like,
Sizable stack for heads up.
See who's celebrating over there? Makita's rail. It's just one single. Oh, there we go. A couple more voices.
Looks like Ibinger's over there.
Almost.
Yeah, you were 1 card away.
Almost.
1 heart. That's over.
Yeah, 11 outs for Soizer. As it stands, 89 bigs, plays 27. That 5-1 chip lead reduced to 3.5. As mentioned, Soiser, of course, been around the block long enough to know that this wasn't going to be easy. Playing against one of the best in the world, Nikita Badziakowski, going to make him earn that 1.7 million.
Uh-oh. Blinds 100, 200K. If he thought maybe he was going to have more room to play, not with this blind increase from Makita.
Blinds brought to you by our title sponsor, GG Poker. Ace Queen. Soiser, who dispatched everyone bar Dylan Lindy at this final table.
Is that right?
He's eliminated 6 of the 7 players to get us heads up. Quite the run. Running well, playing well.
1.1.
Lethal combo.
And Makita has actually taken a stance here of Jack 3 offsuit. He's finding that Soisa's frequency in this short sample size to just open raise off of stack sizes that tends to limp a bit too high. Of course, Ace Queen going nowhere, but Makita down to 2.7.
Yeah, costly mistake. The old high card, low card 3-bet. And with that, see Makita just near on doubling up, but then almost giving it back the very next hand.
It just seems like Makita at this final table has done 2 kind of big 3-bet plays at Soiza, and Soiza's been able to capitalize once with the ace-7 suited, but this time an ace-queen waking up with the hand. Just seems ill-timed at the moment for him.
Well, we all know all too well that timing can be everything in poker. Not to state the obvious, but it's 1 AM.
At 13 big blinds, you tend to see limp or jam rather than open raise. And then ace-2 suited here is just a great hand to just open ship into your opponent. Your opponent doesn't have much blinds.
Love that Makita's still rocking a smile, of course, all in good spirits.
I mean, you know, he's got at least 1.2 million coming into his bank account, so I would say whatever happens for the rest of the series for him is just going to be delightful.
USDT, Randy. Makita's not a whale. Okay.
How much exactly, Nikita, if you don't mind?
650.
6 bricks so
Actually,
far this series.
1.8, 2.3, 2,450 after ante, with this included.
Now,
Feels like these hands could clash.
Well, yeah, I mean,
just which way?
10.5 bigs. King 5 of diamonds against ace 7 of hearts. As Soiser jams, and this one, yeah, the reaction from Makita, it's close.
Yeah, so he also has the big blind out there. He's got 10.5 big blinds back. Big blind ante as well. He knows ace X are just jamming into him. How much of these other hands that he is ahead of, maybe limps instead of jam, will change kind of your calling ranges? King 5 suited, though, is pretty cuspy.
2, 4, 50, 12 bigs. King for this. King 9. I think this hand is a call.
Makita incredibly unsure
Ace-7 suited?
Yep.
about whether or not the hand is a call, ultimately making the call. 11.5 bigs. And Michael Soiser, 3-2 favorite to take down the 1.7 million and his second Triton title. Love that shot. The rail still put out Punsri there. Comes Queen, Jack, 9. 2 cards to come. Makita looking for a king, 10 or a 5, picking up a gut shot on the flop. Soiza just looking to hold with the ace high as he does on the 4 of spades turn. Is now 1 card away from his second Triton title. Doesn't get it, Randy. The king of clubs on the river, giving Makita top pair, and Makita going straight over to Ibinger asking
for advice on about the king 5 suited, whether that was a call. That's a man to trust the stats on.
How does that one feel if you're in Soiza's shoes? 1 card away from taking down the tournament. Came second in the main event in Vietnam. Now 1 card away in the 75K. That king of clubs had other plans.
2,400,000.
So with that double, Makita up to 26 bigs. Closing the gap on Soiza can now do some serious damage, of course. Soiza playing 62 bigs. You know, I don't care how many years you play the game, how much you've won, the experience you have. That always stings, Randy. And it's so difficult to let go of that king of clubs river. Let go of the fact that you were 1 card away from shipping it and just focusing on the task at hand.
Yeah. It's a tough thing to do, but necessary. It's elite player. You got to understand this is part of the game. Both of these guys surely knows that. Can't just dwell on it. It's a big match right now.
Well, pair of 3s for Bads on the 7-6 tray. Couple of hearts, however, giving Soiza the jack high flush draw in the big blind. See how he wants to proceed with this one. He's going to come out with a lead. 350 into 600.
Yeah, Makita's, you know, a bit curious as how to approach this one. Of course, a nice piece here, bottom pair, backdoor hearts. But you do tend to see the big blind check to the dealer button, especially in limp pots.
Oh, board pairing turn card.
Yeah, not a good card for Soiza.
For sure. It's going to be a lot tougher to get pairs to fold now.
Still a lot of equity with his hand in general. If he fires enough, maybe targeting these 4 or 5x type hands over card gut shots. I think that's his intention with this bet.
It's a sizable barrel. 900 into 1.3, really putting this 3 in a tough spot,
Nice.
and Soiza gets it through.
Big laydown there.
Doesn't seem that way, does it? When you know we can see the cards, we see that it's bottom pair, but we know just how difficult it is to make a pair in heads up, specifically in no limit hold'em, and yeah, the power
To
of
get
the
your
double
opponent
barrel.
to fold like 2 pair on that board is a big statement, right? Like you said, it's hard to make pairs in heads up. We perceive that as a bad card for Soiza to multi-barrel, but it's still able to get it through. It's kind of a bit about these counters you've got in mind for your opponent and Are they adjusting in the way you expect them to? Ooh, queen 10 and 2 kings, meanwhile.
Makita playing 21 bigs. Maybe the stage, the snack depth. That's always it wants to start limping buttons as he does. Complete from the small. Limping on the button, and now Makita. Couple of black cowboys.
You do tend to see like some larger sizings against the dealer button range. Limp, polar, you are.
650.
Yeah, just north of 3x is pretty common. For now though, queen 10. Much playability. You got position. Not the typical type of hand you see limp jam, as it's got a lot of stuff that you can just dominate that is playing polar.
So as it connects with any piece here, could be in trouble. Fortunately for him, it's come 7-4-4. Not even a backdoor straight draw possible for the Malaysian.
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky scenario for Makita in the sense that he kind of wants to check given how hard he's got it and how little chance his opponent has it. But then if he doesn't bet, it just is so suspicious given that if he was just raising as a bluff pre-flop, he would be seed betting a board like this. So he comes in small, just hoping for some floats.
We see more and more Balenciaga t-shirts on the rail. Can only mean one thing.
What
The
does it mean?
Luxon Pay 200k invitational party is well and truly over with as they drift back into the main tournament area. Railing as Makita goes for title number 5. Michael Soiser in the hunt for his second. Michael won his first ever event at a Triton Super High Roller Series way back in Jeju of 2019. Taking down the 500k HKD No Limit Hold'em 6 Max for 11.1 million Hong Kong dollars.
And this is what I was saying before, where the big blind raises polar 9-3 offsuit. Because the button also has a lot of limp jams, you don't mind raise folding these types of holdings. And 10-8 gonna come along. Some dusty stuff for 1.9 million in the middle.
Oh, Queen, Queen 6, another one of those board textures.
Yeah.
Similar to the previous one where Makita does have something, but against the continuation bet, going to be difficult to stick around.
So as a must know that his opponent has a lot of limp calling range that would just absolutely miss this. And you can see he's going to reach for a very small bet. It's pretty much like a micro bet, isn't it? 250?
It's like just north of 10% pot, and is that enough to extend the invitation to Makita with just 10 high in position? Maybe potential to take it away from Soiser on future streets as he does make the call. Now there's 2.4 million out there. 10 high v 9 high. As Soiser turns the 9, giving him the best hand, does need to obviously fade the gut shot. The double gut shot, I do apologize, didn't even realize that one.
Yeah, what seemed to have been likely a bet fold scenario has become quite an interesting spot with this turn card. So it's a kind of interesting situation. Yeah, maybe a bit of pot control, maybe a bit of induce, given that he bet 10% on the flop. It kind of feels like a spot where Makita wants to fire double gutty, just 10 high. Might need to go a bit sizable to fold out the king high ace high type hands. Maybe he checks. Take one off.
Undercard to the board. Soiza with the check mark to get back up to the 3-1 chip lead.
I believe Soiza thinks he's got the best hand. Just wondering, is there value in potentially checking from some hands that did not stab on the turn? Might feel he's up against some 6Xs or some ace highs.
Yeah.
King highs.
Certainly some ace high, king highs available. Throws out a time bank extension. Really thinking this one through, as Randy mentioned. Does he want to check it on over?
He probably has a... He probably believes that Makita will fire in a turn bet if... Oh, wow, that is a very sneaky. Just correctly deduced as opponent has just got some delayed bets in there. How can Makita not fire this 10-8 high?
Called the flop 10% c-bet from Soiza. Decided to not bet the double gut shot on the turn. And now gets to the river with just 10 high and 2.4 million out there.
900,000.
Nice extraction here from Soiza.
The old one chip flicking. 10 high, no good. And it's more than a 3-1 chip lead, courtesy of that additional 900k going in on the river. Makita back down to sub 20 bigs now. What a sick final table this has been. Followed with a sick heads-up match for the title. Two Triton legends, both champions. Looking to close this one out. Take home the 1.7 million up top. Shout out to all the viewers around the world, by the way, that are still with us. Coming up 1 a.m. local time. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Do appreciate you all keeping us company and getting involved in the conversation. Of course, if you're watching over on YouTube and you haven't already, click that like button. Take a couple of seconds out of your day to help us grow our channel, reach a wider audience. We still have 8 more days.
Yep.
Of high stakes poker here in North Cyprus.
Tomorrow.
200k starting tomorrow, followed by a 100k main event as Spads just jams the King Deuce. So worth subscribing as well to get notified as and when we go live. And of course, our social media channels, hand history highlights, exclusive interviews with some of your favorite players, Tom Dwan, Phil Ivey, Patrick Antonius, just to name a few. Had this star-studded final table, of course. Michael Adamo out in 3rd, Dan Smith in 4th, Vyacheslav Boldajin in 5th, Mateus Eibinger in 6th, Dylan Lindy in 7th, Alto Martiroshin in 8th, and Triton newcomer Mikolai Vaskaboynikau out in 9th. I feel like I gave them enough reasons to click the like button. Randy, back to the action.
Yeah, back to the action. Here we go. Ace-4. Just jammed the King Deuce over to limp last hand. We'll just open ship this one, it seems. It's going to slide him up to 3.8 million in chips.
The rail being Oddly quiet, Randy, just knowing, respecting what these two gentlemen are fighting for. Yes, there's the 500k on the line. But as mentioned, there's
multiple titles, right, for both players. Ace-3 offsuit, a candidate for just ripping it in. Yep, stack them. Slide them in.
3 in a row for Bats to get back up to 4 million. 3.5 to 1 chip deficit for the Belarusian. He, of course, had Michael Adamo on the ropes on 2 occasions. Got sucked out on. The ace-5 against the jacks. Then Adamo gave those chips to Soiza just 1 hand later. Keita picking up some hands.
Yeah.
Some jammable hands, now a playable one on the button.
I was going to say, I feel like Limp Jam is going to be something he's interested in, as he did see Soiza use the same exact hand 9-3 offs and put in a 850k raise. Not this time.
Maybe some adjustments being made.
Yeah, for sure. And I will say that when Soiza did opt to pump it up, it was against a 5 million chip stack. In this case, 5 big blinds shorter. And note again that Soiza is the one that's opting to lead out into the dealer button rather than the other way around. Usually you see these big blinds check, but this is the second time he's done so. But the previous time he put in a multi-barrel. Definitely going to cross Makita's mind.
That 3 somewhat connected around the 4 deuce. Some natural turn barrels. That potentially one of them. Although the ace of diamonds overcard to the board, Makita's certainly going to have more ace-x that obviously limp on the button. Case in point, ace-8 off. As he turns top pair, Soiza picking up a gut shot.
Yeah, and he recognized, like you said, that his opponent is more ace-x heavy. And, you know, 10-4x, they probably wouldn't be barreling in a situation where that turn card is perceived to hit the other player more than yourself.
Makita now going for a sizable bet in position. Pot size bet.
One more blind increase here, 125,000, 250,000. Heads up, the blinds are a bit shorter.
Yeah, with that, Makita back down to sub 20 after.
It's like every time he tries to chip away, they're like, no, just stay down there.
Grinding so hard to get back up to above 20 bigs. Soiza with the button limp. Keita with the mystery hand in the big. Gonna just check. 750 in the middle. That's top pair for Soiza, and it's impossible for Makita to have the best hand on this board. May still have a piece though, in the form of a gut shot or a weaker pair.
Soiza looking to extract value on this flop.
Oh, 100%. Spoken so many times about how difficult it is to make pairs. No limit holder. Want to start building the pot in position with top pair. 10 of spades in hand as well.
Looks like he does have some piece, so he's going to come along.
Let's
A
see
multitude of different holdings he could have.
just how big a piece it is. 10 of hearts on the turn. Soizer improving to top 2.
Right, it doesn't really matter what it is, as top 2 is definitely the best hand. And a lot of straight draws now, right? Jack X, 7X. Things that he does need to charge against. He can go a bit sizable if he wants to.
1.1 million.
Yeah, there it is. Certainly has enough hand. He wants to play for it all going to the river, but the snap muck from Bads with the mystery hand. Well, half of it was a mystery hand.
The mysteries of the card, yeah. You're right.
Bads down to 16 bigs. Michael was 1 card away from victory about 30 minutes ago. Randy, have you heard? A new world of poker is coming. Your chance to get in on the action is now. Triton Play is a social poker game that is looking to revolutionize the way the world plays poker, and they're open for pre-registrations now. When you see that QR code, Randy, you see it pop up, you make sure that you scan it, okay?
Yeah.
You've got London giveaways and so much more. So almost back down. Soizer inquiring to where
3.1 behind.
he had Makita when he open jammed with the A7 of hearts. Makita called off with the suited king, river top pair. Kept this heads up match alive. He's had so many close calls to close the gap on Jason over the last couple of series. I want to say 5 place finishes, if you include this one, a 6th one.
Wow, attacking here, 6-3 offsuit. Nice. Good timing. You know, despite like getting his stack shrunk slowly, he's still finding these opportunities to make stances and really just keep himself in contention, waiting for some key spots. Nicely done, Makita.
Regardless of who takes this one down, the trophy's going back to Southeast Asia. Is it going back to KL? Or is it going back to Phuket, Thailand?
Okay, but you need to tell people that Makita's in Phuket, otherwise it's confusing for the chat, isn't it?
Well, if you let me finish the story that I was telling.
Okay.
Okay, they know now.
Yeah, I guess story ruined, sorry.
Gonna limp in the suited king. The plan here to limp jam at this stack depth or limp call?
Limp call with king 4 suited, I think, is would be the plan there with the king X. 8-5 though. We'll check as we take one. 3 blinds in the middle. I see an 8.
8 of spades in the window, giving Michael bottom pair. Key to with the overcard. Some backdoors. 750 out there.
Yeah, but despite having backdoors on this board texture, you do see a lot of checks, just unsure what you'll be up against if you do get check called on. Blanks out.
That's got to be the best turn card in the deck for Soiser, as Bad says turn a pair of 4s. Now the board pairing on the river could spell disaster for Makita.
Yeah, so limp pot, check through flop, check through turn. And I think this one's going to get paid off pretty quickly.
Yeah, looks like a 1 big blind stab, delayed probe.
It just can't fold pair.
Does call it off, and Michael extracts value from Makita. Makita down to just 12.5 bigs now. Even though there's a massive rail.
Yes.
It's just so quiet. It's so quiet.
I mean, these are... It's just a very tense situation, right? Like, sure, they're rooting for their buddy, but, like, a lot of respect for the rival competitor, I suppose.
500.
Okay, so note that Soiz is coming and raising against this 12-13 big blind stack. Just 9-5 offsuit. Trying to lean on him. Trying to get him just lay down some hands.
Bats with the defend, playing just 10 big blinds behind. And note in this single raise pot, SPR of 2 as Soiser flops a 9 high flush draw and a gut shot. This hand potentially over and done with, although maybe some pot control from Soiser to be had.
Yeah, obviously a great spot for him. If he's pot controlling, it's mainly because he doesn't want to bet fold a hand with this many random outs.
100%. The 3 of diamonds does pair the bottom card on the turn. But still the best of it with queen high, but certainly can't withstand any heat from Soiser.
Likely, if it does get checked to Soiser, he will be looking to fire at this point.
Well, let's find out and defer the one-time Triton champion. The 3 on Malaysia's all-time money list. 5-1 chip lead here. He's going to check a second time.
One more.
And he doesn't get there. More importantly, Makita has rivered a pair of queens to go along with the 2 pairs of... Sorry, the 2 3s on the flop.
Yeah, so for Soiser not to have found a bet on the flop or turn has given this pot over to Makita, was most certainly going to give up.
$1 million.
Going for 80%. Unfortunately for Makita, Michael with just 9 high.
Makita just kind of hanging around that 4 million chip stack, hasn't been able to kind of break that barrier.
Every time he's kind of chipped up nicely, the blind levels increase.
Either he loses some kind of key pot, or the blind levels go up a bit. And it's like, wait a minute.
Ill-timed 3 bets. I says, oh boy.
Big one from Makita. He can be in contention if he can hold here with ace-jack.
What an absolute setup this is. Ace-jack, the ace-10 suited. A double up here. Makita would be up to north of 7 million. And Soiser would be down to sub 10. And all of a sudden, that 5.5 to 1 chip lead.
Yeah, so this open raise here is just going to create a scenario where Soiser has just got a mandatory jam. He's not up against that many big blinds. He will be rolling the dice shortly. It's a big one, Henry.
It is indeed, as we see the cameras pan back round to the rail. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Full size.
Okay. That rail's getting a little bit more rowdy now.
Well, when the cards are
on their backs.
Yeah.
Here we go, big one.
Understandable. No chop outs. Tough to chop this one. 8 million chip pot. For Bads to be right back in this, and again, Soiser dead on the turn. Makita turning a pair of jacks. The river card just a formality now. And just like that, Randy, 9.5 million plays 8 million. If you think back to what Danny Tang said.
I'm looking at the back right there. Danny deflated into his seat. Makita's rail on their feet, just like fist pumping and just little dances here and there.
Danny came over and said, don't do what I did.
That's what he shouldn't have said that. Because now that's on the back of Soiser's mind. It's like, at this point, I might do a Danny Tang. And how big was this chip lead at the start of Heads Up, do you recall?
Just north of 5 to 1.
Yeah, that's a tough one to swallow if you let your opponent come back in. And we all know that Makita is one of the most dangerous players in the game.
Also,
very experienced at Heads Up as well.
1 card away from winning the trophy, of course, with the ace-7 against the king-5.
Yes.
Makita rivering the king of clubs, so certainly.
I mean, no disrespect, but I feel like I have an edge. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Of course.
But at any moment you could stop in if you're interested to discuss something.
But you want some?
Yeah. I'm not gonna show up at the.
I'm small blind.
Okay, so discuss what just happened there, Henry. The exchange.
So, Soiser asked Makita if they want to stop and look at numbers, and Makita said he's happy to play, no disrespect, but he thinks he has an edge. Soiser respectfully agreeing, or just saying, not necessarily agreeing, but you know.
But he didn't want to give anything up if they were to make a deal.
Didn't want to give anything up, and just said that, you know, he would be looking for more.
Yeah.
Rather than the chip
chop. And
chop.
Soiser's just like, you know what? Maybe you are better, but I'm not willing to give up anything. I think I can hold my own. I respect that.
I just respect the honesty between, you know,
yeah,
the sportsmanship between the two, and these guys competing at the highest level, of course, they get it.
If I was to guess, Makita more likely has more heads-up experience, just given he's been playing heads-up, you know, cash game for a long time. But I'm not saying anything. You know, Soiser shipped so many tournaments in his career, not only Triton, but outside of Triton as well. So, no slouch. Definitely a key and tough opponent. We got Jack 9-9. Is that a straight?
It is indeed. Just to reiterate for the viewers, the follow-up, Makita said, if you do want to stop at any time to look at numbers.
But only if you're willing to give me a little bit extra.
Exactly. But just saying to Michael that it is something he is definitely open to. Obviously, difference of 535,000 between first and second. That Makita has fought his way back into this. Checks through on the turn. 5 of clubs on the river, changing nothing. Soiza with just 4 high. Does Bads slide it on over once more in the hopes that Soiza has just bottom of range and has to stab?
$2,250,000.
300% pot river?
Yeah, just because it is a thing. Just trying to make his hand look as goofy as possible.
Well, now there's just a 4 big blind difference between these two. And Randy, when you're 1 card away from winning, you're 1 card away from taking down the 4-time Triton champion. There's now a 4 big blind difference between you. You've had him on the ropes. You've had him all in a few times. Is there doubt? Has confidence kind of gone out the window?
Maybe there's a little bit of doubt just in the fact that Soiza asked Bads, are we interested in looking at a kind of an even chop of chip chop numbers, you know? It is possible. We are all susceptible to that when we're playing for such large amounts of money, of course, lots of glory. I know Soiza, though, is a very well-composed player. It shouldn't really affect him. And he's playing phenomenal still. 10-5 offsuit in his game. It's a large raise, 1.2 milli. Just really trying to dissuade his opponent from defending in position.
Incredibly composed person as well.
Yes.
Away from the tables.
So this is almost a 5x raise.
Bats really wants to take it to the streets, doesn't he?
Still going to take one off with 7-6 offsuit. This is a very important pot. They've got some pretty weakish holdings, especially Soiza here, 10-5 off.
2.6 million in the middle. It's the 3 big blind difference between the two of them. Whoever wins this pot will be the chip leader as Soiza connects with middle pair. Bads with a gut shot.
Incredibly awkward for 10-5. And great, it's a great pair, of course, but on this board texture, 5x pre-flop almost. It's not one of those spots where you want to bet. Be put to the test. Just not much connection here from Makita.
$800.
So he did fire a bet here, just thinking that his opponent is got some check folds, and it probably does. You know, like these random ace x, king x type hands with no connection.
Oh, middle pair. More than enough connection to continue. 4.2 million chip pot now.
They really are playing some poker here.
All Bads continue firing on the paired turn. Maybe a difficult one for him to continue repping.
Yeah, a really nice card for Soiza. Makita is not perceived to bet a naked 8x on the flop. Those hands would tend to check back. Soiza, we know he's raising garbage in the big blind. He's seen 9-3 offsuit earlier. Can easily take this line of an 8x holding. It's quite hard for Makita to continue right now.
$2.1 million.
Wow, he's still going to fire away. And
this guy is so tough to play against.
It's tough.
You don't get 4 Triton titles as a slouch or a push around.
Soiza must be thinking it is odd, though, that his opponent is still continuing to fire on the 8. And there's going to be some kind of pot control with, like, the 10x, jack x occasionally. I think Soiza sniffed this one out so far on the turn.
Well, it's played his man like a fiddle. Getting him To barrel 800 on the flop, 2.1 on the turn. 8.4 out there. Surely Bad's going to have to shut down on a ton of rivers. Some situation will run good, of course, depending on the river. The deuce of hearts rolling off, and Makita with no heart in hand.
Makita can represent a flush. Flop straights, of course. 8x, maybe a bit troublesome unless in the form of like a full house, like 10-8, Jack-8.
Soiza has a very nice bluff catcher, of course. Unblocking the 7x, the 9x, the queen x. Has a heart in hand. Under-repped on the flop, of course. Key to bet flop, turn. Obviously, the board texture changing on every street.
He's got about half pot remaining. Might he try to bluff off 10x right now? That's the big question.
Maybe some king queens, ace queens, ace kings.
Yeah,
although
a little bit.
Would they check flop?
Oh my gosh. Makita Badziakuski has went for hit and Soiza in the blender. He calls, it's over. But he folds. He is a big deficit. Continuing this heads-up match.
Randy, if he calls, it's all over, baby.
I know.
10 of diamonds, 5 of hearts. Check, call, flop. Check, call, turn. If he can make the call on the river, he will become a 2-time Triton champion. $800K on the flop after being checked to. Continued firing on the board pairing turn card, and now unafraid on this flush completing river card, Randy. The range of hands that want to do this, incredibly narrow, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so too. The 5 of hearts is actually a pretty important card in this spot, as you mentioned earlier. Blocking the flushes. Flushes being the most credible line to represent for Makita right now, as played.
If Bats can get the fold, he's going to be up to 12.5 million and have a 2.5 to 1 chip lead over Michael Soiza, who came in with a 5.5 to 1 chip lead. Deep in the tank here, all time extensions thrown out in front of Soiza, understandably so. ISO'd 4.5x pre after Bad's limped button. Check called 1/3 on the flop. Then check called 2/3 on the turn. Now facing an all-in on this flush completing river.
Soiza knows how to make a big hero call.
Be one of the biggest hero calls of his career. And it would come with an additional 500K and his second title. What a hand. This all started with the 4x isolation. Deep in the tank for all of it. No queen, no 9, no 7 in hand. Silence on the rail as Michael Soiza makes the hero call, Randy, with the 10-5. Makita with just 7 high, and with that, Soiza, a 2-time champion. And what an epic heads-up match it was to claim his second victory against the 4-time champion, Makita.
6-7.
Badziakuski going home with 1.2 million. Talk about the heart of Mikita, emptying the clip across 3 streets, but unable to shake Soizer, taking his time on the river before ultimately making the correct call, the hero call on the river, and going home with 1.7 million. The Shambhala Jules brace there. I mean, what a sick final hand. We've had flips all week. We've had hand v hand. This time, limped pot, flop, turn, river, put to the test for all of his chips, having to make a hero call to get his second Triton title. There's the chip counts, of course, brought to you by Poker Stake. And once again, congratulations to the viewers at home that bought action from Michael Soizer over on Poker Stake. A casual 23x return on that investment. As we welcome you back to the break desk, Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, it looked like it could have been over and done with very quickly there. We had the ace-7 against the king-4, one of the first all-ins of that heads-up when Mikita was down to just 11.5 bigs. King of clubs on the river, then another double-up later on, and all of a sudden it was like, wow, now Mikita, even though he didn't have the chip lead, is maybe inside Soizer's mind in the sense that we know emotions and doubt can certainly sink in. You can lose confidence, and you can become shook.
You know, that was just really one of the best heads-up matches we've had at our Triton series, right? Michael Soizer and Mikita Badziakuski. You can see that Mikita was just so devastated. You know, he made the play he felt was right, but loses it. Not only the big price difference between first and second, but that 5th title right around out of grasp now. And we got to say congratulations to Michael Soizer. I mean, he is just so good. One of the OGs from the Malaysian contingent. It's just so good. Epic player, known to make so many hero calls, and he's done it multiple times, and he's done it in our previous Triton and championships. It's just amazing play. I love that heads-up match so much.
That was honestly just like the cherry on top of the week so far, leading up to the 200K Lux on Pay Invitational. Just an epic heads-up match, like you said, between 2 Triton OGs, finishing it off with a hero call for the better part of $500,000. And of course, the second Triton title for Michael Soizer. 3rd on Malaysia's all-time money list, of course, adding 1.7 million here, closing the gap between our owners of the Triton series, Paul Poir and Richard Young. But that Triton trophy going back to Malaysia, and the Malaysian contingent just seem to be grabbing trophies left, right, and center, at least 1, if not 2, a series now.
Yes, of course, and we know like that Michael Soizer is probably the strongest, one of the strongest players, poker pros from Malaysia, and you know, like they are going to be proud to see him, and all the people that were railing him in that tournament is just phenomenal. And you know, we got tomorrow more action to come.
Well, more action to come. A quick word with our champion. Same time, same place tomorrow, 2 p.m. for the 200K Coin Rivet, Lux on Pay invitation. I do apologize. But for now, a word with our champion, Michael Soizer, as we throw it down to Ali Najad.
Well, if this final table was butter, I am standing beside the hot knife that was Michael Soizer, who did his own bidding, knocking out 6 of the players here at this FT. Michael, this is your second title, 14th cash so far in your Triton career, putting you up and over $8 million in career tournament earnings. You came in red hot out of Vietnam, then suddenly 0 for 7 so far here in Cyprus. My first question for you is, how is it that you're able to maintain motivation and keep that enthusiasm through these dry spells?
Variance, 7 bullets is nothing.
That's it, just variance. You just rationalize it in that way. But surely it must get to you. Do you have friends that stay supportive? Do you tap into them? Do you reach out, have conversations, go back into the lab?
Not really, because 7 bullets is really quite few, I feel like, you know. But that being said, Mikita, Christoph, and myself were all, you know, 0 cashes this trip, and we're all in the same boat, so we're called the Basto Club. So yeah, we spoke about it before you know, we're in the money. So yeah, feels good. All of us cash flow. Pretty good.
Significant investment, obviously, you made in this particular event. When did you sense that this title was yours for the taking?
When I won 3-way aces, maybe. Aces 3-way.
Is that the double knockout hand?
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
And so let's talk a little bit about, once that happened, the pressure that comes along with having the big stack at the table. Looking at it four-handed, it seemed like nobody was going to be able to compete. Did you feel the pressure? Like, don't mess this up?
Little bit, but I think there's more pressure on the shorter stacks because, you know, pay jumps and ICM and all that stuff.
Let's talk about squaring off against a 4-time Triton title winner in Mikita Badziakuski. Obviously hungry to close the gap between himself and Jason Kuhn, who had his 6th title here. When he leveled the stacks, did you begin to sense that, oh boy, I'm going to be in this for the long haul maybe?
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, it is what it is. We're here to battle, so...
And we're also here to decorate you and celebrate you as I bring Luca Vivaldi, our tournament director, up to the stage to give you your hard-earned hardware. And of course, the beautiful Shambhala Jewels bracelet. Your 75K champion, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Soiza. Congrats. Well, if this final table was butter,